siren. That was crazy. I still can't log into Fujitech and it hates me. So we had all of this set up. We broke it.
Carp, is it working yet?
So it's just going to be me on the screen for a little bit before B joins us. Hopefully tonight.
Oh man, I'm so sorry.
Hopefully.
Everything was so last minute. We planned everything on Friday, and then my router decided to reset itself. So
which is so fucking rude. We had everything ready, and your router killed itself.
ooh. My V9 is at 30 frames when it's usually at 60.
Yeah.
That's pretty, yeah.
I'm at 75% CPU and GPU right now. But yes, hello. This is Bikini Z. Bikini Z? Bikini Hellzy? Summer Hellzy? Summer Z? I don't know what you want to call it. I have shorts on. You see this, Twitch? You see? I have shorts on. I feel the need to point that out to you specifically.
I gotta be careful.
You have coverage though.
I made sure to cover everything that I need to, but still.
This is the most skin beachy. Of course you'd say that, Russ. You're so kind to me. You're so kind to me. You're so nice to me.
I'm gonna go make some pilk real quick. Give me a second.
No, you're not passively drinking
blue pilk, by the way. Blue pilk.
That makes it worse. Average Sable player fit. You are funny because that's exactly who I'm going to be playing today in the bikini outfit. So silly. But yes, today we are fundraising for Gamers Outreach to help fund some game consoles in, they're called go-karts. Some game consoles in hospitals. And if you wanted more information, you can click on the link that is pinned or do !VSS. There is some link to their webpage that gives you a bit more information. The goals and incentives I have posted on.
Make us eat all the bamboozles.
The goals and incentives are on my in the Discord and on Twitter. And if you want to donate, the donate link is up there as well. So, who would have thought I guessed right?
I'm here. Everything is broken. So yeah, usually Halsey would be here, but fun.
I'm so lonely.
It's
not fair.
Oh, everything is lagging. Oh god, this is 10 out of 10.
We had this so perfectly set up. This is fucked up. It was all ready to go. I already know that when I put your model on screen, I'm going to be hitting 90% GPU and CPU though, so
yeah,
it's probably a good thing I'm not throttling my PC just yet.
No.
I actually fucked up.
Girly, everything's broken. No.
What do you mean everything's broken?
My PC's freezing.
Oh no. You paused for a second there. I was like, oh no, they killed you. I think freezing's probably just as bad.
They got me.
They got you. PC said, go sleep. Oh man.
I was going to.
It's a strong start. It's a strong start. We're starting out real strong.
I think I gotta restart my DPD. Oh no.
You're all good. I will entertain them.
Chat. Not. Oh no. We're fine.
Are we sure we're fine?
No.
No? Do you want to reset?
Nah, I'm fine.
Entertain us, Halsey?
Everything's fine.
Are you entertained?
I should have done like a test stream on my test channel. Oh my god.
You have a test channel?
Yep.
I don't. I just raw dog it. This is meant to be family friendly. All right. Are you resetting your internet or not?
My internet. I don't want to
Not
reset
your
my
internet,
internet.
your PC.
No,
Stop!
no, no.
Stop!
It's okay.
Stop!
It's okay.
All right. Are you on Deebs then?
I'm
Swear to God, if you're telling me your
restarting
PC's
DVD.
maxing and DVD's not
It
even
is
open
DVD
yet.
maxing. It is DVD maxing. I'm sorry.
DVD maxing.
I have
Time to
blue
put
pill.
the graphics to low.
Oh, I spilt my blue milk.
You deserve to spill your blue milk, to be honest. Fucking gross.
It is not gross. I'm telling you. Once
It's
you try it, you're gonna be
gross.
like, wow, it's not even that bad.
It is that bad.
It's not. It really isn't.
I will not be a pilk truther. The bilk? You're not making it. It doesn't sound good. Anime boober on screen. It's not even that bad. They're covered. Okay. I'm trying to fucking.
Maybe my really high poly Robbie charm doesn't help.
Don't worry, guys. It'll be an hour of just troubleshooting before we can get started.
Yeah, this is
Professional streamers here. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Why is it doing it? Okay, there we go. I can't wait to add another browser to this. I'm sure my PC's gonna love it as it sits at 91. Guys, why? Why does it suck? Another browser.
Hey, Miranda did. Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, and then I double checked because Miranda said that you were streaming, and I was like, oh shit.
That is on me though. I fucked up my dates. So I had the right date on the image I posted, but the wrong date on the text.
Mm-hmm.
So it's normal stream schedule. I just brain farted and I forgot to update that. Okay, forgive me, I forgot. My bad. Yeah, this is stand-in B until we can get Booby. You in DBD yet?
Yes.
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 You can join me. Stinky.
Wow.
What is your name currently? There it is.
TTV.
Normal. Now one of us is gonna have to change.
I mean, I can just change it back to B. I don't know.
No.
Oh my god.
Wait, I'm not Booby Lover. I'm gonna change my name to Booby Lover.
I'll make
Let me.
I'll make mine Halsey Lover.
No.
Yes.
No, leave it.
Yeah, I'm committing to the bit.
No, it's funny if you're B and I'm B Lover. It's a couple's name thing, alright?
Oh my. Okay.
Stay.
Then I'll make it B. Just B.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
There we go. I will now be B Lover. Yeah. Now people are gonna like look at us and go, ew, e-dating. Which is my favorite reaction.
Yes. What?
I regret to inform you, Puppy Girl. The Puppy Girl allegations are not being beaten today.
Wait, against me?
Yeah.
No, I embrace that. I am a puppy girl. They're not allegations.
It's a bit of a running joke.
Convicted. I'm convicted.
The trans community and their puppy fixation is claiming another.
Guys, I wasn't in a puppy girl era for no reason. My bad.
I can tell you why they do it.
Why is that?
I like to be called good girl.
Yes.
Mm. Mm. Yeah. Read like a book. I know what's going on. I'm not blind. But also, hello everybody. I didn't say my hellos when we started because of the scuff. But hi Rice, hi Carp, hi Siren, hi Miwa,
Oh god, why?
hi. Who else?
Hi
My
chat.
messages don't go up high enough. Hi chat. Hi Miwa. Hi Blep. I don't know if Death has been in it. Hi Death. Hi B.
Hi.
Hi B.
Hi.
Hi Zoa. How are you? Hello, hello. Violet, welcome. Alright, I think I got everyone. If I missed you, cry about it. I didn't miss you!
I missed you. There you go.
Chat, she wants to kiss me.
I already have.
What is my build? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I forgot.
Do we want to talk about our
I was
goals?
smooched. Don't make me eat the beans. Thanks, chat.
Yeah. $5 for beans?
For beans! Don't make me eat beans. I just ate spicy Korean chicken. I don't want that coming back up after I eat a bean.
Here's the incentives and goals for me. They're basically the exact same. I can't lie.
Thieving my ideas.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll talk to them. Except Pilk is probably different because you like Pilk and, well, I have not had Pilk. Thanks for the like, Blab.
Pilk was your... Which one was that one? 300?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's league
I'm not
stream.
drinking this shit for 3. Yeah, okay. You just suffer that one alone. I like you, but I don't like you league streaming enough.
And then my $50
Yeah.
is choose topic of an embarrassing story. Yeah. I'll tell
The
an
embarrassing stories
story.
are there?
Quite a lot.
Liking Pilk is a choice. Actual insanity.
No, it's a lifestyle.
They let you out the straitjacket and you immediately reach for the milk and the Pepsi is just diabolical, truly.
Someone, like, it was in a lab, and they accidentally spilled the Pepsi in the milk, and then they created the greatest drink ever. I'm telling you right now.
So you licked it.
I licked it from the crevices of Vecna's back.
Oh yeah, that. So yeah, $5 gets you a Bean Boozle spin. We have wheels. I have wheels. I have training wheels. See, I got a wheel. $10 gets you your name on my model. I'll just take a screenshot of your username and slap it on. 25 is a custom tweet. I will say the unhinged things you want me to say.
Within reason.
Yeah, maybe not so SFW, because, you know, this is for a hospital.
I will tweet the exact same thing. Because I think my 25 is the same thing. Oh shit! He's invisible.
Yoinked. Did they address that in their patch update stuff? That he's still invisible?
I think it's in
Fucking
the first patch.
blood favor. I'm gonna start running.
Dude, they all run the same build.
I'm going to run Counterforce. Yeah, it's because a big streamer dropped a build, so they all have to. They'll have to run it. I found one. They're gonna have multiple hexes because they do that.
Zoa, Pepsi and
anyway,
milk
$50. No, $50 gets you an entrance sound to stream, and $100+ gets you a thank you note as a small goodies. Like, I want to make some. What was that so loud? Oh, was that 2 at once? That was so loud.
Yeah.
That was so loud. Yeah, I want to make some stickers and stuff from logo and some other cute stuff, and it'll be included in that. another. I'm gonna start on a gen, I reckon.
Okay.
While they're dying.
Up here.
Ooh,
Hi.
they cannot hear you right now. You've been silenced.
Why?
I don't know. One sec.
Oh,
Oh, I just heard him.
Yeah.
Migrate.
He's going in the room. We're fleeing. Oh, this Yui's not going for the unhook.
No, no, no. No, no, no. Get your hands off me.
I know.
Put the axe down,
I know.
brother. Alright, can you guys hear B now?
Hello. They're gonna be like, shut it off! Shut it off!
Am I still B-less? This is bullshit.
Oh.
Ah!
Did your audio go fucky wucky as well? Yay! No
No,
broken
no, no,
arrow.
I just had... Why would you throw there when you can guarantee it here? That's a bit weird. I have finesse. I did not realize I had finesse. Oh, there's a totem here.
Another one? I'm running a whole hex build.
Back shots, please, Mr. Oh, this is for charity. Fucking stop. It's a bad habit. Okay, he left me.
Yeah, he's on.
You enjoy that.
Captain.
Hunk. Alright, I'm taking a totem.
Mr. Ashton.
I don't
Who's
think
mid
the
good at this?
visual is still on screen, is it? That would be why.
Do you think he's totemless now? Oh my god, did he just
Yep.
disappear?
No, I think there's one totem still
Oh.
up.
Damn. Okay.
Oh. Hi. That's awkward. Fuck! I forgot I had a beaver in my hands! I started running away like, see? Didn't mean to step in there. Hi corpse, how are ye? No sweat jar needed. Wait, why is Ping on the floor now? Hi Novi, how are you? Hi Bob. The
Hi,
French
Bob.
hate is strong with this one. Hi Bob. Is shit chat enabled right now?
Yeah. I see
Yeah,
everybody.
okay.
I'm
It doesn't show
can't
up on
focus.
my my stream manager, only on my OBS. Hi Novi.
I'm scared. It sounds like he's next to me.
Did you touch a camera?
No. I don't think I've used the camera once as survivor since the BDB.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It's good, like giving that information to your teammates is great, but
It's the
right now.
the transition is so slow. Like if you enter and he's like right next to you, you're guaranteed just to get grabbed.
Like, how did they even bug it to be visible? It's my
Here's
question.
healing. But what
Yeah, we're healing
is-
in main, in middle.
going on with my skirt?
Oh, is it like flapping around in the wind?
Yeah. Do you see it?
No, I don't see that.
Oh no.
I think it's their cloth physics update because it happens to Orella all the time.
It's like hair, like this shit. Okay. I just ran into him.
It just goes ballistic. Oh, nice one. Trying to give him a kiss? Did I really only put one battery on my beamer? My train of thought is not great.
The dress, yeah, it's a bit it's a bit it's a bit
It's a bit.
it's a bit.
It's a bit. It's bugging. It is a bit bugging.
Yeah.
Too bad I can't see it. I've seen it as killer versing a survivor. I like looked up and the dress was flapping in my face. I was like, what? What is going on? I need to do my overcome build. And I think I'm actually gonna add counterforce to it because this is...
Yeah.
This is not right! You delete one totem and it'll show you the furthest one from you and give you a bonus speed when cleansing. Over time.
Oh, okay.
Did you feel like warning me?
I was like, oh!
I didn't hear that!
It's so hard that he's just invisible.
Holy shit! I wasn't looking that way at all because I thought I was gonna hear it. I didn't hear anything. Oh my god. I jumped. Oh my god. I'm awake. I don't need a nap. I'm awake. My favorite thing about the doors is you can actually nod the camera.
Yeah.
Like you see what the survivors are doing on the coast, you can sit there nodding.
I can run in for another gen. I'm fine. We've got the
Where are
glitch
you right
skirt power. Top floor.
Arcing. I see.
Somewhere. I have a dwelling. Oh, we're not doing any gens. Oh no.
Ugh, I was tailing you. For a save. Like a loser.
Hi.
See ya.
Plaything. Oh my god.
Oh, it is. What? How? That is a. You know, that's a choice. That is a choice. That is a choice. You must have had 2 hexes in plaything.
Yeah.
That consumes your totems. They don't come back. You know, I used to help gamers with their builds, and I would be like, "That's a really bad idea because X, Y, and Z." And now I'm like, "Nah, you'll learn. You don't need me. You'll learn." They'll figure it out. The, like, battery screen on the door, yeah, the little number will flicker, but it's very fast. Yeah, Slender told me that, but yeah, this little screen will flash at you.
Yeah.
Although, I feel like, I mean, like, again, it's meant to be jump scary, but like, Jesus Christ, can I make more noise? Just a little bit more.
I mean, it opens up.
You touched it.
He's gonna get me.
Goodbye, B. Yeah, goodbye, B.
No, I'm fine.
Never mind, he's chasing me!
Oh my god. I heard its tip-taps coming towards me.
Ruh-roh, I'm getting grabbed.
Oh no.
Never mind. What? How'd you whiff? All you had to do was grab me.
Hi, Nick.
He lost me? What? What is going on?
Yeah.
Hi,
I'm
Nick.
playing with B-Lover.
Don't you question the name. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, coming through.
Nick always questioning the name of things.
You just don't. That's normal around here. I'm just holding W.
I want Yui. Yui's door is about to be open. Bum, 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 bum. And we're over here. Where are you?
I'm upstairs.
Oh lord.
Oh, I'm gonna go down.
Yeah, I don't know how to get there.
Sadness. Oh boy, I'm very far upstairs. Yep.
I'm here.
My god.
Hopefully my skirt doesn't give me away.
But doesn't money go towards? Is there a description somewhere? In the pinned link, it has a link to their website if you wanted to read more, but the simplified gist is it is gaming consoles for kids in hospitals. So they make these cool little things. I remember them when I was in the hospital a few times as a kid. Although they were not, I think they were like the Wii and very early PlayStations and stuff. It is not as advanced as it is today.
Yeah.
They put together a little TV and a console and all that kind of stuff. They stick it on wheels and it's really cool. And it makes it super, super easy to deliver to kids. And that's what we're taking funds for, is to give more to hospitals for kids in hospitals. Yeah, I'm saying a lot of to this, to that, to who.
Hi, Jenny.
Yeah, and they are called go-karts. Alright, I'm out.
Very funny.
You at the other door?
Yeah, I'm coming. I came over to your door.
Oh, hey. Let's go. There will be notifications.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. In the middle of the damn screen.
Nearly done my cup of milk. A pilk.
And yeah, we will be tracking. Wait, what?
You did?
You did? Wait, what? Is my link broken already? What the fuck?
Did you do it through my link? Oh, give me a second.
It's meant to be shared, so our links are shared links. So what happens on B streams
it's at
happens
$11
on my stream. It
Oh,
should.
the goal says $0, so it's reset for some reason.
Mine says 500. Mine says it's fine.
But it says 0 raised, and we should have $1 in there already.
Mine says $1. Oh, this is fucked up.
Mine says 0. What the heck? Oh. Everything's broken. 1 second. It says
11. Mine says 1.
Oh wait, it does say wait. No, it says wait. It says 1 up at the top.
Yeah, mine says 1, not 11.
Is that 11? I can't read, chat. Okay. No, it says
1.
It says 1.
Am I on crack?
I think chat's on crack. Hold on.
Oh, I just got an error on my Tiltify. It said that someone else has logged in on my email.
What?
I don't like that. Don't do this to me. Not right now.
This is 10 out of 10.
This was the one thing I was like, it's not scuffed. This won't be scuffed.
Oh, there we go. Wait, why did it not show on stream? What the heck?
I'm gonna implode.
Maybe I'll redo that.
I'm just going.
Because it says 11 and I just played the alert in stream elements, like the thing. Tiltify. Alert. Oh, there we go. There we go. I had to reset the cache.
Because mine's still out. Yeah, no, I had an email today that said, like, did you do it on Tiltify? And I was like, yeah, we did. And now I realize, no, we didn't. We did it through Stream Elements.
Well, how else are we meant to do
I'm
it?
really... You can do it through Tiltify.
Oh, it's alright. Hi, Ash. I just refreshed the cache. You can try and
I'll do that in a sec as well. I'm just trying to get into Tiltify right now, but it
if it
doesn't
goes over
accept
$5,
me.
if it's like a $10 donation, we're only doing 1 bean, right? We're only doing 1 bean.
Yeah. Yeah, because they get the next step as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for 18 months, Boing. How are you?
So if you didn't know, chat, these are the
I'm
goals.
stressing.
Moanda, we gotta put Moanda's name on there.
Ah, I got it. There we go.
Yippee.
I got Miwa's $10 on screen. There we go. If anybody else has any issues, please raise that question to us again. I do not mind.
If you do donate,
Having
just
to
like
refresh that bitch.
just give us a holler.
There we go. Alrighty. Bean time. Bean time. I have a wheel.
I have a wheel
Activate
too.
the wheel.
Hold on. Okay. And
Interact.
My wheel's
Let's
not
go.
there. Oh god, everything's so scuffed.
I got my wheel. Oh, they stink. No, not the burnt rubber.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Wait for me. There's
Do
the
you need
wheel.
the link again?
No,
You got
it's
it?
okay. It's okay. It's just taking a while.
It
Alright.
smells so bad. Hi Ray, how are you? Hi Beast, welcome in. Scuff galore, yeah. What did you expect from us two? I'm ready when you are.
No. Wait, hold on.
What did you get?
I just thought I need to open it. Heat
It's
your
in
bath.
plastic. Oh, no, bath's the worst one by far.
Oh no, chat. Okay, hold on.
Bath is so bad.
I know. Okay.
Won't really be able to donate. Anything counts, by the way. We will not be money shaming today. Even $1 helps so much.
Yep. Oh, this
It's
stinks.
$1 closer.
Elsie, I don't want to do this.
Are you ready?
Wait, I gotta find it. Oh, it actually.
Yeah. When you open the box, it hits you like a fart. So sad. You ready?
I don't know which one it is. Wait.
It is the peach or the buff one. I think is like it's like a orange with red on it.
There's multiple that look like that.
Yeah. There'll be multiple of that flavor.
But, no,
do you mean there's multiple different
colors
ones?
that look like that. I think it's this one. I think. I hope.
Are you colorblind? What are you talking about? Are you colorblind?
Yeah, maybe.
There's a white one with orange spots, but there's no other peach one with red spots.
Okay. Alright. Well.
Bee's
I'm ready.
favorite color is actually purple. Like, her model is actually purple,
Yeah.
guys.
You guys have been lying to me this whole
Alright.
time. Are you ready? Are you doing it? Oh. Yo,
I just ordered the donor.
I got peach. It's Perry. Okay, you're a nerd.
Help me!
Look. Oh no.
I don't think I can do it. There's so much drool. This is so bad.
Oh god. You're okay. You're okay.
Oh,
Everything's okay.
I'm drowning in drool. I gotta do it. I'm a quitter. I'm a spitter.
No. You swallow, you don't
Oh my
spit.
god, it burns.
Oh no. Who was the other person that donated?
Oh, so
Was it
bad. It
Rosie?
was so bad.
We gotta do another one.
Another one, no!
Yeah.
You people are preying on my downfall. Oh, that hurt. That actually.
Oh my god, the
that was
box
so
stinks
yuck.
so bad. Wait, hold on. Chat.
I
Sorry,
was like, burnt rubber can't be that bad, right? It can't be that bad. No, it tastes like burnt. It tastes like burnt. Holy shit. I can't see my campaign on Tiltify, so I can't see anything right now. What is going on? Miwa.
Someone else.
Oh, here we go. Now I can see it.
Alright, hold on.
I can see it. Yay, let's go.
Who was the
What's in
second
the back of my
person donating?
throat, bro?
Was it Rosie?
Ugh.
Gulp. You okay?
Okay, yes, it was Rosie.
It was Rosie? Okay.
$10 from Rosie and $10 from Miwa and $1 from me.
Okay, hold on.
Let me have a look.
Rosie.
Name on model for both Miwa and for Rosie. Oh, I can't get that out of my mouth. I'm just gonna do it as screenshots, I think. I don't know another way to do that.
I have it just like you could open up like a Photoshop thing, and then you can just like copy like a word thing and then add it from clipboard.
I'm sorry. Try again?
So like open up like, do you have like Affinity Photo or like Photoshop?
No.
Oh my god.
That's why I use screenshots.
That's fine.
Rosie,
Well,
can you put a hi in
yeah,
chat
you can
real quick?
screenshot
so I can
it.
take a screenshot of your name.
You can screenshot it and then you can like just copy from clipboard. Which is very well. You guys can be put on my tartars. Okay, there we go. And we'll put the blahage on my head.
Taste.
Well, hi everybody. Okay, are we doing another spin? How long until you want to do this spin?
There we go. Miwa is on the body. Where do you want to be put, Miwa?
Here, I'll spin right now and then I'll get my bean ready. Please don't be bath again, please.
Be bath again.
Oh, it's gonna be Tutti Frutti of Stinky Socks. Oh god.
Right there? My left or your left?
I think that's Tutti Frutti of Stinky Socks. They all look the same. Chat.
Oh, the sizes are so different. Alright, let me just do your name instead of the little badges as well, Miwa. I want you to be bigger, Miwa. Just be bigger.
Can I put in your tartars? You have to donate $10. Here's
$10 to be on the tit.
Here's the goals and incentives for anyone that has just coming in right now. We are raising funds for the YouTuber Summon Slam, raising money to put like gaming consoles in hospitals for kids. That's basically it. You donate. Again, you don't have to donate. And if you do donate, any amount is completely fine. We don't donate shame.
Alrighty.
$1,
I'm ready
$100,
to roll.
Oh god.
I'm ready to roll. I'm rolling.
You rolling the...
I'm rolling.
The wheel? How long are names staying for? How long do you want them to stay
for? The day.
For the day? Or the whole...
For the day?
For the whole event?
We'll see. If we get too many, I'll make it for a day. But if there isn't too many, I'll do it for the whole event.
Okay.
You me and my tata all day long. Because I think it resets when you close.
I can be as big as you
like
can.
they come off. Can you take a wild guess what one I just got?
Which one?
What bean I got?
Is it bath?
Just take a wild guess. Yeah. Bath or peach. I just got
you got this. You got this. You got this.
Guys, hype me up in chat real quick. I need it because I'm gonna quit again. I'm gonna spit.
Don't quit.
I'm gonna spit.
You can swallow. I know you can swallow. You got this. All right, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Oh my god. You get bop. I can't tell if I got Tutti Frutti or if I got Sticky Socks.
Oh.
Because it doesn't taste terrible, but it doesn't taste good.
I can't do this. I cannot.
Ash.
Oh no, actually.
Thank you for the 10.
I give it $10.
We have to do another one. Why did we do it 5? Why did we do $5?
I can't. I'm gonna pee it.
You're okay. You're okay.
Oh my god, that made me gag. It tastes like stomach acid. It tastes exactly like stomach acid. This is so bad. Yeah. Oh my god.
I think it was Tutti Frutti. It didn't taste good, but it wasn't terrible.
It was sweet to start with, and then it hit. Then the stomach acid just like poured out of the bean. I want to die. I want to die. Oh god. Oh my god. Ashlyn, thank you for 10. Wait,
Thank you,
Ashlyn in chat, say hi real quick. Which one are you?
They're pussy destroyer.
Pussy?
Yeah, you can
Okay, beautiful.
You can just do Ash or Ashlyn. It doesn't matter.
I'll take you a photo of Pussy Destroyer and putting that somewhere.
God.
Where do you want to be put? And where did Rosie want to be put? I did not.
Thank you, Ash, Miranda, and Rosie for the $10 each. Have we hit any other goals? Wait, we hit wait, no we didn't, because it's 100. God, I'm stupid.
Oh,
My
this
Halsey.
is so gross. Oh, I can make them bigger.
Yeah, Halsey, I think I got stinky socks. It wasn't terrible, but it doesn't taste good of like an aftertaste. Like, it just tasted like. What'd you get?
I can put them on my boobies, and I made them bigger. If you scroll on them, it makes them bigger.
And then swanging. Yeah.
They're flying. They're flying. Oh, my head hurts from that. That was so disgusting.
It's okay.
Oh my god, that was so yucky. I'm gonna put Rosie in the middle. Right there.
I might
the good stuff. The good stuff.
Oh, please land on this one. 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 Yes!
Come, I got 2 bad ones. What the fuck is this? This isn't fair.
I got blueberry toothpaste. Which is like
the best one!
Yeah, it's the
There's no
least...
downside to toothpaste. What? I don't even want to drink my drink because my drink has flavor in it. It's just gonna taste like stomach acid.
Yeah.
Water flush. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for the $10. Miwa, Rosie, and Ash. I appreciate you so much. I don't want to eat another bean. Don't make me do it.
Wait, I'm in. Can you move my name a little lower? Do you want to be on my... Oh my god. I know what you want. I know who you are. I know what you are.
Please, please, please. Juicy pear of booger? What does a booger taste like?
You never eaten the boogers before?
Oh, it's 2.
Did we get the same one?
Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks?
Oh, I don't think this one's terrible. I think the Stinky Socks just taste really like an off, like it just tastes off. It doesn't taste terrible.
Sure. Because that's what I need right now.
Make sure you don't mix it up with the dog food one or the toasted marshmallow.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was like, the toasted marshmallow I think has brown specks. This one has pink.
I'm
not gonna last full stream at this rate. I just want people to know that. This is fucked up.
You wanna be alright? Oh my god.
Alright.
Chat, calm
I
down.
eat it now.
And it's not letting me... Okay.
I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. It's going in my nose. I'm gonna tap out.
What does it taste like? What does it taste like?
I'm gonna tap out. I got it. I got it. I got it.
You're okay. Don't spit. Don't spit.
I did it.
Yay!
Oh.
See, you did great. She's not a quitter, chat.
Oh, I'm chugging so much water. You know what? The pilk may be a blessing. Holy shit, anything but this. What? Why does it hate me? The thing was, I thought I got a good one for like about a second before the rot just infested. Holy shit.
Yeah, that one didn't taste bad. I think I also got blueberry.
So...
Oh, sorry. I was doing this like yeah, I think I got 3 good in a row. I think the second one was Stinky Socks. It just didn't taste that great. It wasn't terrible. It felt off.
Rice said, you can't let yourself be defeated by the same thing you flick all the time. Eat the next bean! Leave me alone.
Is it bad that I unironically fuck with Pilk? No, it isn't. Pilk is the
Yes.
best drink ever.
Yes, it is.
I'm
No.
drinking Pilk right now.
It's a problem. I'm trying to wean B off, but it's hard.
It's you just don't understand.
I'm trying to wean B off the bottle. It's not going well. Oh, I think I'm gonna need more water.
Can't put down the cup.
Ballsy, not to start that.
Yeah, ballsy.
Dude, all of that hurt. This was just awful.
You're doing great. It's okay.
It just doesn't leave your mouth. It's in my teeth. I can't wait for my dentist to deal with this.
Exactly.
No. Oh my god, Funk said we have win usernames.
Preemie Kusi.
Let's go. Oh, their name is Preemie Kusi.
Interesting. They have a Monster High character as their profile picture. I don't know which one it is.
No, I don't know either.
Wait,
Oh my god.
they're not live. Oh.
I'm like airing out my tongue. This shit's foul.
Except Leon. Oh my god.
No, don't dog on eggnog. I'm not listening. I'm not listening.
Eggnog is so good. Oh my god. I keep
Eggnog is so
forgetting
good.
to get it around Christmas time. And then eventually when I get around to going out to the store to get
You
it.
can get it any time of year. Not
Well,
the good stuff, but like.
I don't want to get it when it's not Christmas.
It is, if you've never had eggnog, it's a little bit weird because it is just a little bit thicker than normal. But if you think more of a custard than a drink, you'll be fine. Because it does get quite thick.
The thicker the better.
My god.
What?
Never getting on a hospital screen at this rate.
I think
Yikes.
it was broken before she bought it.
I'm broken before she bought it. I dropped my beamer!
Oh my god.
Okay, no, we're good.
Good job.
Drama tried to rob me of my beloved.
It's a spring twat.
I'm trying thickened water. Isn't that just like agar stuff that you add?
Oh my. Why do I have 300? Oh, he's on me! Never mind, he didn't see me.
It's Mindbreaker. That's promising.
You don't see me.
See, look how far this door is. It feels safe and secure.
What
Let me
the
drink everything.
fuck?
Look, I just have like oat milk and water in the fridge. I'm not very exciting. Oh, and alcohol.
No, I'm gonna get grabbed!
You're getting fucked up.
Oh no. Oh, my skirt's flying again. God damn it. It was flying that whole time, the whole game. Which up so
Keep the nasty water. What's wrong? Water good for you.
Alright, $1,000 chat, and I'll, Halsey and I will chug a whole liter of thick water.
How do you make thick water? What?
You gotta buy it.
That also just sounds awful. Oh, bitch!
Or
Get
we'll
off me!
chug a whole 2-liter bottle of milk. Remember when people used to do that?
I
And then
can't do that!
You can have your soy
Why
milk.
is a ghost?
Just soy milk.
Ew, no, soy is disgusting.
Oh my god.
I'll do oat milk.
Oh,
He
yeah,
wants me
oat
to
milk.
explode.
My bad, my bad.
Oh, that was close.
My god. Is my skirt gonna be glitched the whole fucking stream?
If you want to switch character, that's fine.
No.
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 Ah, owie. Oh, I'm getting grabbed. Zombie, welcome.
I've never had oat milk. Or soy milk. Or
I
almond
think
milk.
it's the better of the milk replacements. Like, it's a creamier one. You're whimdy.
I think I've always
It's
just
fucking whimdy. Yeah, if I drink that much milk after never having milk in like probably a good year now, I quite literally think I would just wake up tomorrow and there'd be no stomach. It would... Just wouldn't wake up. It tastes close to water. Yeah, oat's my favorite because it's the creaminess. Almond is very, very watery. I hate soy. I think soy has the most disgusting taste ever. I think it's just god awful.
How do you milk a nut? Oh.
Why does everybody ask this? My mom does it every time. How do you milk a nut? Is how she goes. And I'm just... You squish them and you add liquids and then you squish them
I was gonna say
more.
something,
it's
but...
Like you do oat.
I was gonna say something, but I can't with this shit.
Squish you.
How'd you whiff that?
And do the rest.
Also, he's just going for axes. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say he's going for axes, but never mind.
That doesn't look like an axe in your back.
Why is he after me? Nice whiff. Never. God.
Can I ask you a question?
William Ashton. Oh, good job.
Drink a whole bottle of vodka. Oh my god. Would you wake up? Period. Not even just wake up tomorrow. Would you wake up? Full stop. Bryce is messaging me. Bryce, put in a main chat. Don't be a little baby.
Oh my god! I'm running into everything.
That is the back of his head, actually.
What a beamer.
What a beamer. Like what a burger. Somehow the burnt flavor is still prevailing.
Hey Siri, how do you milk a nut?
I'm thankful I don't have Siri.
Again, I'd say something, but I can't.
Every time I'm buying oat milk, someone asks that. How do you milk an oat? I don't know, ask the oats, dog. I don't know, I just drink it. Why am I built like this?
Chat knows what I want to
over
say.
here.
Oh, those are cute. I'm hooked on new chums.
What the? Ah! No thanks. I don't know why I was Goomba stomping there. Maybe I was big man.
Oh no.
Fuck, we're not milking.
Why is this heal taking so long?
This outfit doesn't get me in trouble, you guys will. Look, there's like cockroach milk out there now as well. Like,
cockroach?
Tell me how you milk a cockroach, please. I'm begging.
Yeah, it's okay. Is that it? Thank you. Yo.
Don't hate me.
Oh shit, thank you. Guys, I got more Pepsi to make pilk. In case I run out of my blue pilk.
Your sibling is so
sorry.
correct.
Pilk.
Come on.
I think blue pilk is superior. Oh my god, he's after me.
I just want you all to know that posting like the ingredients for pilk on Twitter was the most interactions I've had on a tweet in a very long time. Like everybody underneath it was either going, Halsey, don't. Halsey, please don't. Or going, oh my god, Halsey, yes! Pilk, let's fucking go! Like, there was no in between of like, I wonder what it would taste like. It was just either hard yes or hard no.
It's so good. You're missing
never
out.
had it. I've never had it. And, don't want to,
nice whip.
so...
Let's whip both of those! Ah shit, I'm dead.
Nice death, bozo.
Hey, yeah. Gives me time to eat my KFC.
Red Bull milk? That's so bad. That is
Red
so
milk?
bad.
I'm gonna try that.
Like, this makes sense. You like the cement mix of things.
Or mango loco pilk? Mango loco milk?
Mango milk?
Mango milk?
I feel like the energy part of that would ruin it, but the mango milk part sounds good.
I think anything with like, maybe it's like, is mango acidic? It might curdle the milk.
No? I don't think so.
Because anything citric will curdle it.
lemon. I don't think it's acidic in any way.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what they put in monsters. I was gonna say monster milk, but that's just a different thing.
I don't know where you get monster milk.
As a necropire, are you classified as a monster?
Yes. Now that you mention it.
Wow.
Oh, that's,
Nice.
that's fucked up. Hey. You would too, you rat. Ugh, damn.
Hi, Chubs.
Hi, Chubs. But I know what they put monsters in. Hey now. Hey now, whoa. I'm not even that bad. I'm not even that bad.
Miranda. This is meant to be not unhinged stream, very hinged.
Give me milk from my monster.
Your nut milk?
Who knew? Oh no!
Oh no. Man, we gotta behave.
No, 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 Afton, we can talk, we can talk, we can talk about this. Afton, we can talk! Afton, we can talk about this, please don't!
Oh. Well,
sorry guys, I had to leave. He, in fact, did not want to talk.
you know what a death claw is? Oh my god.
Yeah.
She was talking to me about death claws before stream.
No, I wasn't. I would never. I need to play some ads and I need to go pee-pee.
Okay. Done.
You get to entertain. You get to be in charge.
I'm eating.
I don't know.
Oh god.
Work around it.
Hi chat.
Alright, I'll be back.
Does it start a battle royale on my stream? How do I even do battle royales? Battle royale. It is. Diggy! Thank you with the follow! GG's! Go ahead and try. No, it's okay. It's completely okay. You're welcome in. Chat, we're currently raising funds for Gamers Outreach for YouTuber SummerSlam 2025. All the funds donated towards the Tiltify go towards funding gaming consoles in hospitals for kids to help with the treatment. Can we play Fortnite tomorrow? Yeah. It'll have to be before 8 because Halsey and I streaming again at 8. Got spit roasted by 2 Kirby's. That sounds like a good time. You won the battle royale? Nice, Carp, nice. $8 p.m. I'm streaming 8 p.m. with Halsey Monday through Thursday. Potentially on the weekend, depending on if Halsey is available to come join me. Yeah. Yippee. I don't think I have Battle Royale set up on my stream avatars. Let me have a look. How do I do that?
Meowdy.
Meowdy. How do I set up Battle Royale?
Uh,
Oh.
it would most likely be ! Battle Royale, not BR for you. Because I think I edited mine. Remy, thank you for 5 months. Whoa, much appreciated.
AM would not be possible. Hey, I'm awake at 8 AM. But
How are you,
no, I'm
Remy?
not. That's a lie.
You're not awake at 8 AM. You just
Yeah.
never went to sleep.
I'm dead. Ah, true.
There's a difference.
Yeah. You're right, you're right.
I'm right.
Oh, it is. It is Battle Royale. There we go.
Yep.
BR.
Because yeah, I edited mine down to just BR. It's easier.
I'm starting a BR. Oh, wait. My thing's not even
That'll
open.
trigger. Am I trigger mine? You don't even have your stream avatars open.
I just had to connect it.
Amateur hours.
BR. There we go. Wow, guys, look at this. That first BR. Season 1 of Fortnite.
Drops enabled, don't worry. I do not use the beamer enough to warrant beamer usage, to be honest. I'm taking the beamer off. Hi, Cop. Good year. I had an interesting day. I went to the dentist, and it was the weirdest experience of my life.
When was this today?
I needed to get an x-ray of my teeth. Fair, normal. It was pretty cool getting an x-ray done. Except the dentist I saw had no fucking clue how to work the machine. Like, not a damn clue. So you have to stand in the machine. It's just in a room, and I don't even know how to explain it. It kind of works like when you get your eyes tested and you have to sit your chin on a rest. And then this machine spins around your head, and that's how it takes like the images of your teeth. And you have to sit very still and very straight.
Yeah, I had to do that.
And because he didn't know how to work it, my back started aching because I was standing so straight. I was like, dog, hurry up. And he's like, no moving. I was like,
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable.
Yep. And he had to, like that's fine. That's whatever.
Good job.
I'm not on my best game today.
Yeah.
The worst part was he had to FaceTime a fellow dentist to figure out how to activate it, in which he was pointing the camera in my face the whole time.
Oh my god.
The whole time, while I'm sitting there, chin up. Yeah, that was so awkward. But they got a good scan of my teeth, so that'll help.
Oh, I won the bit. Yeah.
And you could see the fillings. Like, my other fillings is super low compared to this filling, which is super deep, so no wonder it got affected.
Oh shit. I hate clown.
Fair.
Not a fan.
If it worries me, I might DC.
Yeah.
I got more water because the burnt taste is still in my throat.
Wow. What am I meant to do against this?
Just not run into it, forehead. I still
He's
can't believe
throwing
my
it right
best looping against clown. I forgot to enable sound on my stream again. So it's completely silent. Hi Rosie, how are you? You have 2 Rosies, that's crazy. Just loop better, just be better. Just be better. Oh, these beans. I don't even think brushing my teeth is gonna fix this.
Thank you, Vittorio. Every time I look over the bean bruises, I gag.
What? Huh? Oh, well played. I did not see his stain. I gagged each time. The fuck are these beans made out of? I don't remember them being this bad.
I've gotten 3 like
I swear
good
they were.
ones. How are you? Did you get like 3 really bad ones?
Yeah, I haven't had a good one yet. Hi, Cake. How are you?
It is bikini. How's you?
I don't have work later. Miwa. Go to bed.
I did tell her to go to bed, and she refused.
Miwa don't listen. Miwa wanted to support. How are you, Cake? Welcome in, welcome in. We have fundraising today.
How's you? I didn't know you were on this map.
Pet pat.
I got grabbed.
What has that got to do with me being on the map?
Oh, little rats.
Yeah, alright. And you're on Gideon. Roaches.
I am a roach.
Yeah, a little roach.
Yeah.
Like a rapper name. A little roach.
I'm
I
sure
don't
there's
put
a
it
rap.
past the rap community, yeah. I've heard some bad ones. Man, look at you, you're already death hooked. What the hell?
I know.
My coworker asked me the other day what girly pop meant. I did not know how to explain to a mother of 4 what girly pop meant. One of my coworkers chimed in and was like, it means diva. And I was like, actually, that's a really
What
good
does
point. It
diva
does kind of mean
mean?
diva. I knew what diva mean. There's no old person on this earth that don't know what diva mean.
I
I
wouldn't.
give it the follow. You know what a diva is?
Yeah. No, I know what a diva is.
Liar.
I just say I wouldn't if I was like middle aged.
What is your ping right now?
Crazy.
No wonder you're dying.
It's 200. I don't know why.
You can sleep nice. She got you two on her screen, jerking it.
Probably.
Miwa right here. Miwa waving.
You know, middle aged, like 35 to 40. I'd say is about middle age. And I know that's.
Nail Eater 32. No, you're gonna break up my
Oh,
couple's
no.
name. This is crazy.
I'm sorry about the
I can't believe you
ads.
do that.
I should have ran them before this game. But
Yeah, when I went pee genius.
I know. I keep tabbing out of the ad manager, so I don't see it.
Alright, when I run an ad, I'm gonna tell you run an ad.
Okay.
Well, when I press BRB, you have to run an ad. My mouth still tastes awful. I've eaten dirt that tastes better.
You do seem like a dirt muncher. Oh, sorry.
Taran, welcome. How are you? Welcome, welcome. You're so mean to me.
I'm not. I love you, Halsey.
Alright. I just had a redeem for my name to be changed to Nail Eater 32. Will you be, Toenail Eater? For me? Toenail Eater 33?
Yeah.
Would you do that?
Okay. Just like just toenail eater, nothing else?
33
33? Okay.
at the end. Yep. Can you both stop dying? For 2 seconds. Return tomorrow, hopefully. No, you're all good. Thank you for the follow and stopping by. I appreciate it.
Thanks for stopping by.
Clown, please.
Why did you? That didn't sound like a. Oh, what about that? Just puts a nail. She's the one being eaten. I wish. What?
This will work fine. Oh god, he sounds like me when I'm having an aspirin attack, truly. See ya. There's no way that fucking worked. There's no way that worked.
Bye, Taran. Good night.
Good night, good night.
be live tomorrow at the same time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mind channeling these nuts? Oh, please, please let me go.
Hi, Lane.
Oh, I'm trying to take up as much of his time as I can. Bugger. Hi, Lane! How are you? Nice. Hey, that was a pretty good loop. Then, kind of, not really, maybe.
I'm coming. Bum, bum, bum. I'm here.
Nigga. Lane, Bean is giving me unhinged names.
Toenail Eater is an asshole.
Could have been the Dung Eater. Where's the gate?
No. No.
Okay. I don't really know where we're going. Oh, what? Oh, he went in that little stupid room.
Oh,
That's
he's coming to this
unfortunate.
gate.
Yes, he is. I'm heading back.
Why is he on me?
What is Vittori? Why is Vittori? Oh, Vittori's just
He
crawling
wanted
away.
me.
Why are you crawling away?
TV's doo-doo devourer. Oh my god.
I might have to leave. Thank God for silent footsteps.
Oh. Go.
Nice. I don't know where the fuck I'm going. I'm gonna head to the other gate.
No.
Bugger.
He's so close.
Yeah. Not much I can do there.
Ah, yeah, you gotta go.
I gotta yell. Sorry, Vito. Just you're not day to live. Have the glasses? Aren't they cute? Finally figured out how to do it. I think they're really cute. I have to change my username to Nail Eater 32. What is this?
Toenail Eater. Eater 33. The
No, that's
things I
worse
do.
than Nail Eater. Yeah.
The things I do for love.
Yep. Would you like to hold toes together?
Yes.
You can munch on them for a snack.
Oh my god. The next username's Toe Liquor.
Lovely. Lovely. What? Good question. That's a great question, bestie. I don't know anymore. I just got here, okay?
I don't know.
Am I being outgooned here? What is this? Are they outgooning me? This shit's our outfit. I'm going out of this. No refunds. I keep you forever.
What are the heteros? Do I want to say this word? Heterozygous? What is that? Hey Google.
You're asking the wrong person here. They've had some interesting names.
Oh.
Nice. Envelopes.
A term that
I can still
describes
taste the beans. I'm gonna kill myself.
a term that describes having two different versions of the same gene.
In regards to... Huh? Interesting.
In a
Am I
heterozygous
being kept? I'll think about it.
genotype, each gene may have
Gotta set
had
up a tank.
mutation change, or one of the I don't know.
Ignore that. Ignore that. Nice. Oh, there's a Jen.
It's a blight.
You're kidding, it's the same fucking clown.
Oh wait, it's a clown. Oh.
It's the exact same fucking clown.
Oh no.
Frosty Eye.
I thought it was a blight. I was gonna have fun.
Keeping you where? In my pocket.
No,
My bikini pocket.
Did Cop send you the art, the Lara? You were hugging her. It's so cute.
I'll drop at 5, don't test me.
Shaq isn't even that
Okay.
safe.
No, I'm not against a clown.
Send. It's adorable. It's like one of my favorite pieces that he's made so far. And he's improving a lot, so I'm like really proud.
Oh hell yeah.
Are you keeping me, B? Yeah. You're mine forever.
Forever and
Really?
ever.
Yeah,
I
told
think
you
I
to stop
just...
with me.
Never mind, he leaves me when I'm in the middle of the biggest dead zone ever. Pog, I'm eating this.
He's on me now. Like a dweeb.
Oh, that's so friggin' cute. I haven't seen that one. I've seen the where we're squishing. I've seen that one.
Oh hi, I just ran.
Hey, hey.
Hi there.
I didn't know she had a, like, is it tattoo or henna? I think it's henna. Oh, she's got it on her arms too. It's definitely henna. I didn't know she had that. That's cute.
You keeping me then? You're like Ratatouille. You're like Remy. You're under my hat.
Oh yeah, you can go under a hat. I'll have the fish under my hat, and you can have Miwa under your hat.
And when Carp is in my under my like when I'm supervising Carp, he's in my pocket.
Mm-hmm. In the pocket.
Yeah. Like grandpa
You got
in
a
my
bag
pocket.
though. You can put it in the back of your bag.
True.
Dude, I vaguely remember that show. That was so weird.
Fever dream.
Yeah, literally fever dream level. Cause what was that about?
It's such a weird concept.
Yeah. Shrink my grandpa down and stick him in my pocket so he can come with me everywhere. Me as I go into the men's bathroom. Is he looping? Is someone looping right now?
Nope.
Nope, he's over at Killer Shack. I didn't drop Shack, by the way. Shack's still up.
How is it? Yeah.
I'm
Oh, do you
gonna
want to be
quit.
somewhere else?
I'm
You want to
hanging
be in
up
my
the hat.
pants or something?
Oh.
I mean,
I'm out of here. See ya.
she ducks him.
We split like
When
a
she
banana.
ducks it, she's disappointed. She wants more.
Oh. Wait, what do you want me? What did I do? Are we settling a score or something?
No, I'm not.
Awkward. He was chasing you and I gave up one for me. Never mind, he's not thinking about it.
Croxit is disappointing. Oh. Damn, I must disappoint you a lot
Yeah,
then.
yeah. I get croc-sitted so fucking much.
Yeah.
It's a trauma response. If I see croc-sit, I know I've disappointed someone.
Brexit is cute, kick diabetes. Okay. Maybe I should get like a dual PC setup. I think this is
I would love a dual PC pit, but that shit's pricey in every way, shape, and form.
I'd only be concerned about the electricity bill.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Every way, shape, and form.
Because I have a second computer that I could use. But... Oh my god. Hey.
I've heard, yeah, the dual C setups are really good for streaming stuff on one and the game on the other, or something like that, and
Yeah.
my brain doesn't compute that. I'm like, DVD's not that extensive, I don't need it. And then we do this shit, and I'm like, maybe it's not DVD that's the problem. Maybe it's the VTubing that's the problem.
Oh, get spun like a fidget spinner.
Damn! Is this the same clown? Hi Kira, how are you? Yeah, this is my bikini model. Because we're part of the VTuber Summer Slam currently. The Goon Avatar. God damn it.
California.
If you give me money, I'll put your name on my boob.
Not beating the green allegations.
Yeah, so I was like, I'm gonna fold like a lawn chair.
God.
Any sexual things though? Damn. I forget that that's 90% of my base, isn't it? I got 2 sexuals, and that's it. Asexual and transsexuals. There's no in between, I swear.
Yeah. Okay, pulling up some spins. You guys would have been impressed. See, I told you you were doing great. Miranda the whole time while she was playing, she was like, yeah, I'm doing so bad.
Miwa always does great, as long as I'm not in the fucking
such a
vicinity.
carry. Yeah, we're
As long as I'm not around.
anytime she plays
Or
by
I
herself,
sandbag.
she's like actually looping for like 5 gens. And as soon as someone else joins her, it's like we're pulling her down with us. No, not rat 3493.
What? Rat 3493?
Yeah, I don't know. Cannot loop for 5 gens. You with your 140 loop time, the chase time.
Hey. Be nice to me.
He's coming to my door. Oh, I did not mean to. It's fine. It's okay.
It is what it is.
He is what it is. He's winding up.
Hmm. Damn, he is spinnable apparently.
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm hugging Claudette close. I was gonna put a styptic on someone. Another styptic,
That's fine.
the other one. Us being rats. More likely than you think. Why?
Just want to use the main trickster for a bit.
So
definitely.
buggy.
But all Spang taps cosmetics, even the clown one's icky.
What?
Spang twap cosmetics.
Oh, I thought it was kind of cute.
We
To
might be
fair, I
getting a
think all
Foxy
spring
cosmetic
tracks are cute.
for Blight. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I kind of heard, but I thought there was this thing of the kids aren't killers, so they weren't coming as
Oh,
skins.
Scott's just a. Oh my god. I wish.
Money.
No,
Money.
He's actively refusing to get money from this chapter. He could have released like a bunch of survivor cosmetics and a bunch of like legendary cosmetics for other killers, but no, he's holding it back from behavior.
I just wanted a bunny outfit.
Bonnie would have been
Puzzle.
cute.
I really like Bonnie. That asexual is a spectrum. It's fine that it is, but it causes more issues than good for most asexual people. Fully asexual people still suspect that I engage sexually or still have sex. I mean, some do.
It's different for everyone, I think.
Some do that. My usual thing is if someone tells me they're asexual, I assume that they just don't engage in anything that way. But that doesn't mean they don't have any attraction or that they just don't have sex at all, which I feel like is a common myth that's pushed about it. Because a lot of people do the whole, well, how is your partner satisfied?
Bruh.
And I feel like it's more so just like a disconnect between like when people sit there going, damn, she's kind of hot. Like asexual people just don't see that as much. Their bean don't start perking up, I guess.
Why don't any of the male survivors have bunny outfits? Exactly. We need like David in like a bunny, like the Halsey outfit, like the Halsey bunny outfit. We need David in that.
Ha.
Some
Her ace blue isn't boring as shit.
fishnets.
You're not boring. You
No.
hear the conversations I have, like,
Not boring.
and I don't have sexual attraction half the time. Mine feels very different to the normal person's. Other people's freak. Yeah. It's a little obvious, Carl.
Yeah, he's just
I don't want to be
attracted
next to the
everything.
door.
I'm a Rasian lesbian.
I thought you said Eurasian, and I was like, what?
What?
What's that mean? Disable outfit
I'm
in
waving.
question. It's epic heating!
He's coming. He's coming.
I hope he does. No!
Girl, you went to Dilfs. Actually, yeah, canonically, I don't think Michael has a kid because he died pretty young. Probably mid-20s. So he's not a gilf, he's a dilf.
Sorry, I'm blaming. I'm trying. No, I didn't say that. Pancakes or waffles? Stop.
C.
That's not
Oh,
what I
never
said.
mind.
What does demi mean? I don't remember what demi is.
Isn't demisexual like you only get attracted once you like build a bond with the person?
Is that not how it normally works?
No.
No?
I mean, I don't know. Some people may like look at someone and be like, "Wow, yeah."
I can find someone hot, but I'm definitely not DTF off the bat. Like, I need to know you. If that makes sense. But like, I can look at someone and be like, God damn, but... Okay. I can respect a nice cake when I see it, you know?
Oh my god.
I don't have that. You don't view people in that kind of way. That's fair. I feel like that's how more people should do it, but
Harp, you don't need to be
there's
sorry for being
something
believed.
wrong with me.
People
I
are
don't need to be
different.
sorry for being bland because they're not bland!
Yeah. Everybody has their different types of spices.
Mm-hmm. Mine's just the whitest one out there. Yeah, exactly, Miwa. I can look at someone and be like, that is a very beautiful woman. But I think that about like 90% of people, so I don't know if it really counts.
Do you think of that, but
Where is Springtrap right now? Where is Springtrap right now?
I have no clue. He's the main. Oh, I'm watching a movie. The cost
Get off
of
the
a
camera.
fake stone. I think
Get off the camera, you're making a flap. Oh, I know where you are now. I'm coming. And I have a med kit.
I think he's also. Oh, did
I
he
have
give
another
up?
med kit. I think he gave up because he's not chasing anyone.
Hello.
Where are you? Are
Oh,
you in the...
Jesus Christ.
You're... Stupid.
Oh no. My skirt. Nope. My router restarted? No. You're my second favorite British man.
Second favorite?
Hey, Vessel, okay?
Oh, that's fair.
I was gonna put Vessel on my Hear Me Out, but it's not really a Hear Me Out.
That's so obvious. Yeah.
It's a hold me back.
Hold me back, Kate.
oh. It'd just be full of like
Grab me.
be full of just like really hot women.
He bites my hat. He took a chunk of. This is what the bite of 87 was. He ate my hat. What the hell? Give that back.
Hear Me
I
Out
like
as
that
a
he puts the axe and then
lesbian?
immediately hunts to grab them.
I think I was making my Hear Me Out, and I'm pretty sure all of my Hear Me Outs are women, or like women, like femme adjacent.
Mine's the opposite. Mine's all men. I'm boring.
He's gonna
like-
roar at me.
I feel like every woman is understandable, right?
Yeah.
Ah, see, he bit your hat too.
Yeah.
Which hat tastes better?
We'll have to ask him. Girl,
I need what woman out?
why
That's
am I-
not my name. My name is
Why am I-
Nail Eater, okay? I don't know who that is.
Oh, only warmer from the Goon Shack.
You don't know me. That's my purse. Damn, why is she so fast?
She might have tenacity.
Get the Meg. Get the Meg. Get the Meg.
Meg, no! Meg!
Rip Meg. Rip Meg. Die.
Is she getting worried? Oh no, she's getting worried.
Wait,
What?
what is this angle?
What an angle.
Where am I going?
Bye,
I'm
Springtrap.
sliding away. Where am I going?
Roar.
Oh my god, what? No wonder he didn't have any perks. That was cute though. No perks is not fun on that map. Just stubbed the hell out of my toe, but I think it does 70 times intensity, just straight up doesn't hurt. Is this your superpower? Toe stubbing?
What a power. Strong toes.
Interesting. Don't interesting me, Nick. Stop it. It's alright. B will clean up your toe. Type when it comes to men, but for women, just all of them. Literally me! Women, your requirement is existence.
Yeah,
Men,
but women scare me.
Men, you need to be this tall and this wide and maybe slightly hairy. Okay? And there's requirements.
Oh my
The
God.
requirement might quite literally just be my partner. And if we get to the cake, you'll understand very quickly. what my
She's
type
talking about
is.
furry Springtrap, I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, you saw what I sent you.
Yeah.
I'm not beating that one. That's exactly my type. What I sent you? Very much so.
We know, Izzy. Yeah, I'm terrified of women. If you're a woman and you talk to me, I'm gonna fall in love. My bad.
That's how I nabbed them. That's how I got B.
Yeah.
That's why we're girlfriends. I was nice to B, and B went, ah, marry me.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, speaks you fancy? Yes. Yes.
Well, oh my god. Halsey's not beating the
Yes.
very allegations.
I'm a cat!
Mm.
I'm literally a cat.
I mean, yeah, true. What about
Toasted welcome.
Warwick from
I want a
Arcane?
full shave. Cup. I love you, but I don't plan to kiss you, so it's okay, you can shave.
Okay.
You are fine.
Halsey, Warwick from League.
Especially from the show.
Yeah.
Especially from the show. All forms. All forms.
Even as you.
All forms.
Yeah. That makes sense.
All of them. If it was the big monster beast that I'm thinking of,
Yep.
then yeah, every version of him.
Yeah.
Yep. The human, the in between, and the big one. Here, the kitchen table, the bedroom, the bathroom, the shower, like.
Roar.
That's my type. And his voice made it even better as well.
Would that be a hear me out? Oh.
No.
God damn it.
Got the meaty thigh perk, so I just saw her land. That is so funny. Both of us immediately just been, fuck's sake. I don't know, I don't think Warwick's that crazy of a hear me out. Maybe the monster version is a bit of a hear me out, but like,
Yeah. Oh.
what is this? Base Warwick is definitely understandable. That's just a handsome man. God, that drives me insane on Twitter. This is a hear me out, and it's literally like a Pixar mum body woman.
Yeah, conventionally attractive.
With like blue
human.
eyes, blonde hair. But maybe she has a different take on something than the guy has, and that's their reasoning for it being a hear me out. I'm just like, are you actually insane? Oh, she's hunting for people nearby.
If you want to say hear me out, it has to be something diabolical. That, like, if you
Please.
told someone, they'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, literally.
That's the whole point of hear me out.
Help me! Help me! Help me! Help me! Sable!
We don't want no conventionally attractive men or women here.
Like the mom from
Big Hero 6.
Invincibles is
Oh,
or that is not a fucking hear me out. That is just an understandable one. Like, stop using that word. They made her attractive. But I literally saw it, and this woman just wearing like these athletic clothes, real hourglass shape, very stunning.
I got you. I got you.
I wanted to free you, but it wouldn't let me. Oh yeah, apparently versing this killer is better on 60 frames, not 120. There's less pulling around.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're a good blesty.
Wouldn't I want more to get away from her?
No, there's less pulling if there's less frames. Somehow. Yeah, someone, I think Olibot showed it on Twitter.
Oh, I'm on 60 FPS now. Ugh. Oh, poor Dwight. Oh lord, everybody's here. He's a whole hide. Dog pulls less, don't say it like that.
Oh, that was scary.
So if someone called me a hear me out, like that's a role. Yeah.
Golden life is to be terrifying enough to be someone's hear me out.
Honestly, I'd be honored to be called a hear me out, because at least someone wants to frick me.
You might hear me out. You're just a given at this point, to be fair. Eyebrow piercing stays in, though.
Of course. Anything for you.
That's my only requirement. She thinks I smell funny, because she won't stop chasing me.
I don't even understand what's wrong with my phrasing. You saying dog pulls out after the hear me out and not human, like not person. Maybe Miranda, maybe it's like Gen Z
what?
slang.
To pull out?
No, I don't think she gets the definition of pulse. Oh.
Like landing? Like pulling a woman?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Meow 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 meow. I do not understand it. Don't worry about it.
I think being called a hear me out is some sort of insult. No. I think it's a good thing because it means like you're scary. They're like, yeah, this thing is probably horrifying, but I'm still down. Like that feels like it's either top tier insult of like, yeah, hear me out, I guess, or like hear me out, and it's either you're terrifying or they think you're ugly. So.
Wow, how did you actually get that far? Holy shit! What the heck? Help me! I'm fine.
Welcome, Ellie. No, that's your problem.
Hi, Bessie.
Why are you opening your chest?
Because I want a little bit of a meerkat.
So I just fell down. Look like the Gabby fall.
I asked and I shall receive.
Just hit the floor. Oh wow, rip.
Miranda, you're not a hear me out, because like you'd be my first choice. What?
What am I?
Why is there merciless
Second?
on healing?
Why am I sloppy seconds?
I mean, you can be threesome?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I get bit there. Get off me!
Am I hear me yet? You're.
You're not a hear me out because I don't want to fuck you. You're my bestie.
Yeah.
Not putting my thing in a fish. It's not happening.
Okay, there is some fish that kind of look like.
Okay, bring up Miranda. No, because it just reminds me of the fucking kid that came into my store and I was asking, what fish has no teeth so I can put my dick in it? And I was just like...
There's no way a kid actually asked that.
Yes, it was school holidays.
How old were they?
13. Thank you.
He's on me. Thank God I'm ready for this. Oh. No, Snug, you're actually... Nah, Snug, you're...
Up to death, how are you?
Snug, you're trolling. Don't traumatize me right now. Do not approach the fish.
Do not the fish.
Chat, I am not an animal fucker. I'm saying it right now.
But I'm a cat. What about me?
Oh, yeah.
It's because I'm human.
I make exceptions for furries and necrophiles.
Furries and necrophiles.
Hey.
Do I not go in the furry category?
I mean, you might not be, but like, nobody hates anybody.
I'm gonna die.
Having to clarify doesn't make it better. Well, I'm just saying. Wait, let me try to take a chance. Never mind. You know working. You know working.
She just corners me too easy. I'm trying to get to you.
Yeah, I need to go back to Stardew. That's okay, bestie. That's a good idea.
Oh, no!
No.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. She just kept cornering me. Like, if I went one way, she would send the dog the other way, and then cut me off. Meow, 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 meow.
I'm scared of this combat. Oh yeah, let's see. Avert your ears, please. Oh, God.
It's fine. It's fine.
Lesbian.
You just like pointed them.
Anytime there's a trans person or a lesbian person, I have to point it out.
Just a given.
It's like, I know what you are. Me too.
I know what you are. Meow.
When
Meow,
you fuck
meow,
that dog,
meow.
and by dog, I mean the alien. Oh, my-
Yeah, I wasn't gonna read that.
Oh, sorry. You should have said something.
I just...
Jesus. Yeah, I deserve that slap.
I get it, but I wasn't gonna read it out loud.
Oh my god. They're gonna clip it out of context now.
Yeah. Is the Vignon working yet? Is your router being nice?
Carp, do you want to try it for me, please? I mean, you can try it as well. It should just be the same thing. Because I never quit out of it.
Oh, I don't have the details in it anymore.
Oh.
So I need the old details.
I
The lobby ID and the...
sent it to
Oh, you didn't change it. Yeah, you sent it to me, didn't you?
No, I've been trying. Do you want me to try
I'm
restart?
sorry, EP. The EP consumes.
I'll try and restart.
Alright, where's the details?
Maybe.
I'm gonna have to scroll up so far. Oh, there it is. I got it.
I'm gonna.
Your password is impeccable, I just want to say.
Yeah. Okay. New code 8797.
Oh. 8797. No. Let me in.
Why? We'll have it
Everything's
ready
the same.
for
The server
tomorrow.
address is the same, and
You could try. Which one are you using?
because you did change it between the first one and the second one that you did. This one has chicken in it.
Oh yeah, try this one.
Yeah, that was the first one you did.
I redid it, so.
Yep. I don't know what it means, but I wasn't gonna say the whole thing.
It's okay. There's like 3 layers of protection, so I'd.
Bugger. No, no worky.
Oh.
I just want to kiss you, my queen.
You don't have to kiss on screen.
Kiss me in real life.
Mm-hmm. He's a swing web again.
Yeah, I'm gonna
variety.
check for totems.
No variety.
Oh, good, Ray. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I think you followed me on TikTok as well, and I thank you for that. I followed you back.
So my. Oh, it's a.
Yeah,
what's his
spit it
face?
out.
Matthew
Lillard?
Lillard. He's.
Where he grabs me and goes, ah!
Matthew Lillard? Damn. God, I don't
He
even.
can grab me.
Yeah.
He's so not scary though. It's exactly how I imagined it would work. Of just like he yells in your face.
Matthew Lillard has aged like fine wine. I'm just saying. He's.
Yeah, I agree with
He's
that.
a man.
Thank
He's
you,
a
Carl.
silly man, but he's still a man.
He gets to pass. He gets to go on the cake.
Have you seen him in that movie where he was like Limo with piercings?
Yeah, with the piercings.
Oh my god.
Mm, yeah.
I may be lesbian, but I'll open up a little bit.
Oh, open up a little bit. Man, I would open up like a book. That shit would be easy. Open like a public library, never closed. All the details.
My heart's not the only thing that's going to be opening.
Jesus. Reading? Me? No, never. Fanfic. Oh, hello.
You're going to give chat some
Put
ideas.
that down.
I'm going to start writing smutty fanfic.
They wanted that. Oh, fuck. They always want that, to be fair.
Days. Yeah, Streamarker. Oh, gee. I'd never succumb quicker to a man in my life.
Damn, he got that back quick. The only thing I do find a bit funny about this outfit is how much it moves in the chest region for a literal robot. Like when you're in the lobby animation, you can see it breathing and it has like a breathing animation, and I'm like, that's so weird considering it's literally an animatronic suit, you know?
I mean, technically, actually,
yeah,
it's a spring lock suit, so it's like really like tight on his body.
I doubt it's going to morph under him breathing though. No? Like, it's a metal suit. It's not like the furry one. You know, we've been blessed today. We haven't seen a glitch trap, and I just want to thank the Lord for that.
Full nerd mode right now? Okay, if I need... When I have the chance to nerd out about FNAF, I'm gonna nerd out, okay? My bad, I was a FNAF kid.
Screams are the best, and I'm tired of people calling that skin ugly and shit. Oh, I don't think it's ugly or shit. I just think it's
I wish he had a mask.
I think it is comical. You just grabbed him, and I'm like, bro.
Like some of the skin, like
make me laugh.
There's some skins that give you like extra, like items. I wish there was like a helmet, like a mask option.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's a great skin. I think the voice lines are phenomenal. I think he actually looks really good. Thank you for the fellow. Because like I know that is not their strongest point, is like bringing a person into the game, because I don't really think Nick was executed as well as he could have been. Thoughts? I personally like Glitch Trap the most, but I don't have anything against this.
Yeah, this trap's so good. It was really the best legendary. I'm not even joking.
Not even joking.
I'm joking. What? I think the plan of making this stream hinged.
Yeah, I mean, you put us two in a room and it just fucking happens.
Yeah.
Like, how can you hate that? That's such a good voice line.
Which one was it?
Nice. Whoever finished my gen, I want to kiss you. I hate myself.
It was not me.
Who put a locker next to a window?
B, I want to kiss you. So I'll kiss you. I'll kiss anybody that asks.
Not in front of me, or I'll cut you to pieces.
Oh, yeah. Not in front of Halsey, she'll get jealous.
I will get the claws out. Vane, how are you? Hi, Vane.
Me saying this is the most monogamous bitch ever. My partner even talks to another woman. I'm getting out the knife.
What's going on? See, I can only handle one person at a time because it's too much effort to handle any more than that. Which finding time for dates as it is right now is hard enough, let alone doing it for multiple people. Fuck that.
I don't know how people can be in like poly relationships.
I respect it. When I was younger, I thought I could, but you know, that takes way more dedication than most people are willing to put in. I have to say, what the fuck are the gens? Cop, stop asking. I don't want to say no, but I can't say yes.
Gosh, Car.
Oh, I should have known.
I respect Car too much.
Okay. You are the exception, Miwa. I should have let him grab me, it would have been funny.
No!
Is that whatever you do, don't move from the movie? I don't remember.
My Pookie's dead. Which one?
Yeah, I died. Whatever you do, don't move. Is that from the movie?
Is it a voice line from him?
Yeah. Because that's the voice line I hear the most. That's why I'm asking. What is going on down here?
It might be a reference to his spring walks.
Yeah, but why would he send it to us?
I don't know. Like most of his voice lines are not things that he's said in the movie. At least from what I.
A lot of them are very weird. I hate that. I hope they fix that.
Respect me? Of course I respect you, man.
Why was that a question? Why did that have a question mark? Cop? Do you expect me to say no? I don't?
Carp is my bestie. What am I like?
Right? The Yuri Creator 9000. Of course you're my bestie. Aren't you laughing? You gonna die with me? Are you gonna let him grab you and die with me?
Do you want me?
I see you thinking about it. No, just go. Just go. Just go. Be free. This can be Ace's problem anyway. We need to go play ads.
Oh.
Wait, when did that emote get here?
True.
Bestie's emote get here. Don't forget your duck boot, bestie. What happened?
He had blood warden.
Wow, that skirt really is flowy. God damn. Oh yeah, I see the terminus. Oh, and it's doing the thing again. I can see it this time.
It's been doing it every game.
Whip. A cool banner, I like that banner.
I was like slowly creeping towards the door, and then I looked around, and he just nope.
Yeah, that's why he knew. Alright, play some ads right now. 3 minutes worth.
Okay. Bye, chat. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes.
Die, chat, die.
Oh, disconnected. That's nice.
I just want to have my girlfriend on screen in a bikini.
I'm sorry.
Like heaven. But Vignon hates us.
Are you gonna eventually get that game? Date everything?
I was looking at it. Everybody seems to be streaming it right now.
It's like $4.
everybody.
I can't afford that.
Oh, that's not too bad for a game in today's climate of games. That's actually pretty good. Considering the voice actresses and actors in it.
Oh yeah, true.
Like, there's some very high level.
Laura Bailey.
Chubbs was going through it with me, and Chubbs was like, this voice and this voice and this voice and this voice. Like, they got fucking the Avatar. What's his name? Not the Avatar. The fire guy. Zuko. Was it Zuko?
I don't know.
They got him, and of course he's playing another fire guy. Obviously they got Astarion. That's like one of the big points. And a few more that were pretty prominent. Also not what a Benoit was. I had no clue what a Benoit was. Think of it like Mila. Yeah, I had no clue what that was.
Ashley Birch.
And I have been taught.
Ashley Birch, Laura Bailey.
Yeah, big names.
Yes.
For $40. And there's a lot of talking. Like, usually those kind of dating games, you do the reading and they just say like 4 words max. No, they say all their voice lines. If they're talking, which is crazy because yeah, usually those kind of dating games don't do that. Ever. I like that your characters are treated like they should go in a loony bin though. Because I would have stuck someone in a loony bin if they were telling me they were dating the fridge yeti. Okay. The designs are really cool though. I like the bath lady. And Benoit. Benoit, I'm not telling you what Benoit is. You'll figure that out yourself. But yeah, I don't know if I'll play it. I'm not being a huge into dating games in my life at all. Like, I did the behavior one and I admittedly hated it. I hated it. It was very dull. Like, I get that it was meant to be like a novelty game, but it was kind of boring. Yeah, they're not for me. I don't have much fun. It's a me thing. It's an us thing, because yeah, I also don't like it. Maybe it's because I just don't like reading that much. I like more action than reading. I don't know. I do wish that we would get the skins for Trapper and for Wraith, because I'm pretty sure we still don't have those skins, but we got Huntresses and Spirits. And if that doesn't feel pandering-y, I don't know what does, because, like, give. They're such easy skins.
Meow.
Welcome back.
Hi.
I'm glad you agree with me, Vane. I have this Crambit Frigid toy and I'm having so much fun with it. Now I get why people like these.
Oh my gosh.
Although if I think I had one of these in real life, I would have cut myself. A Crambit. It's like a curved knife.
Balazong.
They're in like CS:GO and stuff.
Wait,
It's super
no.
popular in CS:GO.
Karambit?
Wait, no?
Which one is the... Wait, which one are you talking about?
Crambit, yeah. It's a curved one. It's like the...
Ah, yeah, that's Karambit.
Yeah, curved around. It's the Crambit.
Holy shit.
My partner also has the Switchblade version of the fidget toy. And if you... Yeah, you heard it the other night, Kat. When everybody in VC was like, what the hell is that clicking? That was my partner's knife. It's not a real knife. They're fidget toy knives. So they're not sharp at all. Mine's very colourful. He got it for me today. And it's very fun because you spin it on your hand. Show you? Sure, I can show you. It's very cute. I would not be allowed to handle a real one because I probably would have cut all my fingers off.
I want to get a train out of Balazong.
Meow, meow.
Meow.
You get up to anything fun today, B?
Nope. Just laying in bed.
Oh, I went to Costco today.
Ooh.
I didn't take a trolley in. I did a good. Holy shit. If you take a trolley in, you're fucked. You're gonna spend over $300. It's impossible to not to. Play Val with me? If I play Val, I think half the Discord will disown me.
Play Val with me.
And Rice. Oh, how many in a squad? 5?
5.
Maybe. I would want the red gun skin though, that's all. Not gun skin, the knife.
Oh.
And I don't want to spend money in that game.
Yeah. Knife's like...
That's a
$7.
pitfall trap if I've ever seen it, yeah. Fuck that.
Worries.
That sounds like agony. Aw, that's fucking rude. It's, corrupt.
Oh no.
Hmm.
Huntress.
She's in the main building.
Okay.
I think she's going upstairs.
Nope, she's outside. She's at
Okay.
greenhouse.
Really bad at Val though. I've never played it, so I promise you I'm not gonna be good.
Carp is great. Actually carried me.
But what if I want to play your wife? Then what?
You want to play Fade?
Yeah, I want to play Fade.
That's okay. I've been playing Neon anyways. And
Who?
Neon is Fade's wife.
Fade
It's
has a
the,
wife.
Well, it's a head, like a ship.
I was gonna say, you're telling me that's not a lesbian?
Fade shock. Yeah,
Hate that.
Fade definitely a lesbian. Gotta be 100%. And she'd definitely be into like a 5'2" short Filipino.
Wearing pink and purple. Or blue and yellow.
It's blue.
Yeah, sorry, that's the one.
Yeah.
I see it.
Pink and blue, which one?
I don't know. You maybe. Death Dog, welcome. Can people stop wiggling and start
blue.
healing?
I'm pink in some areas.
Whoa. You blue in other areas?
Blue for you.
Bugger. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Wait, why did you go to that end? I'm confused. Oh shit. Thank you for the follow. Infectious?
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, I should be fine. Yeah, she's
What is that
downstairs.
from? What the heck?
Oh, never mind. What? Poor Gabriel. Let him up, let him up, let him breathe, let him up. Jesus.
Aunt Mimosa, thank you for the follow.
Mimosa. I've never had a mimosa.
Forget what's in a mimosa.
She's gonna come up here again. Hmm?
Forget what's in a mimosa. If it's tequila, then I'm good.
Juice. Do you like tequila or not?
No, I hate tequila. Tequila. I like any.
Tequila. Bam, bam, bam.
I'm fine with any liquor except tequila.
Tequila's pretty foul.
It literally tastes like fucking.
Yeah, I don't understand. Is it tequila that you have with the lime and the salt? What's a mimosa? It's an alcoholic drink. Usually drink in the morning, so I think it's made with juices. Like orange juice. I think. I don't know what one made of ants would taste like, but...
Champagne?
Yeah, there has to be I think is it orange juice or champagne?
It's champagne and chilled citrus juice. Usually orange juice.
Yeah. That's why I was like, I'm pretty sure it's drank in the mornings.
Sounds very refreshing.
I think it sounds yummy.
I like champagne. I like most wines. Some like really I forget the words now. God. I've done like 2 hospitality courses yet I can't figure this out.
Yeah,
Fucking
I've done enough hospo courses.
yeah, the really
Couldn't get off.
the really shitty red wines I don't like.
Oh, I don't like most red wines, to be fair. I like
some that are good.
white wines, but mostly the sweet dessert ones.
Wine tasting
if I have
tea,
to.
I can't afford that.
Well,
Can't
usually they're not too expensive for wine tastings, because you're not drinking, you're sipping.
Isn't there everything like naked wines? You can get like a whole box of wines for like $70. I bet they're really shit though.
Goon bagging it. You ever done it on the clothesline? I forgot what they called that trick. There's a name to it, but I forgot.
It's wheel of something.
Yeah.
Holy
yeah,
shit.
it's not Wheel of Goon. But you get a goon bag and it's got hi Delta.
Hi, Delta.
It's obviously alcoholic and it's in like a baggie. You peg it to your clothesline and you spin it, and then whoever it lands on drinks. And you get the
Americans don't have
disgusting,
clothesline.
cheapest wine
Yeah,
you
goon
can
is
possibly get
fucking
your mitts on.
disgusting.
It's foul.
But hey, if it makes you buzzed, then guess there's nothing wrong with
So
it.
be it.
Free tech. Going up. Going up. Oh, hi. Hi, I'm sorry.
Now what was that for?
I thought she was still chasing me.
Spin the wine bottle? Yeah, it's kind of like that. Like unhinged version of that. Definitely.
Goon of Fortune, apparently.
Run! Yeah, it's Goon of Fortune!
Oh, shit. How did she whiff that?
Oh, what? Being followed.
How did you, how? What? When, where, why?
You're asking the wrong lady.
What was the name of that thing? High fives?
The high five, the what?
The high five, who, what, when, where, why? Oh, shit.
I'm not that old. I
They were around when
swear.
I was a kid.
Yeah.
And you're
I
only
don't
a few
remember. You
years
know what I
older.
remember the most? Bear in the Big Blue House.
The what?
You wanna know why I remember? Bear in the Big Blue House.
They're in the big blue house? I
Yeah.
think it sounds weird.
Because they would go, where oh, where is Shadow? And apparently little me would shit themselves. And just start screaming.
Oh, yes.
I
wow.
could not stand Shadow. Yep. Apparently I would watch the rest of this show absolutely like happy as Larry. And then the moment he said that, I would shit myself and start sobbing. Like, real good.
Damn.
What the fuck? Is it? Where does one? What just happened?
Oh!
Yeah, she does.
Jai, thank you for the follow. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Jai, thank you for the raid.
Jai,
How-
follow?
Sorry. How is Marble Rivals? Oh my god.
Yes.
No, like, at least let me attend.
Whew.
Not gonna read this. My name's B. I'm a butterfly hypnotist. Currently in the Bikini Beach season. I'm streaming
Love getting
with
stuck.
Halsey, who's my
No. I keep accidentally triggering my map.
girly fan.
I'm going to die.
Thank you for the follow. Oh, what the heck? Why is it? Why?
Brother, he shifted when I was trying to heal him.
Sorry, wait, just give me a second. Hello, Carl. Is that Carp's name? Carl.
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 Oh,
my
I'm
God,
gonna
look
go
at
down
you
here, I reckon.
leaping. You leaping.
Oh,
Wait.
drop it, drop it, drop it! Yes, my boy.
Nice. No, my boy.
I'm so sorry you had to die there.
It's okay.
I was trying to get him up and then come back to you, but she was not.
My name's B. I'm a
She was not
hypnotist
playing ball with me.
We're currently streaming with LZ for Gamers Outreach.
How are you, Jai?
SummerSlam.
Hello, The
We're
fundraising
raising.
for VSS today for
Yeah.
Gamers Outreach. Welcome, Raiders.
Take it over.
I am Helgi. Yep, yeah, yeah.
So
You're not saying your raid stuff muted
I'm
now.
sorry. You're like
You
you're focused on
better
the
not
game.
be.
You're focused on
I'm
the
gonna
game.
I don't give a fuck.
Oh my god.
You unmute right now.
Here's some goals and incentives that you guys can yep, fancy your eyes at.
Yep, if you want to force me to fucking puke again for the third fucking time,
$5.
it's $5.
$5.
If you want me to put your name on my boobies, it's $10. And so on and so forth.
There it is all there.
What the hell are you muting exactly? I want to hear
how
that
is this
angelic voice. Criminal.
It was different for sure, as it is so heavy on my CPU. Yeah, Marvel Rivals is like so
My tummy
unoptimized.
feels funny.
Oh no. You drinking water?
My tummy. Yeah, I'm drinking a lot of water.
That's good.
My tummy feels funny. What's 80? So it goes up in segments. Let me have a look at my list, because I have not definitely forgot.
There is no 80.
So 50, so you'll do, so for 80, you get a Bean Boozle spin, name on the model, you get to post a custom tweet, and you get an entrance sound.
Oh yeah.
And if you add an extra 20, that makes it 100, right? Yep, that's maths. You get a thank you note and some small goodies from me.
And me as well. I'm ripping off of Halsey stuff.
Yep. And my top donator for this event will get the VIP role in Twitch and Discord permanently, a future merch item, and my love and admiration, because that's so valuable. And then if we do hit 100, chat gets to pick my profile picture for a month. That's the first goal.
Mine as well.
Is 100.
Oh yeah. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Give me your money. But yeah, to save my fucking face, my stomach, my throat, and my taste buds, we're not gonna do a Bean Boozle for every 5. It'll be like compiled. So I'm not doing $80 worth of Bean Boozled, if you get what that means. Like $5 donations out of 80. It'll just be 1 bean. Because I think I would die. I'll never have love or admiration. You are literally my second in command. If I put you any higher, Carp, you would be above me, and this would be the Carp show. You have all of my love and admiration.
It's 1 per donation every over $5. I don't know if you were. Is she gone? Oh no. Hi, chat. You can't give money? No, it's okay. It is completely okay if you guys can't give money. Besties, the sun is coming up. I may have messed up. Oh my. Miranda. Hon, I told you like hours ago. Please take care of yourself. No money to give, that's completely okay. And chat, even if it is $1 or $100, $1,000, every dollar counts, and they're all appreciated the exact same. So we know don't know shame here. We know money shame. $1 is just as.
Sorry, I was talking to my mima.
It's okay.
Did I miss anything?
Nope.
Cool. I was worried I would.
No, it's okay. Yeah.
Wait, what were you saying?
I was just saying.
I heard you talking about the Bean Boozle, and I'm not doing.
It's 1
how many Bean
per
Boozles and
donation
$80?
over $5.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to donate 5, I'd do one, and then if you wanted to donate another 5 later, I'd probably do another one. But like, if you do a
Don't
big
spam
amount in one hit, I'm only gonna do 1. Don't hurt me, please.
Yeah, can we put a rule in place that if you spam $5 donations,
I don't have enough beams. Well, no, I'll take a spam. I'll take a spam.
Oh my god. I don't want to have
Shit,
to.
no, that was through my Ko-Fi.
If we.
I just got 100 through my Ko-Fi.
Oh my god.
Whoopsie. Don't worry, I'll forward that to the thingy.
Fuck.
That was meant to go through a different link. Whoops. That's all good. I'll forward it. Or do you want me to send it back to you and then you can put it through the other link? Do you want me to send it back to you and then you can put it through?
If we get spammed, we have to eat the beans all at once.
I'll forward it to you and then we can do it again. And then your name's on it. Yeah, thank you, Cop. Give me a second. My brain's not working.
Maurice!
Oh, Maurice is back.
Yes.
Thank you. No, thank you. Like, that's crazy.
Oh, it's a spring job again.
How do I send it back?
Oh!
I don't like that noise.
Oh! Help me!
No?
I wanna be in between your thighs.
Can I just send it back to you? Okay, well, I have your...
Shuffle drop. Oh. You're dumb? You're not dumb. It's okay.
What link did you click to use that as well, so I can switch it out? No, get off me. Do I have it in my panels? I probably have it in my panels.
Oh yeah, I even like got rid of the donation.
I replaced all of my my links and stuff through my bot because I was like, yeah, someone might accidentally do dono and put it through the wrong thing. Who's crying? You're crying. Oh, that's rude. It's your panel? That's all good. I will disable it temporarily. Sorry.
Never ruin. Okay.
There we go. Found you. Now I'm keeping it.
Yes, chat. Make sure to donate through the Tiltify.
Yeah. Sorry.
If it doesn't say Tiltify, it's the wrong link.
Alright, I sent it back. I sent it back. Hopefully it's the full amount too, not the funny amount that PayPal likes to give.
Oh yeah, stupid service charges.
Yeah, PayPal's skimming the top real hard recently. It's like a whole $5 off. Dude, when you get a massive amount, if you get a mass amount, it's so bad.
Mm-hmm.
They skim hundreds off of mass amounts. I had to transfer I had a lot of money welling up in my PayPal, and I just remember like reading a story of like someone accidentally falling for a PayPal scam and losing all of their PayPal money and they couldn't do anything, and I was like, let me transfer all of my money out of there really quickly. Yeah. So it's actually in my account now, not sitting in PayPal's little scamming corner. It's 96, that's all good. Let me send some more. I will make up the difference, do not worry, bestie. You watch, I'm gonna send 4 and it's gonna half that again.
Leave him alone! Mr. Michael Ashton, please leave him alone.
Okay. Maid dress in your mail? Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Wait till I get paid. What, your maid dress? No, I'm sending you stockings, bestie.
Another pair of trans thigh highs.
Yeah. Rice said I would get thigh and leg pics if I sent programmer stockings.
Is this offer available to me as well?
Do the gen first because we got ruin up.
Yeah, true.
Yes, actually. I'm gonna get you the ones with the cat paws on them. That was a great, whatever. Send me your address and I'll send them to you.
Wait, the cat paw thigh highs? Oh my god, I have them as well. I'm gonna take
Oh,
pictures
you have
with
them already?
Yes. If I find them in my clothes file, I'll take pictures.
Yeah, they were asking for healthy thigh highs that are like red and black.
Oh my gosh. Like striped
And
ones?
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, yeah.
Like Mavis?
Like you've seen pink and black ones, like red and black. Yeah, yeah. I'd want that.
And I have
I don't think this is going to be an easy
thighs.
retrieval.
Probably not. One of
Fuck,
us
am I
gets
buying
axed.
I don't even own thigh highs. Am I buying everyone thigh highs?
You can buy my thighs.
The thigh high fund? I need to buy them now, man.
Oh, true, true. He's here. He's up in
Yeah,
me.
he's focused on you right now. Never mind, he's coming back.
Oh.
Oh, there's no fucking pallet either. Oh, if he puts an axe in me. Oh no, okay, we're good. Run, girly pop, run. I extracted one.
Oh, Meg! Well, you're not Meg, you're Zarina.
That's not Meg, that's Serena!
My bad.
Go on hook, go on hook, go on hook, go on hook, go on hook. Hopefully.
I'm rubber banding.
Extract him. Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Just a bit. No, Zarina, what are you doing? Oh, are they trying to flashbang? Is that it?
Your struggle will end soon.
That's your mother super cute. Thank you, Jai.
Okay, not what I expected. Thank you! Worked very hard on it. That got me!
Hi, Anxious.
Hi, Blipper! One size fits all shittery? I know a company that does bigger ones. As a big girl myself, I know a company that does bigger ones. They are a little bit more pricey because I think they're US based, but I just wait until they have a sale going. Head on bait. I thought they were gonna do that silly little you can't pick out of the locker, you can only pick up right now trick. They're expensive. They exist, but yes, you were right. You gotta wait for a sale. And it's better to buy multiple because then it's a little less on the shipping.
I can
Look,
unhook.
don't worry, I own. You can. We're free! Let's go. I'll block. I got it. I'm gonna get grabbed, but
No,
it's okay.
my Bilky.
Just go, just leave, just go, run away, run away, run away! There's no pallet here. Your ping saved you, for sure.
Wow. And not that I'm just a good gamer.
I saw you like glitch through the window. For real. I feel like it should have hit. This arena outfit is so fucking cute. Holy fuck.
Oh. Here. No.
Ooh, maybe. We have something here. No, so close. Yes, they're gonna save. I'm getting the fuck out of here, dog.
Nice.
I think it was a flashbang.
Oh yeah, I'm rubber banded all over the place.
Bum.
I'm Louise.
Woo!
Trying to nap now. Good night, Miranda.
I'm gonna try and nap now. Good night, good night. I heard that noise. I'm locked in.
It's USD.
Jai, thank you.
Wait, what?
Can't touch this. Oh, I'm dead. That was a pretty good run, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you did great.
Oh, they have background player, that makes sense. No, not basement again, please. Oh, thank God, not basement. Thank you so much, Chai. I'm sorry that it was a bit silly. It does make sense that it is in USD. Why does the USD to AUD conversion have to be so evil?
It's
I think the ones that have donated thus far were US based.
They were
So-
like 10, like solid 10.
Yeah,
wait.
solid 10s, maybe.
Oh, do we know if this is USD or AED that
That's-
it's scanning in?
Stinky. And is USD? Okay, USD fun then. I don't know if does Tiltify do AUD? It does, doesn't it?
I don't know.
It's an American thing, but I just forget that that's a thing, you know? That American and
We'll have to have a look up this.
Aussie is so different. What is this? Yikes.
No, wait.
No,
Don't let him pick up.
it's okay.
Don't let him pick
I
up.
will die here.
No!
I can die, it's okay. Just escape.
Let my girlfriend down!
Run.
Oh.
I'm so close, I'm so close, I'm so close. No, please. No.
Right before the... No. I was gonna say something. No.
I'm dead. I'm literally dead.
Well done.
Man, my tummy hurts from the first round of beans. I'm gonna puke. I'm actually probably gonna puke. It was so bad.
He's coming through the door. He's coming through the door.
Yeah, get out, besties, get out.
Go, go, go.
Nice, 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 nice. Did it just eat my message? It was just lagging. Did we end up breaking Ruin?
Where'd you find that?
I assume we did. Alright, sorry about that. Thank you so freaking much, Jai. That was huge. What are we at now?
Wait, did he go through the tilt effect?
We're at 94! We're at 94. We're so close to 100. On the first day. That's insane! Oh my god.
Did he go through the tilt effect? Wait, hold on.
Yes, yeah, Jai went through the Tiltify. I will put in the command that it is USD based. 'Cause I actually did not know. I forget how many people are US based. I'm very sorry, Jai, that it is US based. Because I actually, it's not that. Yeah, I didn't really know. I didn't think that far ahead. Donations are in USD. Just gonna put that as like a little bracket.
I'm adding Jai to me. My TTs.
Here we go.
There you go, Jai.
And open
Double
that
up.
instead.
No. How do I get rid of this one? Over there, I guess. Okay. Alright.
To Wumbo? What? What? Wumbo? What is Wumbo?
What is it at now? 94?
I don't think it gave me an option to edit it, because it's not our foundation. It's based for someone else's. Hi Sam. Like we just joined in on it. That's all. So it's whatever they nominated, I would assume. But yeah, we are $6 off our first goal,
Yippee.
which is freaking crazy.
Okay.
Can you change it? Because me were making an elaborate joke that I'm just not in on.
So wait, if it's in USD, we're technically at... What are we technically at? 150 or whatever?
I'm just gonna count it in the USD.
Yeah, we'll just do USD. I think that's the best idea.
Because we do have a lot of
Hi,
US
Sam.
based people.
How you doing? So we got to do Bean Boozle, name a model. I already did that. Choose what we
I have a
tweet.
question? Shoot, I don't mind.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, Jai, you got a whole bunch of things to do now. You get to make a tweet.
Jai, you can decide whether or not you want to make 2 tweets for us, like one for me, one for Halsey, or if you want us to both tweet the same thing.
Have you done a 24-hour stream before? I have not.
Gamers Outreach
Never ever.
liked my post.
I've only ever done over 8 hours. I think my longest being maybe 10.
Rookie numbers.
Yeah. I know. I cannot. Look, I know. I have this crazy thing called a job.
Back in February, I was doing like 15 hours
J
consistently.
Omega lol B. Nah. And I also don't think my ma would respect it at all. She's like, what are you doing still in here? Go outside. Come help me with this. Like, yeah. Do 13 and I crash. Yeah, I have said to chat, like, the most I'll probably ever be able to do is 12. Just because life and stuff.
Numbers.
Like, unless I was doing this shit full time, I'm not going to be able to do a 24-hour. Alright, let's do the bean while Jai thinks up a tweet.
Okay.
Good night, Miwa. Good night. I've done 28. That's insane. Alright, I'm pulling up the wheel.
I think I've
going
done
to
like
spin the wheel.
23 hours just to like edge it, so nobody gets the 24 hours.
That was a shit spin.
Oh, I just got juicy pair of boogers.
I'm gonna respin because that felt funny, and because I also really don't want to do the licorice grab up.
Nah.
I want a good spin. There we go. That's a good spin.
I don't know if this is the right one. I mean, these are the only green ones.
No, please not this one. Please not that one.
Which one is it? One more bean for me
Toasted
as well.
marshmallow or stink bug.
Wait, what? Wait. Why is it 100? Wait, did someone else donate?
No, it's just 94.
It says 100. It's 100.
You're lying.
It's 100.
Oh,
It's
it is
literally 100.
Miwa!
Wow.
Miwa! That means we have to do another beat.
All right. I'll roll another.
I don't want any. There it is. New donation from Miwa.
You know, move.
God damn it.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, thank God. Which one's that
There
one?
we go. Now it's updated.
Ugh, what is that?
Okay. Now, which one is the toasted marshmallow? I think it's the white one with the brown specks.
Do you want to do
That sounds
toasted marshmallow
terrible.
at the same time?
That's how you get whiny. Stop. Don't bully me. I'll come. Sorry.
Hey, that's my thing.
I don't think it's your thing, considering my test results.
Mine's pretty bright.
Honestly. I think I'm stealing it.
Okay.
Can't tell which one's the marshmallow.
I got stink bug, or booger.
Oh, you had the same one as me.
Yeah,
Oh.
we'll do that one at the same time.
Wait, what? You said stink bug or booger?
Stink bug and booger, because I have 2.
Oh, I didn't do my second one yet. I was gonna do them one at a time. Let me spin the next one then.
No, we can do them one at a time.
I just spun and no, not the black one. Please, that was like hell. Licorice ain't even that good either. I don't want to hear it, chat. I don't want to hear it either. Sucks.
It's okay, you got this.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay. There's your marshmallow.
2. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna kill myself. I'm Okay, so okay.
I think I got toasted marshmallow.
Believe me, if your reaction wasn't mine, you got toasted marshmallow.
They just don't taste good. I'm sorry.
Mm-mm.
Oh, it tastes like coconut. I think it's toasted marshmallow.
The thing is, it tastes okay for like a split second before it kills you.
Yeah, I got toasted marshmallow. Unless there was like a coconut one. No, that's the only one that would have been.
Can't do this anymore, chat. I have found my downfall.
How have you gotten all bad ones? You must have gotten a
You're
bad
telling
batch.
me! I don't know! I'm begging for one good one. Can't do this. I haven't got a single good one yet, Rice. Bees have been good. That or bee just likes deranged flavors. I don't know.
It doesn't like it tastes like chemicals, but it doesn't taste bad.
Yeah, it definitely.
And it tastes.
The flavors are not
This one
great.
tastes like coconut, so I think it was toasted marshmallow.
Oh. Look, I bit into it and immediately it just was like, bleh. Gross. Good night, Miwa. All right, last one. You ready?
Yeah.
I'm trying to sniff it
unfortunately.
to see if I can smell it, and I can't.
No, they make it smell the same, and it smells awful.
Yeah, they all smell the same.
Yeah.
All right. Once again, it is licorice or burnt rubber. I can do it this time. We had this one earlier. I can do it this time. I can do it this time. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Why is it warm? Hey, disastrous.
Monkey, hi.
Did you get a booger one before? Is it like warm?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got booger. It doesn't taste terrible though.
I can't tell if this is good or bad. It's not.
It doesn't taste like pear. That's all I'm saying.
It's edible. But
It
I
might be
think it was burnt rubber. It
Where-
just okay. So that one, the
Where are you
first
getting, bean
burnt
juices?
rubber. The first burnt rubber was so obviously burnt rubber it kills. Like there's still that taste in my mouth.
Yeah.
That one I had was like burnt rubber, but they've divided it into 4. Like it's a fourth of what burnt rubber was. Is that how they flavor them?
I have no clue.
Is the good flavor just the bad flavor, but way less?
How'd you attain it? I
'Cause
got
that
mine
would
at
explain a
Kmart.
lot. I ordered mine on Amazon.
You can get. You
'Cause
can
my
get
Kmart's didn't
Blizzard
have any.
at some Kmart's.
I ordered it ages ago because my plan was to switch from the sour candy to this, but I don't think I fucking will.
Sour candy is not a thing for me. I love sour candy. I'm sorry.
Okay, I ate that one. I did it. I've eaten 2. 2 out of what? 6 now?
I think I've gotten like all of the ones I've gotten weren't terrible. So
That was interesting.
even though I think either the stinky socks and the booger one, I think I
The
might
hot
have gotten
chili?
the bad ones. But
Do you see how white my model is? That is accurate representation of my skin tone, buddy.
oh my god,
Do you really
chat!
think I can?
If Halsey was in my stream as well, she'd literally be glowing. That's how like
Yeah,
white
yeah.
she is on my V9.
Can I play with you? Do we want to let people in, B?
I mean it's up to you. Also, Jai, you can
I'm cool with
pick a
squatting up.
topic for an embarrassing
I'll
story.
keep it super safe though.
Because for $50,
Oh.
you can pick a topic for an
Yeah, feel
embarrassing
free to
story.
join, Jai. And if you've got a bikini for a outfit, please wear it because that would be very on theme. If you've got one of the waterfront massacres.
You're putting me on the spot. I'm sorry.
I will also
$100
DM
you guys can join.
later. This is extortion.
You guys get to play with the Halsey and BB.
god. Hell yeah, that's a perfect outfit.
That's cute.
But yeah, you get to pick an entrance sound for the stream. You can send it to me later if you want, but it means whenever you type in my stream, it'll play an audio. Basically. Oh, bloody hell. This has been an eventful day.
Yeah.
You like my fit? I love it. It's perfect. Wonder if I could get one. I plan to give all the mods and VIPs one. Is that it for everything? Yes. Yep.
Hi, Carp.
And if you end up being the highest donator, you get some other goodies as well. If I could make a leaderboard, that'd be pretty cool.
Are we doing
Can't really
like
have any
single
rounds for you.
donations for the incentives?
What's that?
Is it single donations for the incentives? Like for example,
Uh,
oh, yep.
if someone like does repeated 5s, is it just gonna keep adding to their total? Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
I'd say yeah. Like if Jai comes back in and donates more, it'll just add to that, I'd say.
Yeah.
Basically.
Okay.
If Jai was like, I want that last thing, I'd be like, yeah, alright. It adds to that. We'll do it that way. My tummy hurts.
It's hard to keep track of though.
Oh, it's not too bad because Tiltify lists who has donated.
Oh, true.
Yep, so I can see Miwa's done it twice. So Miwa's done a total of 15.
Yeah.
16, sorry. If they donate 4 more, they go up to the 20 tier.
Okay.
So, like that. The anonymous one was me. If you're anonymous, I cannot give you your rewards, obviously. So don't do that.
And
I
keep
mean,
it the
unless you
same
want to
name.
donate a lot of money
Same
and
name,
not
same
get
thing.
anything for it.
Some oil princes from Egypt.
I just got Rice's full address. Let's fucking go. I'm sending your pipe bomb in the mail.
Oh no. What have you done?
I'm a nail name? You're a nail name? Let's go. Nail crew? You're gonna have to tell me what it is, B, because I can't see.
It's okay. Maybe something absolutely diabolical.
Hmm?
Can already tell.
Shit. Hi, Coda. Sorry I missed that. Love your outfit. Thank you.
Oh, it's still Jai. He lied to us.
I need a minute, that's all. Dead of winter and wearing a bikini. Let's fucking go.
It's summer somewhere else. Okay. It's a whisk.
Color and promote it as the Hellsy Shortsy. I also love this one time. I see the
LZ, keep it in your pants.
strands. You can wear the glasses. Are they permanent? They're on the top of my head permanently. B was looking into a way to make it so that it can be modified, but we haven't figured it out yet.
Oh, I did it.
You did it? Oh.
Yeah, I just got it. It's just a pain in the ass to do.
Yeah.
Because
So I was
then you
like,
have to
I don't have enough time
redo
for it.
the model. So. Actually, for your model won't be too much.
Where's your tentacle, Wesker?
The glasses on my model are a last minute addition.
And I think they're cute.
Yeah, I literally put them on like an hour before stream. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna.
But yeah, we're doing fundraising, and that's why we got the bikini outfits because we're part of the VTuber Summer Slam.
Nice.
The more info is in the pinned, or you can do !VSS for more info.
If you're in my chat, it's
That's
like
why-
tip, donate, and oh my fucking god.
I'll give you my tip. Well, you'll see it anyway. I think if you
Yes.
can trigger it in the chat anyway. Like if you do it, I think if you do !VSS from B's chat, it'll bring up the info anyway. So do not worry, that still applies.
Yeah.
Caked up sexy Wesker. Hey, I'll take any Wesker to be honest with you.
Donate. Tiltify, I think, is one of them. Charity, I think I actually put as one of them as well.
I think mine's Dono right now. I just
I need to
abandoned Jai.
close the beams. They stink. I could
Oh,
smell them
yeah,
from
I put the-
downstairs.
I put the cloche on them immediately. Like fuck
Yeah.
that.
I could smell them from downstairs. That's how bad they were.
You took a handful of chilies and just raw dogged them as a kid? What?
Oh my god, chat.
See,
Oh.
I'm from a
Dead
British
Man's and
mother.
Pain
Like,
Res.
Spice quite literally gets her nervous. I had butter chicken in the most mildest form possible, like the whitest person butter chicken, and my mum was still like,
Ooh,
it's got a bit of spice to it, doesn't it? I was like, for God's sake, me ma. It's not that bad. Hi, kittens. My mum's just dramatic.
The drama. I love
Winter.
Spice.
You know, the funny part is I am literally wearing a sweater right now and sweatpants. But I'm living out my bikini dreams. Look, I'm kneeling to... That probably should have been the first indication that this was US based, is it's a summer thing in the middle of our winter. That probably should be the biggest indication. And I just looked over that.
Oh no.
I'm not very smart. Because you want to know what the weather's like in America now? Hot. Yeah, you can kind of shame me. I'm kind of stupid.
No, you're not. That's okay.
Everything tastes like burnt rubber right now. No, no. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Maybe I'm just like
I'm
immune to
distracting
the
them.
flavors.
I don't know. They just hurt me.
Chat. Halsey was like saying as like one of the incentives is for me to
Bugger.
have a spoonful of Vegemite.
Yeah. Well, you like milk, and that's just not. It's not
I'm a
fair.
true blue Aussie, Halsey.
Who eats it by the spoonful?
Me. There's an old Twitch
Other
clip,
freaks.
it's deleted by now, of me eating Vegemite by the spoonful.
Like not a teaspoon, like a tablespoon?
Tablespoon.
How has he lost me? I'm so loud.
I'll do it right now. I didn't know if you had any Vegemite.
Alright, Mama, I don't know what you want from me.
Ew.
That's what I thought.
I'm never having a single lick of Marlin. I'm sorry.
Mama is weirdly
Nah, I don't wanna
liquidy,
hear it.
right?
I don't know.
To make me angry. Oh shit, I get hit here. So much fucking sodium.
I could eat a whole jar of Vegemite. I'm sorry.
Oh, I look funny when I'm bald. I didn't realize the glasses sat off my head like that.
I do
I
that.
hold on. I got
Oh.
the double vote. Holding on with hopes and dreams.
Full dress, yeah. I swear every game is free game. Literally every game. Every game it's free game.
If you want to change your bottoms, go for it. If it's like really
okay.
annoying.
It's funny. It's funny.
The fabric movement is beautiful. I don't think this skirt quite has that fluid fabric, which is probably a fucking good thing.
Wait, Jai,
And toaster bread
Jai,
easier.
Jai, it didn't heal me. It did
The
the
true
stupid
blue
99 thing.
experience is trying to put Vegemite on a piece of bread and it annihilating your piece
Yeah.
of bread. Like it guts your bread like a fish.
Oh my god. Yeah.
And you're just left with like chunks of Vegemite.
13th reason.
that is the experience.
You gotta butter your
Require
bread. Dude. You
assistance.
gotta lube it up.
Yeah, but it annihilates the bread and the butter. It don't take any hostages.
Maybe it's the technique. You need to wrap.
Melt it? What do I breathe on it heavily?
Breathe
You'd like
on
me to
you.
breathe on you heavily.
Yeah. I let it fast. Same brain cell.
Yep. Awkward. Come here, pretty lady. Big ball of jai.
How's he
Fridge in
already
a
getting
minute.
replaced?
You do not store your Vegemite in the fridge. I
Good
don't
fucking
believe you.
bottom B. Wait, what?
Bottom?
Yeah, you store your Vegemite in the fridge. That's the only place to put it.
No, it goes No, it doesn't.
Halsey, do you put your tomato sauce in the fridge or the cupboard?
Okay, I know it says to store it in the fridge, but it stays on the counter.
Halsey.
It just stays on the counter.
We can't
I don't have enough fridge space.
We can't. Nah. This is it. This is
Vegemite
the
does
divorce.
not say
This is
put
the
it in the
divorce
fridge.
stream chat.
Does it actually say put it in the fridge? Be
I don't
honest.
know. You put Vegemite. Why is everybody shocked at that? Yes.
Because you
put
can't
Vegemite.
spread it when it's cold. Why would you put it in the fridge?
Vegemite's like me. It can spread whether it's cold or hot.
Ugh. No, it cannot.
I'm gonna eat this whole tub of tomato. No, potato gravy.
Do you put Nutella in the fridge?
Yes.
Do you just not have space in your pantry? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Because you don't. You do not put Nutella in the fridge.
Weird.
You know what I also put in the fridge? Bread.
Me. I don't know. Okay, bread's fair, because it goes off too quickly otherwise. Nice. Because, yeah, our bread was going off way too fast. It was really annoying.
Interesting.
Oh, I'm dead. I fucking hit the hay bale.
Nice. Sure.
Well, that's down. I might be able to wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Please. Please. No! It's like 99. Send you what Google says? Google better be on my goddamn side, I swear to God. No, Vegemite does not need to be refrigerated. It is a shelf-stable product and can be stored in the pantry or cupboard.
Wah. I
Oh,
don't.
hatch open next to me. I don't know who's alive. Wow. I get the sources. The sources I get. Yeah, go to where I died. Go to where I died. Listen to me, Jai. Where I died. It was over that way. Oh no. Oh no. Oh!
Are we
I
looping?
think I can hear it whispering. Think of the head pats. That's what I thought. I was like, it's made out of brewer's yeast. It has to be stable, no? Bugger. Alright, I need to play some ads. So you do too.
Yep.
Play your edge. I'm gonna go pee-pee again. I know, again. You don't understand how much water I'm drinking
It's
because of
okay.
these beans. This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare.
We need to apologize.
This is awful. I've had 3 bottles of water. Now I know how to stay hydrated. I'll be back.
Okay. Hi, Chad. Hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody's doing well. Even if I can't sleep. Is my battle royale not working? Yeah. In no battle royale when she battle royale. How's everybody doing? Oh wait, I can switch over this scene. What am I doing? That's not the right. Why did it? Hi, Chad. LZ not here. I wish she was. Carp, would you like to try again? Would you like to try the thing again? There is jiggle physics in bikini. Nail bite of 34. Nice, Jay. Oh, how's he won her own? L'Oreal, nice. Something you say or something you do that. Ugh. Yippee! What's yippee? Course one. What? What's going on? I bought perks on Fang and love the floppy hat. It's very cute. Navy! Congrats.
Not rigged, just get better.
Yeah, just get better.
Just get better. Jiggle physics on the bikini? Yeah.
Why wouldn't there be?
Yeah. That's why it's $10 to land on these babies. $10 USD and I'll put you on one. You can bounce with the rest of them.
I bounce for free.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
I'll say it again. $10 and you can sit on one of these babies. Just saying. Don't croc sit me.
LZ, I miss you.
Yeah?
Why are you not here with me?
What do you mean you miss me? Look, I'm right here.
You're not here though. I want to kiss you.
Like in your room?
I mean,
I've got to inform you I've not been in there.
hey.
You can come to my room. I don't want to be right next to the front door.
Oh. Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
I actually have a bedroom with a really big bed. You can get in.
Okay.
Oh, in Vignan! That makes sense.
Yes, I mean,
My bad. My bad, Chief. Never donating now. You don't want to sit on my chest? What? This is fucked up. I hold you close to my chest and you fucking hate me for it? Whatever. I'll even put you in the one that's over my heart. Just think it's the black one. I've seen the beanbag. You want to sleep in the beanbag? To sit on a tibby? Alright, well, if you love me so much, you can donate and make me eat a bean. It's
Can I
$5.
lay in your pile of Kirby's?
B, can you commission Let real quick?
For what?
For literally anything. So they have donation money.
Here, hold on. Let's just send them.
I
like
run a
clicks.
good gambit, don't I? It's convincing.
Anxious. I'm sending you $10.
Didn't know I'd be in the titty. You don't have to be in the titty. If you want to be elsewhere, I can put you elsewhere. If you want to be on my shoulder, you can be on my shoulder. If you want to be on my forehead, you can be on my forehead. You can be on my belly button. You can be on my arm. But most people are gravitating towards the titty, so you just automatically get placed there.
RBD.
Heaven.
I sent Anxious $10. Excuse me.
Oh.
Oh.
It's a nice image. Oh, it's Piggy.
Oh yes, you're
What's the bet? It's gonna be Amanda's letter.
Maybe.
Maybe. Where the tattoo is? Yeah, you can make a new cross.
Hi. Oh, which the jigsaw one. I don't remember
Jigsaw one?
the name. Where she had the mask.
Oh yeah, that one. That one's clean. I love that one.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
I don't
Oh
think it's
my!
Amanda's letter.
What a fucking lunge!
You want to be under my titties, Coda? Fuck.
I can hold them up.
Ignore that. God, they need it sometimes.
Oh my! Holy Jesus! You know, these are heavy. Like,
They're
goddamn.
so heavy. I want to do that trend where people are like sticking their titties on a scale and seeing how much
Oh
they weigh,
my
just because I'm
God.
genuinely curious. I've never done it. I don't know how much they weigh. They're so heavy though.
There's a lobby code change. It's what was it?
Alright, I reckon it's Amanda's letter.
8797. 8797. She didn't even hat me.
I want to pat it, but I don't think she's gonna let me.
No. Did you see Jai? Oh wait, Jai's name's Nailbiter34.
She has oppression. It'd be skewed? What do you mean skewed? My titty weight? Yeah, there's a whole like 3 cup size difference between him. It's agony. Some people are blessed with symmetrical. I am not. One of them definitely does hang low and to and fro. She's going out the front. To that front gen.
Literally about to do that.
Yeah, even just like a rough estimate's a good idea. She's coming to me.
Oh, no. Let me go back through main.
Yeah, she's in main right now.
Oh shit.
I'm taking her for the long run.
My titties, you need one of those industrial scales. Ooh.
Yeah.
She has whatever that makes the hearts go check when you get on it.
Yep, that's oppression.
Okay. Nah, Chad, I'm part of the itty bitty titty committee.
If I could donate, I would. Although Death wants one. Ooh, well played. Bugger. Yeah, there's no way to accurately measure. I guess it could be an estimate, but like... No, 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 not the hat! Shit. Because I'm a double G. But that's for the bigger one, not the smaller one.
You ain't just
So there
a
is
G,
no-
you're a double G.
I'm a double G. I didn't know they got that high. Stores only sell up to double D, and I have double G.
Lap.
What the?
Thank you for the $10.
Lap. $10!
$10 dues.
Where am I putting you?
Do you want to be on the titties?
Do you wanna be a man? I'm gonna put you on my shoulder, on my forehead. Damn, were they injured? This name thing on the body is very fun though, I have to admit.
Yeah.
Way easier than I thought too.
Forehead? Okay. She's coming back main.
Oh, through the front door?
What a lunge. No, she was
Okay, cool.
the other side.
Forehead, I can put you on my forehead.
Okay. Main.
Oh, I see.
Main
Yep,
pallet
I see.
spawn.
No, she didn't kick it, that front desk pallet.
I mean, I dropped it. That's what I meant. Sorry. I just.
Oh
had
yeah,
it
she didn't kick
steal.
it. She didn't kick it. That's all good.
Yeah, she's.
I'm gonna go
down.
unhook.
Oh no, mate, come back.
Never mind, she's in front of the unhook.
Until we get your profile picture for a month. I think we've already hit that. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll do a vote thingy for it. You can like, do I do it on? Might do it in the Discord. More people are active in there. I'll make a thread and go put in the photo you want me to make my profile picture. And the one with the most reactions or likes or whatever can be. And I'll do it for Discord and Twitter and Blue Sky. I think, because they're easy to change my profile. Ah!
I don't know how.
Depending on
I'm
how
gonna do
bad
mine.
it is, I can do it for Twitch too. I'm gonna make something scuffed. We love when you make scuffed stuff. Also, we'll do your Bean Boozle and I'll put your name on the body in the intermission. Intermission. In between rounds.
Oh man, my gen was like 70. Now it's all the way down. Oh my.
No.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Balloon boy
Scared
high.
the shit out of me.
Ah, someone's on that one. I was gonna stop the regression, but... Oh, that's bad. What are you doing here? Where is she? She should be crouched, to be honest.
No, she's.
Now she's crouched, I reckon.
No, I guess
No,
that-
okay.
Blah, 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 blah.
Piggies that like don't crouch until they're 2 feet away, and it's like, come on.
Mm.
Come on.
It's just for the lunge. The lunge is so powerful.
And like no piggies use it, they just use the sneak.
I always use it. You know, because I run Amanda's.
Me? Sorry, has to be done. My letter. I love how Scooby-Doo the chasers look in this building. Usually if someone goes through the door, the killer goes to the door. Don't pop this, Jen.
Chat, how are we gonna choose my profile picture? No, she's coming up.
I'm coming up.
We'll do second place.
Better
on
get the
profile
party
picture.
started. Do it in your Discord and see what they do.
Nobody's active in my Discord.
Guys, go be active in Beast. Ooh, it's gone! Sorry, I was distracted.
I'm not Finnish popular YouTuber, how's you? Oh man.
You will be.
To be fair, my numbers are really high. Like I grow a lot.
Yeah!
Oh,
I think the hardest part is getting people active in chat.
yeah.
That took me forever. That took quite literally years. And like I attribute that mostly to like Carp and Bean being so chatty and yappy to everybody, and then that brought in like Death and Rice, and they were like, you know what, this is pretty cool. What if I stayed? And that makes people more comfortable to chat. I
Chat
felt bad when I had to
literally
lurk this
won't be
morning
here
because
without you.
I had to make all my TikToks, so I was just like,
Okay,
I'm sorry,
okay.
I got disappearing again.
Girl, I wasn't even meant to stream. I didn't because I only streamed
it was
because I saw
empty.
you were streaming.
But I tell you what, it is lovely to see people that can be found in my community over in your community chatting. That makes me very happy.
I love you guys. We're intertwined. Wait. Like love is entwined. We tangle into the
Like
same.
lesbians.
Are you a lesbianism?
No, I'm Lebanese.
You could be.
Oh, someone's
Hey, do you
doing chin
take
up
your
here,
hat
my
off?
bad.
Oh wait, that's. Oh my god, I forgot that's Jay. Is that time VOD? It's okay. I love
No,
you.
stop, please!
Oh no. Is she gonna hatch you?
Fuck. She better not, I had one already.
Because
This
if
is
she.
fucked up.
Oh yeah, so no Amanda's letter.
This is fucked up.
It's okay.
I had one! Whose hat did I just get?
I'm happy. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jay.
You shouldn't have that many tries left, no?
He's been running around with the hat on for like the past 5 minutes. I was expecting him to.
It's almost
find it
certainly
by
been
now.
worse. Me never. Where were you in all of this?
Oh, your hat's up. Oh my god.
Oh, it was
Just go
activated
to the-
too. That's fucked up.
It's
My
okay.
last one took 3. Alright, I'm just gonna get out of here and start on the trap. Whee! But then B's chat. I cannot see the chat from my fucking POV. It doesn't show me that.
Your profile picture has almost certainly been worse. Is the problem? Wait, what? Nah, they're
I
fine.
was
My
like, yeah,
profile-
what has yours been?
I mean, my current profile picture is literally Zorn. So, hi there.
It is?
It's the.
Are you
it's
duoing?
It's the Nike profile picture. It's the Nike art. that I
Oh,
got.
yeah, that one. I thought you meant the one you're matching with Miwa.
Oh no.
And I was like, damn, you doing a Zorn
that's-
matching? That's way advanced than we
No,
are.
it's just cute, wholesome neon fade.
Yeah. Man, when you changed your profile picture, I was like, wait a minute. Is that from... Oh, hello. I'm in danger.
Then again, your profile
my
was
thingy
only X.
started beeping.
Oh my gosh.
Faster, I'm in danger.
I mean,
I think I'm gonna blow up. I think I'm about to bust.
I'm about to blow.
She's being mean to me.
You're okay.
I'm just trying to keep chase for the timer. It's alright, if you guys want to finish last gen, that's cool too.
I can wait for you. I'm right here.
I don't think I'm gonna get a chance because she's putting me out of position.
If she does come up here, I'm gonna pop it for my adrenaline.
Get off me.
My hell is
We aren't considered in a chase. There we go. She's leaving me.
If
She's taking the
Jay
C.
gets his
She's going to
off,
the gen.
then-
She's going to
oh,
the gen. Hopefully, I only need 3 turns.
Did that just
oh,
reset?
it just sped
oh
up
wait,
again.
that's Sable.
Hi everyone.
Shit.
Sable, go find another one. Go find another one.
My hell's
Please be the one. I'm free.
okay.
I'm not dead yet.
She's coming.
I'm
in.
about to. I'm not busted anymore. Why are your armpits red?
She's on main gen.
Okay, you got a rash under there. Thank you.
Oh, you me main. Don't run into the hook.
I'm at the back door.
Okay.
The one that's by the balcony, Jen. Yeah, I remember when B changed
at
their
main.
profile picture to the porny one, and I was like, B, is that what I think it's from?
It's
Should I just
painful.
open? No, I won't just open. Is that the other Sable? That's the other Sable. I don't know why I thought you were Sable for a sec.
Hello,
Where are you at?
Sanguine. Sanguine. I'm trying to find my way out.
Let me out, Jai. Go to helicopter crash and come down.
Oh yeah, true.
Hi, Sang, how are you? Yeah, go that way.
It's going down.
I'm yelling timber.
My mom made me dance to that song.
Alright, she's at the back one if you wanted to open the front one. Well, you're clipped it. What? You're out, nice.
What are you talking about, Rice?
Well, the day will get better, I'm sure. I'm sure it will. With that attitude, absolutely. Just didn't mean to pause that. Alright. Where is the blepper so I can screenshot their name? And what did you want? You wanted my forehead?
Do you want Blepper? Do you want Anxious? Or do you want Bleppin Anxious? Anxious?
Oh, I just used the full username for me.
I'll just do Anxious.
You don't get a choice.
I'm typing mine out, so probably not helping with like the CPU. Wait, that's not
The what?
the whole.
I was lining that up. The what?
Okay, not forehead. We'll do forehead.
How cute. Clippy? What the fuck did you clip, dog?
Okay, well you're on my bang, so you move around with my bang
I'd bang.
happily.
Mm.
I was gonna say come over. but you
Oh,
don't
where
come
I was
over.
evil laughing and then she cut me off and I started screaming instead.
Bean Boozle.
Yeah. Bean bro. Bean time.
Oh! Okay, hold on. Where's my? Oh, I gotta go to the other cam.
Please don't hurt me, Bean Boozle.
Bean the Boozle.
No, blueberry! Blueberry!
I have to.
I got juicy pear of booger.
Oh man.
Okay.
Give me a second. I gotta refresh it.
Tell me when you're ready, and I'll do the countdown. Tax Halsey? Yeah.
No. Oh please,
would've
please,
cut off at
please,
the end.
please,
The
please,
cut's
please, please,
funny.
please, 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 no!
You do not get the good one again. Fuck you.
I got strawberry and banana smoothie or dead fish.
Nice. I hope it's dead fish.
Hey, why you so mean?
Because I'm suffering.
Yeah, to be fair, I haven't got a single bad one. Like,
You will puke. I will puke.
I think my taste buds are a little bit whack. I mean, to be fair, I can
This
eat
is
basically
fucked up.
anything.
Bee's eating all the bad ones like it's nothing.
I don't know which one this one is. They all look the same.
My jiggle physics are funny. Oh. It's mostly the physics on the names that make it look absurd. Like, they're not this bad. The names just move. Like, you can see the one on the head moves a lot.
Okay.
They're centered by a singular point in the middle. You ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Oh no.
Ew. Oh, it's salty.
Oh no. It tastes like cat, like
No,
what
this is-
cat food like smells like.
I think this is meant to be pear.
My winning
Because
streak.
it's not horrific, but it's not good. I think
That's
that
what I
was a
thought.
pear.
Yeah.
That was oddly salty. Yeah, I think that was pear, but it did not taste like any pear I've ever sunk my teeth into.
Yeah.
Ever.
Well, I finished it. That was not
You
very
lived.
good.
I like that your reaction is just not very nice. And I'm sitting here going, like, I'm dying, and you're just like, could be worse. Ready up, B.
Hold on.
That is funny. Thank you so much, Blep. Thank you so much for the 10.
Thank you.
I
Blair.
really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, if you've ever had to feed your cats like a can of fish cat food,
Oh no.
it tastes like
I didn't
what
look
that
forward
smells
to
like.
that.
Yeah,
Oh, that's gross.
it's not very nice.
That's foul. Yeah, I feed my cats all the time. I work in a pet store, so I know exactly what that tastes like.
Cat food smells bad. Like
Yes.
the beef, like the non-fish ones aren't too they don't smell bad.
Nah. It's when it's fish. I get fish mixed with chicken, and that one's pretty evil.
Yeah. Dry
That's
cat
very
food,
evil.
kind of bussin'.
You do. In the smell department or the eating department?
Both.
You do not. I don't believe you.
I have eaten dog and cat, like dry dog and cat food.
For what reason?
Why not?
That's not a good reason.
Why not? I don't need a reason.
You need a reason. Are they not feeding you over there?
Which was worse?
What the
like dry cat food is good.
I ate dog frits as a joke. That was I think we dared each other too, and we went fuck it, we will. Like me and an old friend, and it was fine until we hit the bone, and that was because like in dog frits they just kind of mince everything into it, so it just kind of was like a really salty fritz, but it has chunks of bone throughout. And I remember crunching one of them, and it was like sand, like a big piece of sand. It was pretty bad. Fuck is Fritz? Oh, are you from one of those weird fucking states that calls it Devon? You from one of those
like
places?
the meat? Like the meat?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
Devon.
the Long Fritz. Fucking weirdos. Devon is a man's name.
You know what is good? Milk bones.
Mm.
Milk bones are good.
Yeah, well, they're made from mostly milk.
I'm not beating the
Puppy
puppy girl. Yeah,
allegations.
same brain cell. God. Oh, it's a swing
It's
cat.
okay. I work at a pet store. I'll bring you a collar and some treats.
Yippee. Is it bad? I already have a color. Multiple
The
colors.
Scooby snacks aren't bad, but I'm pretty sure the Scooby snacks are intended for humans to eat.
You wouldn't try.
I
and
guess like
do
the whole
this.
point. Is this a gambling build? Kind of. It's got Vigil and Drama, and then I just like Light-Footed and Resurgence.
Hi.
Those are my two comfort perks currently.
No. Ow, ow. Let me in.
Tried
And
to
I can
kibble
be
bit
all-
one time. What the hell? And what's the gambling build? Wait, what's the full gamble build? Because I might run it.
Cat kibble, like dry cat food. It's good.
No.
It is. It is.
No.
Next time you just try try
No.
like one little kibble. Try one little. One little.
No.
Yes.
Oh. That has lost mine. Also, Blep, thank you so freaking much for this Kirby. It is actually my favorite Kirby in the world. It's sitting in front of me
So
right now. I'm holding him. He's so
jealous.
dense. He's a very dense Kirby. Very heavy. He's so fun. I love him. He's so freaking cool.
Can I commission Mama Anxious to make me a Robbie crochet?
That would be cute.
Yes.
There's even like a little blush on the cheeks as well.
Oh my gosh.
Like I don't know how you put the blush on the cheeks. I don't know if it's like woven in or just like a blush placed on it, but I see it and I love it.
Oh, this is the same side. Shit. I have any means, so if there's any balance on me.
I'm gonna try and do. There's probably gonna be one in the back of main. I'm gonna start on that one.
Okay.
Oopsie.
Send me a reference to where you want be and get Mama Blip to have a look for a pattern.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to get a Kirby pattern. Kirby's pretty straightforward. Oh, fuck, well played.
Hi,
Why
Slender.
are you not using your axe? Slender, hello! Yeah, oh, there's a hex in Shack.
Shack. Okay. Come
It's plaything.
Oh,
Yeah, it's plaything, because it's blocked for me.
okay. So it'll be 4 deads.
Yep. I'm gonna try my best to not let this stupid rabbit touch me.
Hi, Shogun. Looking disrespectfully.
Chucky! My mouth feels terrible. He lost me for a split second there. No! Fuck you, stupid rabbit. I dodged it by ducking. It's alright, I'll get Claudettes. So start getting totems that you find.
Yep.
If you want to put your name on my titties, it's $10 USD.
$10.
If you like them so much and you want to sit on them like everyone else.
Exclamation mark VSS.
Yes, yes, yes.
Or
Welcome
tip,
in,
or
welcome in.
donate, or Tiltify. Charity, I
My
think, is also one. He's after me!
Yeah, yeah, I use charity. I lived! I'm a pog champ, I lived. Things are about to change.
Ozzy, I don't want to hear you say Punch already.
You're my little pup champ.
Ugh, fine. Actually, you are my little jam. I unironically had that as a chat redeem for the longest time.
I love that.
This is back before
Put that
the...
fucking thing down! Oh, sorry. I got a little scared. I'm looping because I don't want plaything.
I don't run plot twist because every time I use it, someone comes
They
picks
find
me
you.
up.
Yeah, someone brings the killer straight to you. It's the curse.
No, or like just like so, like I'm in like the corner, and then survivors come over and try to heal me. I'm like, fuck off!
I do it on purpose to rest because it's funny. Hi, Leica, how are you?
I like
Check the Springtrap page. Do not do it to my bestie, please. Do not do it.
It got me as well.
Were you there? Were you there for that?
Yeah, you were taking too long to open it, so I investigated it myself.
Your
Nearly
body
shot
took a
myself.
screenshot.
Yeah.
At least you didn't get it clipped.
He's a
But I'm
mean-
with B today. I'm with Miss Flutterbee, my girlfriend, my unofficial official girlfriend. Don't tell my partner.
Don't check. Thank you. No shot. You just.
I'm gonna look for totems. Can't believe I looped the hell. Oh, we're already at last gen.
Okay, that's one. I gotta stun him 2 more times.
Believe you.
I got head on.
Your partner knows so? Yeah, my partner endorses it. What is this fucking hook placement, bro? It's so bad. Is the doors throwing him out?
Oh, he gave up.
My daddy's little pug champ. You can be my little pug champ. You can be mummy's little pug champ. That felt weird saying that. I don't think I've ever referred to myself as that.
How's this?
Okay, see ya!
Hey, can I stun you 2 more times, please? Oh.
Okay, see ya.
Mommy's pop champ? Oh my god, cop.
Pug champ. Where'd you go?
I was in the lockup.
Where did you go? What locker?
This lockup right here.
Back here?
Right next to the door.
Where did he go?
I don't know. He went into the door and then he just left. Mr. Springclap. Nah, that's not him.
Mr. Trap.
Mr. I was gonna try to make like a
Right.
SoundCloud name for him. What do you think Springtrap's
Little Trap.
Little Trap.
Little Trap.
That's just plus trap.
Alright, I'm just gonna come out.
You're gonna come out? Oh, hi there.
Yeah, I'm coming out. It's the month to come out, to be honest.
I'm coming out.
Lightborn, you evil little fucker. It was plaything. How dare, how dare. Old shift? Yeah, I like to edge it there, and then I lost each time I did that, so we stopped doing that. 0 questions to ask. Yeah, I clipped that, and I edited that, so that'll be out this week. It's very funny. So dumb. Can I hide here? Fucking screams. Right.
Oh my gosh.
Rude.
Damn. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours and I'm
It does not feel like that.
I'm still in Take Me Back to Eden. Usually by now I've already gone through this whole playlist.
I swear. Don't become bald. I'm literally molding right now.
I think it's mainly because I'm getting in the habit of pausing the music while I'm playing. Because apparently people don't like that.
See, I guess it depends. I feel like people like music playing when I'm running around as
It's
Billy.
too quiet.
But I can't do it, so I turn it off. Like, even if music doesn't go to VOD for me and I can make clips regardless, it's like, I don't like music playing because I can't fucking hear.
I can't focus.
I'm not
with
that good. Yeah,
music.
can't do it.
I don't know.
It was very funny and cool, yes, actually. Play
Copy
music
machine
over
represent-
game.
Yeah. I saw
I don't
like
mind,
I saw
but-
Shogi's tweet and everybody was saying like music over gameplay is an instant leave and I'm like, okay, well shit.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that bad.
Yeah.
Because I always thought people preferred music over it. But I was just like, nah, it's not for me. Am I a cop champ? Yeah, you're a cop champ. I despise plaything. I don't like plaything because it usually comes with Penty, and that fucking sucks.
She's bald.
You open your door. I opened the door. Oh, he opened the other door. That was weird.
Oh.
Welcome. We are weird. Nice.
I think the one on her arms are real. Oh, wait, maybe the left arm. No, the one on the shoulder is definitely Hannah.
Yeah, I think because they're brown. I think they're henna. And because
The
she doesn't
one
have them on other
her-
cosmetics.
Like her underarm on her right looks real.
There's some that are tattoos, definitely, but
Yeah.
oh, it's sprung trap.
Oh, yeah, sprinkled up.
Sprung trip.
Oh, he's on me. I was tapped out.
I'm dying.
I was getting my chat back up.
He's playing the build. He's playing the fucking build. Helping a friend choose a tuxedo at the stores. He looked really good, so I told him it suited him. But
Oh man.
yeah, retry. It's the build again. Pay someone not to play this build. Literally, stop being a sheep. Pick a different fucking build. I know the big streamer said it's good, but it's not. Stop. Although I think they updated Retribution, right? And that's why people are using it.
Okay,
I can
there's
imagine.
one.
I have deleted a totem, but it was
Can't with
not
me,
a
Jack.
hex. One.
I was about to tell you, we're on the same break. God.
It is part of my rights to do that.
Oh my god.
I found a lit one.
Anytime someone like does that, all I can think about is like, your mama.
Alright, that's two.
Type 2. I'm not saying.
Did you delete a totem?
No.
No, okay. We've done 2 totems thus far.
It's the longest
I
time.
haven't heard any others shatter. Hi, 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 hi. Pretty women wearing purple. Hi.
Hi. Is that what you meant by purple and yellow?
Maybe.
Oh my god. You should have said,
Slow to the
said
draw.
in the game.
No.
Yeah.
I ain't giving you my secrets. You guessed them anyway. Oh, look at that. It's my 3rd one.
I'm very good at guessing people's.
Receding hairline. Oh my god, my
BDSM
hairline receded all
results.
my asshole.
Ah! Dead
Huh?
man's. Oh my god.
Oh, so it's not the full build. Because that's not in it. That's 3. I'm just collecting status effects.
That's a 2. Count with me, chat. 2. Need one more.
What, spinning? Or stunning?
Stunning. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, I don't think I have enough time to.
I have vigils, so that will help.
Oh, wait, no, he's main.
Bum, 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 bum.
I wonder how. Wait, well, B could guess mine. Your BDSM.
Vanilla.
It's very hard. If for like someone that like an asexual person, I don't think I'd be able to guess. Because it'd be so hard to pick up. on.
Woo!
Thank you.
Yeah, alright. I can be read like a book. What do you want from me?
Another one. Thank you.
Ah, that sucks. He's gonna grab me.
Hard mode. It
He
really
wanted
is.
that so bad. Hard mode, really? Master
Could be a jump
difficulty.
stuff singer. This is Springtrap. Sprinkle Trap. Wait, Sprinkle Trap. That's his new name.
Cake! I got my name on Halsey's thigh. Seemed more like a surprise exclamation. Oh my fucking god, cakes. That's a good one. How did we pass that? Oh my god.
You maybe know me well enough. I don't know. Actually, didn't like Didn't Rice? Well, no, it might have been Bean. He asked me to guess it. I think I got it right, or maybe.
It took you a bit to get my last one, but you nailed the first 3.
I had like
So fucking fast.
the idea that it was that, but I wanted to try some other
Yeah.
things. Because I literally could have said
got
like all
guessed
4 in a
like
row.
4 times, and I was like, look, I know the cat ears are there, but outside of the streaming thing, I promise I don't wear cat ears.
I do.
I mean, I don't own any, unfortunately.
I fuck with pet play. It's not like I'm not gonna be in a cage and fucking drink out
I'm
of a bowl.
not meowing or barking for you, but
But
I'll wear the ears.
I'll wear ears and a collar, and I'll bark.
I don't know about that one. Well, that sucks.
Oh my, not my, Okay, going through the door automatically sets off the skirt.
Too many physics for it to
Eee,
understand.
what? This is not new
No,
information.
ooh.
This is not new information.
Oh, I did not die.
Springle Tramp? Sure you said that.
Yeah, that's me, for real. I'm a sprinkle tramp.
No, I'd say some stuff, but not on this stream.
Yeah. He left me. Let's go.
Even
Meow,
though
meow,
it
meow.
was meant to be family friendly. Having too much
What's
fun.
going around the edges of it? They just said that if we do get NSFW, they're not gonna promote us.
That's alright, yeah.
And I was like, that's fair. This is for the kiddlywinks. I will give money to the kiddlywinks. I dare.
Sane DMs? No. This is a private DM thing.
Cattail off stream.
On pallet health. Oh, okay, hold on.
What kind of cattail? The clip-on ones or the other ones? Beyblade, let it rip! That's all I can think when I see them. There's this kid that comes into my work that wears one.
Well, like
It's a clip-on one, and it's definitely a
Oh,
clip-on
okay,
one.
okay.
Because it's a child.
That's not.
Well, it's
bad.
like it's a preteen. It's definitely a preteen. But, yeah, every time I see it, I do a double take. It's like, yo, mama lets you... Okay.
Whatever if you let you
Did
be,
you
I guess.
really 99 the gen and let go, Claude? Are you kidding me? This shit ass. I'm selling the other ones with the tip hit. Oh, hey. Am I allowed to do that?
The tip hidden.
Oh, I'm just grabbed here. Oh, unless he hits me. I don't know how to sell that. Isn't Comic-Con like... Comic-Con? Comic-Con?
Come.
Like a family event thing? I saved Claudette and I don't know why.
Oh.
Oh, he's leaving me?
Yeah, what the heck?
I don't know why. Tip saying 18 plus. Well, they're not wrong.
Why is he throwing it at the gem? Does it?
I don't
it
know.
doesn't regress.
Oh, because he can tell if somebody goes there. There's 15 seconds of aura reading on impact.
Yeah.
So it's probably to persuade people to not touch it. Yeah.
Ha ha ha. 3.
Oh, killer instinct, not aura reading. Sorry. Yes.
That's a 3.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Oh my god.
I should have thrown down my flashbang. It's killer.
This is what it is to be a big streamer. Is everybody in
Okay.
chat feels the need to tell you. Actually.
There's a difference. Oh damn, this chance is so close to being finished.
No, leave me alone.
Tink. He's done.
Is he? Oh yes, yes. Don't come around. Don't come around. Don't come around.
You don't do better. Oh my god!
Help me!
Hold on.
Please! Help me!
Go down, go down, go down. Somewhere where I can access
Tell
you.
me to go down?
I'm gonna flashbang, flashbang. I flash
I don't
you. I
trust
flash
you.
No! No! Okay, hold on. What? Oh!
Why? Stop kissing me!
Why not? Why?
I'm busy. Oh my god.
Oh,
Flashing? So we're
man.
not going to talk about the going down? In a convenient spot? Ooh, that's nice.
Yes. Are we not on the main gen? What's happening?
Oh fuck. Yeah, I have. Look, every time I head towards it, somebody cuts me off.
Oh my god. Saw a streamer playing Mr. Spring with an endgame build? Ooh.
Jushin, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Oh, with like the endgame, the perk? Like the what's it called perk? I don't know why they fucking nerfed it. It could have been very meta, and it would have been. I'm not on my game tonight. It would have been interesting, but they fucking gutted it before it even came out. I didn't even see anyone use it in the PTB. Thank you. I needed that. Get out of my way.
Hey!
Not exposed.
What the heck?
Out of my way!
What the helly? Oh, he TP'd here.
What the helly?
It's so hard that like, you can't tell where he's coming from. Because of the fucking...
He's invisible. And there's not really any noise. Oh, we're doing the gen now. We're doing the gen now.
Can't grab me, bitch. What the hell's he?
Don't drag me into this. I had nothing to do with it.
Damn, my skirt is flattened. I'm about to take off.
Bugger. I'm coming, Pookie.
Okay. Thank you.
Nice. Good job.
Haha, get
Did
blinded.
that work? Nice.
I don't know how that was max killer blind. I guess flashlights just count as a max. Oh! Oh! Oh my god! That axe just went right between my toes.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I've been spread eagle. I could sense it.
Your toes?
Yeah!
Ew. Ew. I don't hear anyone explain it like that. Spread eagle tootsies? I'm trying to distract him right now. He's chasing me upstairs.
Maybe,
I think he's leaving
oh,
me.
he's mean. He's so mean.
Enjoy him.
Be your bird fighter.
Gonna go back to lurking. Oh, good. Thanks for hanging out, Blab. And thank you so much for the dono.
Thanks,
It means a
Blab.
lot. It means a hell of a lot. Every little bit counts.
Oh my god, that one just went through into my armpit.
Don't come out the back.
I'm
Don't come out the back.
come in the back.
Come in the back.
Wow!
You shouldn't have tackled that.
Yes. I'm gonna cry if I don't. Okay. Ready? Whip!
You just command him to
Spin!
whip, and it
No.
worked. Damn.
Yeah.
Vasika ate 2 slices of cheesecake. Ooh, what flavor cheesecake?
Ooh. I want cheesecake.
Cheesecake is heavy. You can't eat that. You cannot eat that many without going
I could eat a
at the
whole
end of it.
cheesecake.
And the only thing you can really drink it with is water.
Cheesecake with pilk. It's
You
my
have
next
no
challenge.
clue, and you ate 2 slices. What do you mean? How does it even work? He's after me.
Yeah.
He's going into the door, but I don't think he's actually. Yeah, he's come back out of it. He's baiting it. You forgot the name?
I'm going the wrong way.
For my birthday, I really want mango cheesecake. There's a store near me that does mango cheesecake. Yeah, it's on the left side of
Boop.
this. Not helicopter way, the other way.
Hi there.
Oh, hey, bestie. Where's the other one?
Distribution.
I'm missing someone. Where's Joe? I think it was passion fruit. Let me check. Ooh, that would be nice. Very tart, but very nice.
Hi there.
Okay, we're good. Get out of here. You guys are baiting way too far. Thanks for my shadows. Have a good look, blah. Yeah, passion fruit. Yeah, that would be nice.
Thanks for the look.
Okay, he was doing half of the build. He had soap and retry and undying, but with dead man's. Interesting. I was missing one of those totems. I think retry. I don't think I got rid of retribution. Obviously, I got rid of one of them. All right, ads time. Ads time.
Ads time.
Ads time. Ads time. Ads time.
14 minutes.
I got 10, so
Oh my
I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna fit a game in 10 minutes. I'm gonna go pour all my points into Billy real quick as well.
Okay.
While we're in this ad break.
Okay. Actually, let me do that as well.
Because I have 4.2 mil.
4.2 mil.
Yeah.
Oh my
So.
lord. Right. Gotta get my blood up.
From 14 to 18, let's fucking go. Give me what I want, what I really, really want. Yes, 21 engravings. Okay, 19 boots is okay. 38 of my other boots, that's pretty good. I'm okay with that. I just wanted engravings. How do I get the same amount of engravings as I do purple boots? That's so weird. Like, what? I actually have more engravings than I do boots. The fuck? Whatever. Can you get the Freddy's map on just the main
Yeah.
playlist?
Yep.
Because I haven't had it.
It's just really
We
rare 'cause you
haven't
gotta
had
get
it.
Wither Isle and then you have to get one of the 3.
Cool. Can we play a little bit of the map, the Freddy map?
Of course we can.
I really want to go there. Alright, join in on me.
Who should I P3 next?
Just pee through all of them.
I know, but I want to know who to P3 next. Because I have P3 Bubba, Hillbilly, Huntress, Spirit, and Artist, and Springtrap.
Spring Tramp.
And then I have everybody else except the ones that I haven't locked. P1.
The fuck is Eden? The music? That everyone's listening to? You can probably hear me flicking this knife, but
Death has been listening to so much Sleep Token. Oh my god.
Yep.
I'm
It's on repeat in their blood.
Me too. Me too. Okay, I'll just P3 my Michael because he's oh I know Billy. Do Billy. Blight.
Yeah, to Billy.
No, I'm already P3 Blight. Billy.
P100
I was a
Billy.
nasty Billy main for like 2 weeks. I wish you could have seen something like that.
2
play.
weeks.
I've had
Keep it up,
phases.
Pookie.
I've had phases. Currently, I'm
Be a Billy
Springtrap,
main.
and then I was Billy before that, and then before that I was a Blight main. So,
Yeah. I've just accepted it's Billy Oni for me. When I'm tired of Oni, I play a bit of Billy. When I'm tired of Billy, I play a bit of Oni. Back and forth, back and forth.
because
they're both interesting, and it keeps the
so
skill up.
hard. It does. It really does.
When I first started Killer, it was Huntress and Nemesis. Apparently it was a lot of fucking
Huntress was my
Huntress, though. I
first as
didn't
well.
realize. I didn't realize how many hours I racked up on Huntress. I have hundreds.
I've been playing a lot
I
of Huntress as
don't know
well.
how.
She's actually
I
kind of
don't know how, though. When did I have hundreds of hours? And then everybody else underneath it is less than 50. Like, how do I have hundreds of Manchus hours?
Yeah, the stats don't seem too accurate in some places.
That's what I thought, but Yui being at the top is correct. Oni was literally not even in top 3. Oni was my 4th. So I gotta get my Oni hours up. Nothing's beating Huntress for a bit though. But I like that we have a stats thing now. I think that's great. Because now I can actually see how long I've been playing Billy for. Which Billy was 2nd, I believe. I think Spirit was next, I think. I don't know. But yeah, I want to get Oni and Billy to the top. So, same, hell yeah. Much fun. Sick slice of my tummy hurting. Don't keep eating it. You'll make yourself sick. You used to play a lot of Twixter? I like Trickster occasionally, but I cannot play him long term. I just suck at him. I don't like using his main event. And that's like heavily promoted in his gameplay. Which doesn't really work if you don't use it. Thank you for messaging me the sound you want, by the way, Jay. And yeah, thank you so much for that fucking dodo. That was huge. I think you've set us up for the rest of this. Just so kind of you.
I haven't had your Fuji on this entire time.
Yeah?
Yeah, I completely forgot about it.
No, that's fine. I can just be I can be a voice with no body. That's fine. That's fine. It's whatever. It's whatever. Just don't love me.
No.
Just don't love me. You should just be on my screen. Just fix your router real quick.
I'll be on your lap.
Oh, you're too far. When are you moving in?
Next
I have a
week.
nice couch with your name on it.
Girl, you know I would. I
Don't
literally,
tempt me.
if I had the money, I'd pack my shit and I'd move.
Saying my stats, I don't exactly agree. 71 on Sable already? David? I don't think I've seen you play David. Interesting.
There we go, guys. This
Okay. But yeah, very interesting. An assortment. Can I get the beanbag? Yeah, you can have the beanbag.
Skunksy is now real.
What? Oh, I'm on your stream now. You guys keep calling me Skunksy so much I have considered changing my tail. I've considered changing it to like an actual, like a normal cat's tail where it's like a black tail with the white tip. I'm like, that would make so much more sense for a cat, and I'm heavily considering it now.
No.
I've changed the tail. Like, I know the skunk thing's cute, but I'm not a skunk tuber. That's so boring. Cat tail. A meow meow. I go meow.
Meow, meow, meow,
This-
meow.
This is Fresballs map. Cool.
Frizzballs, yes.
Fresballs.
I love this
New
map
map rotation.
so much.
We're playing the new map event mode because we couldn't get it normally, and I'm tired of not having it. I want to play the new map, but it never fucking appears. Well,
It'd be easier if the
what?
the offering gave us the actual map instead of giving us a chance for it. I don't know why they changed it, like the offerings. Dumbest thing ever. Oh,
Oof.
it's a pea head.
Well, that's why they added this
Oh,
event.
wait,
in.
no, it's a dust thing.
Nope, it's a pea head.
Okay. They sound the same. Hey, Ash.
Yeah, they sound very same. Welcome back, Poussey.
I objected to the name change when she did change it. Because I think before that it was Ohio Sigma Rizzler. And I was like, change it. Change it to anything else
That
other
is
than
the
Ohio
name.
Sigma Rizzler. And then she came back in the chat with Pussy Destroyer, and I'm like, oh my god.
It's even better.
Ah, do you want to come to the showtime?
Um,
Oh.
yes! I'm coming!
Hurry!
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Bugger.
No, my wife.
You gotta go find the cupcake. Someone's running scene partner. Nice, good job.
Nice. Just finished my Fez night. Ooh, how was it?
I'm so close. No!
We're gonna play Fez. Ozzy, you should play
Plaything,
Fez
it's
with
fucking
us.
plaything. I've never played Faz. Oh, my plaything's
You've never
right there,
played
that's crazy.
Fez?
Nope, I've never played Faz, I've never played Demonologist, I've never played like any of those kind of games.
When you get VR, we're gonna play Fez.
VR?
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah, we'll play Fez VR.
Faz in VR, I think I'd just die. I want to do like a big VTuber collab. Me, you, and is it 2 others? I think it's a 4-player thing, right?
Yes, we'll play.
Maybe convince Ash to come back and maybe like Bunnicula. I can never say Bunny's name. Bunnicula.
Nicola.
And be like, come on, we can be like the Powerpuff Girls. 4 Powerpuff Girls. You got red, you got blue, you got purple, you got green.
I was
Think
gonna
that'd be
shat my
cute.
pants. Holy shit, that was.
You can shit at them by yourself.
What? Hi.
What did you get hit by?
How come it was a mare and I turned all the lights off and it didn't even come out? Nah, I'm at the point where if I play Faz, I can like. The curtains being slightly more open than usual, you can tell me which ghost it is.
Oh, so you're like gonna let us walk around in the dark and you're gonna be like to every selection I pick? And be like, I think it's this thing, and you're gonna go, no.
I'm gonna walk in, it's gonna be
Nuh-uh.
like 3 degrees cooler than normal, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, it's a poltergeist.
It's a fucking yokai.
No, I am not that good at Faz. I'm so shit. I'm like level 10. I have like none of the good stuff.
I think I would.
Who's opening chest over here?
Yeah. Me, because I didn't like the
Open my
items that I was getting. I play with your chest, I don't want to
Oh,
open it.
he's coming!
I'm gonna
He's coming! He's
search
coming! He's coming! He's coming!
Sneaky bastard. No, he likes you.
Why
Have fun.
though? Why though? Stinky.
You're pretty.
I'm not even playing Cheryl or Maria.
Maria. Playing the funny smelly witch. Hey Beast, welcome back, how are you?
Oh my god. I am VTuber trans.
That stupid fucking Ellen model. The stretched model. That was
Which one?
horrifying. The really elongated
Oh,
Ellen model.
yeah.
Ripley. Oh, that was hard. That came up in my dreams a few times. I didn't like that. Get away from me.
Yeah, I'm wearing 2 gens already. I got jump scared by Pyramid Head in the whole of the apartments. Oh my god. Yeah, I love Silent Hill too. Have you played the remake?
I have never played one. Like at all.
You've never played any
I don't
Silent
know if you realize this. All I play is DVD.
You gotta play it,
I know. My variety era is not upon me yet, though.
Girl. Oh my god.
I still stink. I smell bad.
We'll try some, like, we'll try some
I'm
different
just not
variety
brave enough
games.
yet. I'm not brave enough. I'm trying, I promise.
Chad and I, we will
Jai,
be
wake
there
up.
for you, no matter what. We promise. Guys,
I know, I'm coming, you're gonna get a second.
yeah, I'm sick.
I'm sorry.
It's It's all good.
I was getting chased
Do
and then
the-
Jack
do the door
was
first.
typing, I think.
They're cooking popcorn. Someone go for the door.
was-
What are we doing?
I love you.
Wait,
Wait, what the? Why did he open? Oh, he's about to blood warden us. Maybe not? He just opened the door, not us. Oh, no, never mind. Letting you out. I see. Thought we were about to get blood warden. Ellen Glorply. Glorply. I glorply place you down.
I haven't even done chases. I need to vault twice. In a chase.
I cannot help you there. I mean, I could chase you around a bit, but it doesn't count the same.
Oh. He doesn't.
Oh, well, why'd you grab a coffee? What kind of coffee did we get in early birthday shopping? Oh, what did we get? Tell me when it's your birthday so I can wish you happy birthday. Or join the Discord, put your birthday in the birthday bar. And I can always wish you happy birthday.
My birthday announcement command was so delayed. I
Mine
thought
does
it'd
it at
never
like
say it.
midday. You can set the time when it does it. Yeah, it was trail. It was trail. Meow 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 meow. Make a VTuber model that I won't use. You could be a fish. Probably would be better to be a PNG tuber over a VTuber, like a 3D. You could
It's
talk
just
to
that
Blep, maybe.
one-
Blep could make you like a fish one.
It's that one fish like yelling meme. You know what I'm talking about?
Needs to be like the, you know the fish on the walls that sing?
Oh my god,
Like
the
that.
bass. Oh, what is it called?
Yeah, yeah, the singing basses. Yeah, like that. Let me just see what challenge I'm doing. Fall from a great height while being chased again. That'd be funny. You don't like my idea? The hell?
Hi, Kibble. I'm bald.
Never you sound so panicked.
Uh,
I'm bald.
she's bald.
Tim Hortons. Does Tim Hortons exist down here?
No, it's a Canadian thing.
Oh. I'm bald.
Girl, we just got like Wendy's and Starbucks
What is
and Costco.
a large triple?
There ain't not gonna be.
Yeah, we also have.
I wish I could go to Tim Hortons. If I went to Canada, I'd only be going there for Tim Hortons. I'm
For
just
your
saying.
cyber doggo? In what? Oh, the dark tide update dropped, didn't it?
What?
Name it Tiny or Fluffy. Something stupid.
Boring.
Boring, but it's funny because I know it's not fluffy.
How can I use balance? Would going up the stage count?
I don't know. Name it Missy, short for missile launcher.
Give me a name for a cyber doggo.
Missy, short for ballistic missile launcher. Yeah. Whatever, name it Crambit.
Chip.
Chip. That's what he got.
Capital
Chip
C
wins.
H, lowercase I, capital B P. Chip.
Chip.
Gizmo, Sparky,
Sparky. Winston. Name it Winston.
Axel, AXL, like Axel.
Okay, those are good ones for a cyber dog, I will admit.
Servo.
Schwarzenegger.
What?
Schwarzenegger. It's like a robot.
Like the actor Arnold?
Yeah.
I wouldn't call my dog that.
Why not?
Cause I don't know, that doesn't feel like a dog name. Owl,
Missile launcher
H-A-L.
is?
Owl. Missile launcher? I didn't say missile
Shaggy,
launcher.
let's fucking go. Oh yeah, I
Oh,
see.
hi there.
Three sugar.
Zoinks.
Oh.
Like Scoob.
Like Scoob. Promo Raggy. No, I only know the bad version of the Promo Raggy. Have you heard that one?
Bro raggy. No.
It involves the Arsler.
Oh, he just got white man jump scared.
Promo Raggy. I can't say the rest, it's not allowed. Well, that plays in my head every time I hear it. It was going around Twitter for a long time. I hated it. So
Help me! I need $1. I need $1, please.
$1 is all I need. Send me out. I'm not sending that. You're searching yourself. I'm scared. You should be. So I get a $50 gift card to get Springtrap and DVD and an add-on for Hogwarts Legacy and V-Bucks for Fortnite. How many V-Bucks did we get? I've seen these survey skins. They look interesting.
What kind of math question was that?
What?
If I had this many V-Bucks, how many V-Bucks would I have?
Yeah, how many V-Bucks you get? 2,800. Damn, that's like half a skin or something. I don't know. I don't play
You
Fortnite.
can get a low quality skin for that much.
That's fun.
Like the 800 skins, they're like not too crazy and they don't have a back bling.
Uh-oh.
And then there's 1200, and then there's 1500, and then
What
there's
the
2000
fuck?
skins.
Did that go up? I swear it wasn't that expensive when I played.
That's how it's always been. Oh my god! We should play Fortnite.
Okay, I think they just added more pieces. I'm not playing Fortnite.
Yeah. Can I buy you
I'm not
Crocs in
playing
Fortnite? Or some Air Jordans?
Absolutely not. You had me almost at Crocs.
Okay, well no, I'll buy you shark slippers.
You have the shock slippers. That's you. I'll wear Crocs though, but I'm not wearing Air Jordans. If you give me Air Jordans, I can. Can I deny gifts? I would deny that gift.
But yeah, a lot of the skins you can't even get for less than 2,000 now because you have to buy them in bundles. So they milk you for your money. That's how I've spent like $5,000 on the game. Wish me luck on my first game. Good luck. Oh my god, my skirt is
Good luck,
flying
good luck,
again.
good luck. Stop tooting.
Oh, he has. Oh, he has the add-on that blocks pallets.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was Blood Favor, but it's the add-on because he came out of the door.
Miss Snugglepaws. I like that. That's cute. Hi everybody. How are you?
Hi there.
How are you?
Hello.
How much I would love to TP over there.
Oh yeah, he TP'd.
Yeah, I can hear it. He's in the building.
Oh fuck. Hi there.
Alright, he TP'd to the building one.
Hey, how it going? Nice to
Yeah,
meet
Ocarina.
you in
Hey.
town.
Bana, 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 bana. Bana, 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 na, 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 na. I'm tired.
Enchanted Wonderland, you would approve without the doors. Oh my god. How you going? How's it going? Good day to you, sir? Oh my lord. Oh my lord. What the wrong side? Wrong side, Michaela! What the fuck? Who's watching me?
Me. I just think you're cute.
Oh, I think. Oh, shucks.
It's supposed to be cold. It's winter. Yeah, in real life, Elsie is wearing a lot of layers right now. Elsie can get clothes. Donate so I can put a shirt on. $500 Balenciaga shirt.
How much can I donate to take your shirt off?
Man, are you wearing it? What less can I have?
It's okay, I'll warm you up.
500 and we get to I'll put the Hellsy ref in chat. Discord chat. I'll be fast. I have a med kit.
He can't. He's broken.
Oh, wait, why are you broken? Just don't be broken, forehead. Oh, actually.
Tonight will be the night that I'll fall for you.
No, I will fall for you. Do you want that, maybe?
Oh, he's not breaking.
It's a styptic, but I can't seem to use it. Because I think I fucked up my buttons.
Not my,
My gumdrop buttons!
I couldn't figure out the reference.
Yeah, no.
Do you know the muffin man? The muffin man.
Do you know the muffin man?
Oh my god. The muffin man.
The muffin man. The muffin man.
Can you tell we're at this?
Thank you. Huh? What?
Nothing.
What about my muffins?
Ah,
My gumdrop button.
freshly baked and steaming.
Oh yeah, they're steaming.
Yeah. Wait, so riddle me this,
Oh shit, I'm
Halsey.
getting grabbed!
Oh no.
I pressed the wrong button.
Okay, so if I took a cupcake and I took the top, like the icing off the cupcake, and I gave it to you without telling you that it was a cupcake, would you think it was a cupcake or a muffin?
Depends on the sweetness and the density.
Oh my! Actually.
It is. A muffin is denser than a. Why is my hat like that? What happened to my hat? Oh, sorry. My hat got all fucked up. What? My hat's all fucked up. Oh, I got a magical hat. Do you want to see my Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were on hook. Guys, you want to see my magical hat?
Your magical hat.
Look at my magical hat. Do you see my magical hat?
Where are you?
Tell me. Can you see my magical hat?
No, you just
You
have
see
a
it?
normal hat.
Aww. It goes like all reddy. Reddy?
Oh.
Reddish when I crouch.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'd like it if Lilith told me to stay still.
I'm running into things.
You watch yourself, Pookie.
I wonder if these arcade machines are hints for future chapters, like the other ones were.
The other ones were?
Yeah, in the theater map.
Oh, okay. I
The
didn't know
whole All Things Wicked chapter predicted everything, like predicted the future chapters. My skirt's going that
that. You got a
bad.
Villa.
Oh my gosh.
What the fuck are we doing, Lilith? Be honest.
In an alternate
That
reality
worked.
where Springtrap wasn't a child murderer, he was just a pilot.
I love doing that. It's such a time waster.
My hell's
My hat! My hat was so cool. It was like a fire hat. Ember hat.
Hi, Maestro.
Maestro, hello, how are you?
Oh, he's coming. Oh, Lord, he coming.
Royal Advisor Grand Maid Mama Death. Damn, Jesus, we're gonna have to shorten your name.
Oh, Lord, he's coming here as well. Oh, wait, no, he TP'd out here.
I'm putting death in a main suit, let's fucking go. Spirit! Touch me, please. Thank you.
It's okay. Go, 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 go.
It would have taken 3 seconds to heal me. Why'd you take that? I have resurgent. You stupid. Yeah, I got you another one there.
I did.
I got you another one. Hi, Spirit. Hope you had a good stream. How are you? welcome.
Make him eat.
If you got a raid and run, please do that. Take care of yourself. Get some food, get some water, get some rest. I do not mind. Raiders, welcome in. I'm Halsey. I'm a cat vampire VTuber. I play a lot of DVD. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm from Australia. And I am with B.
You got that shit down on T. Like.
I say it every time.
Trans.
I think we're pretty. Do you she they or do you just use she her?
She, her,
You use her
shark.
she because you're sweet like a chocolate. That was a bad one.
Yeah, she, her, sharks.
Shark. For those that don't know, this is shitpost because I didn't realise.
They go by B.
Remember Me is diabolical. Iggy Azalea.
No.
Izzy Azalea. And for those that are also just coming in, we are doing some fundraising for the VTuber Summer Slam hosted by Gamers Outreach. It is to bring gaming to kids in hospitals. We have a whole bunch of goals and incentives if you really like to make me suffer.
Trans flag spotted. That's what I said. Trans. Oh no. Oh yeah, dime.
No, I didn't. He had Remember Me.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That dramaturgy was unfortunate. Oh, nice. Oh, he's gonna be sick.
I wonder if I can spin him. I feel like I might be able to. I'm gonna get hit. Yeah, unfortunate. I've managed to do that to 2 spring traps where like they. Why did I get his crutch?
Crutch man.
Straight up crutching it. Yep. He's so funny, I love it.
No Way Out, Remember Me. DAYYY. Oh yeah, they had a full endgame build.
Trap. Yeah, I could tell. I was like, you ain't running Remember Me for no fucking reason. No, touch me. Alright. Wasn't aimed at you, it was aimed at Jai, which probably isn't any better. Put me in a maid outfit, and I'll say it again, I'm gonna put death in a maid outfit. For the last few killers, it's kind of hard to make a unique one with it. Beat the last boss in Power Word? Nice! I don't know anything about the last boss in Power Word. But nice, I'm proud of you. But yeah, so the current incentives and goals for the stream, we have raised 110 out of the 500 goal that we have. Incentives being $5 equals I eat a bean boozle and I fucking suffer because each time it's made me puke. And it
I'm going down with
sucks. Please stop hurting me. I can't do it anymore. $10, you get your name on my body any way you want. I forgot the rest. One second. I can read my own list. $25 is a custom tweet. $50 is a permanent entrance sound to stream. Like when you type in message in chat, it'll play a noise. And 100, anything over 100, it'll be a thank you note and a small goodies from me, merch wise, because I'm planning on merch. Yeah, I'm planning on merch. I know. And the top donator gets a permanent VIP role in Twitch and Discord, a future merch item, and my love and admiration. We've already hit the $100 goal, which is you get to choose my profile pic for a month for like my Discord, Twitter, and Blue Sky, which I'll be posting in the Discord for you guys to vote on. And our next goal, what's our 200 goal? Better not be Pilk. I think Pilk was 300.
Yeah, Pilk's 300.
Yeah, thank God.
Give me out cake.
200, we're doing a hear me out cake.
Yeah.
So just $90 for a hear me out cake. It's a very expensive cake. Just saying.
You can have this cake.
I mean
for free.
thigh highs. Yep. I'm gonna put my music back on, I forgot that. Napalm to kill it. Hey, I like napalm though.
Pilky
Merch?
say,
Yeah.
Milk is so good.
So I have my logo that I can use for merch, and I'm also getting a very big, beautiful metal, essentially illustration done. Very beautiful. And I plan to put it on. I don't know if I'll put it on clothing yet.
Prints. I'm gonna print it out.
Yeah, definitely prints, but I think the original art, I've given permission for the original artist to make prints out of it. So I might leave the prints to them and put it on merch, like on shirts and jumpers and stuff. I'm not sure yet. I want to do one of just the logo that I have like everywhere and make that a simpler drop, and then do a more advanced drop of the full illustration, you know? And you show you a little kid do it after? I don't know, man. Don't look at me. Everyone and their mom's playing right now, so good luck.
We want a healthy body pillow.
I could. I don't know if it'd be good quality, but I could.
Specifically, I want a healthy body pillow.
Go back to bed again. No, don't leave me,
They
Dad.
have the same add-on.
Wait.
And it's behind us. It's the store behind us.
Oh, he's right there.
Yeah.
Ow. That hurt.
No. Thank you for the dono. Give us 1 second.
Add-on?
Oh, it's Jay.
What do you mean add-on?
When he TPs through a door, it blocks pallets near the door. It's like blood favor. He just went through a
Wait,
door.
was there another? It was me? You are not making me drink pilk tonight. This is an intrusion. Not happening!
No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh, Tink. Leave me alone. This guy is not in the bone zone.
Bone zone?
The bone zone. Thank you for the follow. A Puma. Akuma Matata.
Akuni my tatas. Let me refresh that. Did I get the notification? I don't think I got the alert for the donor.
Thank you, Jai, for the 25.
But I see it. Thank you, Jai!
We'll have to
Look
figure
at you,
out all
Ive.
the updated stuff after.
That means you've hit 100 now, right?
Yes.
Oh,
it
fuck.
has been.
Nice. And you're definitely in the lead, so you're still first. I'm gonna head to bed. Have a good sleep, Smith. Thank you so much for rating us. I appreciate it.
Oh no.
You've definitely hit $100.
I'm not doing that. 40 in US or US.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the conversion rate. It's pretty painful. It's only getting worse as well. Oh shit, yeah, he's got the blocker. What? Okay. You did? At least it was... Oh, okay, I just didn't hear it, I guess. I was too busy being absolutely blasted by a big bunny rabbit. This stupid rabbit. I also finally figured out how to schedule posts on Instagram.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, I was meant to message Miss Mac about that. You have to use like the Facebook Meta business page.
Ugh, I hate
It's
all the meta
kind of
shit.
annoying. Yeah, I don't like Meta, but it's the only way you can schedule them, and I cannot consistently post without like a scheduling program. And all the other ones on the internet you have to fucking pay for. Good night, Spirit. Rest well.
Nice, Spirit.
Be right there, a step away. Just a step away. No, come back! Dad, come back! I miss you! Oh, hey, more beans! Fuck my life. I don't want no more beans. What did he leave? He must have left. Oh, you fucking rat. He was he's got dragon grip, so if he kicks a gen, don't touch it because he's hiding in the door.
Yeah.
What a rat.
Whereabouts are you? How's it?
In front of the building.
Okay.
I believe.
I see you. Wait, no, that's. Nice, Kate.
It's alright, I outlived the dragon's gripping. Dragon grip this
But
dick.
I gotta get flashy saves.
Gotta get flashy saves.
Yeah, I gotta get a flash.
Okay, he TP'd away from me. You wearing a Jinx outfit? Nah, just a bikini top and some shorts. Ow. I don't think I get this out.
Where is you?
I don't know, where the boon just went up.
Okay. Well, I'm like right here, and you're nowhere here.
Oh.
Oh, you're all the way over
There you go.
there. Oh my god. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up.
Holding up, holding up, holding up. He's facing the other way.
No.
Oh, he saw you. I was trying to like move more towards you so that you were closer. Oh, he wants you. He wants you, wants you. But yeah, no, this is just a bikini top. I will have like links. Oh, you
nice.
are so hot.
Holy shit.
I have a syringe. I put a syringe on. Jai will realize when syringe pops. Okay, Jai realized, all good.
What kind of angle was that? What a bunch of baloney.
Baloney. You mean Fritz?
Nice, Devin. Is
Not
baloney
Devin.
and Devin the
Devin, the
same
name
thing?
of an old man. It's Bung Fritz. Don't ask me about the bung part.
I think
You
he's
call it
bung
Bung
up.
Devon? There's no way you call it Bung Devon.
No, he's not.
It's just Devon, like no bung. So we have Fritz and we have Bung Fritz, and Bung Fritz is like when you get the really big amount. Oh, they got unhooked. And Fritz is just like the slices. Fritz is way more fun to say.
Oh lordy, coming. Oh lordy.
Oh, he fucking dragon gripped this too.
Oh, good job.
Didn't even know he'd come in there.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh no. Oh no, I'm on ballot.
Exquisite.
Oh, nobody's here. Oh. Why is he invisible? He's invisible like right after he gets out of the door for a few seconds. It's a glitch. Oh, he's on my hook. He's on my. He's just camping. Why? Elbow zone.
LOL, I deafened myself.
Oh, it's okay. I was in her way.
Must accidentally hit it. Ah!
Oh no.
I don't know. You holy shit. Holy shit. What was that? What number was that? What the fuck?
What kind of angle is that?
Jesus. walking into it, put his ass in the laundry, full on spin cycle. I think I did like 4 spins in a row. We both got dizzy. Oh, that was amazing. Did you see what happened there? By any chance?
No. The wall was in the way.
Boopy.
No.
Oh, I fucking took him for a spin and a half. We just went around in circles like non-stop. You stop getting up.
I'm sorry.
Stay down.
Make me.
Bad dog. Two different responses. Oh, I don't know. I don't think we're winning this one.
I don't know about that one.
You can't dead hard the axe, no, and you cannot DS it either. I don't think. The grab invalidates a lot of things. That's why people were mad at it.
If he gets a grab while he's like on a hook, like right under a hook, I'm pretty sure he can hook it without DS. But, does that make any sense?
Yeah. He bypasses the animation because it's so fast. There's a lot of weird. He invalidates a lot of stuff. That's why I haven't been running dead hard, because I also just cannot fucking dead hard something I cannot tell it's gonna hit. I also realized in my editing that you don't see the axe hit half the time. There's this like one clip that I did where I called him a pussy. I was like, you won't do it, pussy, and he threw the axe and it hit me, but there was no axe model. I went from healthy to injured without any sort of change, so I don't know if maybe I just didn't capture I didn't see it before it hit the hitbox or something, but it was really weird. Oh, bugger. Oldest chick in the scroll. Yep, you're good. Took an axe to the back. Kind of teleport magnetizes people. It's weird, yeah. I don't really get it fully. You cannot hit over that. Oh! Oh, that'll hit. Yeah, that'll hit, unfortunately. Try not to be bug challenged if possible. Like, I get a handful of bugs, but the invisibility is kind of insane to me. Like, how is it invisible? How? Did it go through the rock there, Carl? Or did he go over the rock?
Oh, the rock clip? Yeah, it went through the rock.
Because I know you can go over, but I don't... Oh, and then it bugged out really bad.
Can't go over it, can't go under it.
Hmm. Funny bug.
Through it. Ugh, we gotta eat another bean.
Oh, I want to eat a bean. John, I want to eat a bean. I played badly. Yeah, I probably would have stopped and been like, the fuck? Spin.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait. Did you just do a physical spin?
Yeah, I flicked it because I was bored. I don't think you heard it.
Yeah.
Banana or wet dog? I already know what I'm gonna get, and it's not gonna be banana. Hi, Snacky! How are you?
Hi.
I wanna eat it. What did you get?
I haven't even spanned yet. Hold on.
Hurry up, spin it, wench. My tummy already hurts. How are you, Snacky? Yeah, we're doing some fundraising for the VTuber Summer Slam, and that's why we've got some bikini models going. If you can't see bees currently because we couldn't get our
I'm
Vinyan to
sorry.
corroborate.
Wobble wait.
Corroborate.
Wobble wait.
Mm.
Oh, I nearly just got wet dog again. Wet dog. Oh no, this one I'm
deserve a wet
dreading.
dog.
This one I'm dreading.
Hmm? What'd you get?
Pomegranate or old bandage. Oh no.
Ooh.
I don't even know which one that is.
It's a red one, no?
Just the pink one.
It's a very red one. Yeah. It's a pink one with pink spots. But yeah, we're doing some fundraising. $5 and we have to eat a bean boozle, and I'm fucking dying. These are the worst things I've ever put in my mouth. And I have had many things in my mouth, but these are the worst. And if you want to put your name on my model, it's $10. I can go jiggle, 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 jiggle,
Jiggle.
jiggle, jiggle. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
You ready with your bean?
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Oh no.
Seconded.
It actually tastes like a bandage.
Why would you know that?
Like it tastes like what a bandage like smells like.
Why does it hurt?
It just feels like I'm chewing up a bandage.
What do they add to these?
How have I not gagged once? I gagged to the smell, but the taste is fine.
Thanks for the follow. Oh, I got wet dog instead of banana.
What would that even... Does it taste like a wet dog?
There's something in these beans that are all the same, and it tastes like stomach acid, and it's killing me.
It's not great.
There's like a stomach acidness to the bad, and I
Trust,
think
you know
that's
what a
what's
bandage
making
is?
me. Oh.
Oh, this one made my like mouth feel weird.
One day I'll get the blueberry or the toothpaste, and I will be so happy because it's so heaven. Oh, that was.
Can't lie, the toothpaste doesn't taste like that.
No.
Like it's
But-
the least offensive one.
It's
but
the better of the
it's-
worst. I feel like the licorice and dog is probably the only double negative. Truly.
I love
Most people don't
licorice.
like licorice. Most people don't. That's why I'm like, it'd probably be like least favorite, right? Alright, I gotta play some ads and I'm gonna go to the bathroom because my tummy hurts so bad.
Run
These
ads
are
is
killing me. I don't know what it is. There must be an ingredient that they use in the bad ones to make it like especially heinous.
Yeah.
Because like all of them suck, but they all have this one distinct taste of like stomach acid in the back of my throat, and it's actually awful.
Nearly eat toothpaste. I love the taste of toothpaste. I love eating toothpaste.
You're a strange one. So I'd love to know what the ingredients are on the bad ones and see what's similar in all of them that make it literally taste like I'm about to puke. That's why I can't follow through with half of them. It's because of that flavor of just like, I already feel like there's puke in my mouth. Stop puking in my mouth. All right, I'll be back in a second. I need to go bathroom. Oh, this is disgusting.
Guys, I hate it. It didn't taste like it tasted terrible. But it's left a very bad like taste, like aftertaste in my mouth. My mouth feels like sandpapery. So it's the middle of winter. It's summer in America. It's a VTuber Summer Slam. Newcomers, if you didn't know, we're raising money for Gamers Outreach VTuber Summer Slam 2025. All funds go towards helping put like gaming consoles in hospitals for kids to help better their treatment. So if you would like to donate to that, it's !VSS, !donate, tip, charity, Tiltify. I think those are the other ones that. Nice, good job, Nick. You guys got beach outfits and everything one day after winter solstice in Australia. Hey, we like it cold, you know. We like it cold. There's the links. Thank you. Thanks, Carrot. It's the third link. Third link. Is to the Tiltify, and we have goals and incentives. I know the ads are still playing, but if anybody watching my stream, these are the goals and incentives for me. They're basically identical with Halsey's, except a few of them. So yeah, $5 is a Bean Boozle, $10 is a name on model, 25 is choose what we tweet, 50 is choose, for me at least, is choose a topic of an embarrassing story. And Jai, you gotta do that. Are you still in here, Jai? And then $100 or plus as handwritten card and some goodies. Duel? I'm not dueling you. Hey. Oh my god. Whatever. I'll duel you, cup. Okay. We'll duel. We'll duel to the death. Give me a man. There you cause love you like team. Thank you, thank you. Did it go through? Oh, give it a second. When they bury our bodies under water. I'll refresh mine. Better for me. But like a Spoka! Hey! Thank you for the 25! Oh my gosh! Yippee! Okay, so you get to we're gonna do another Bean Boozle. You get a name on model, so I'll do that right now as well. Spooker man. Flood me like Atlantic. We're gonna remind Halsey when she comes back. Hi, Halsey.
Hi.
We're gonna
What's
do
up?
another Bean Boozle. And name a model. And a tweet. Spoker donated 25.
Thank you for the 25. This one's for charity. No, I have to suffer for this. It's only fair. How are you? Thank you for rating. I saw you working on the Deathslinger portrait. That one looks really good. I say no. You don't get a choice. Silly. Not in the options. Mainly because I want the blue one.
Drunk VR.
What do you want your
Faz?
name
my
as well?
goodness.
Where would you like your name? Yes, thank you. What were you gonna tell me? Just that the donor went through? You had me worried that something was broken again.
No.
Off screen on your oh my legs. My legs.
No, not this one. Please, not this one. Please, not this one. Please. Please. Please.
Oh.
No. No.
It's becoming like that, isn't it? Slightly
Cappuccino
torturous.
or liver and
Ew.
onions.
Okay, that one's probably double bad. I don't think they're gonna do cappuccino very good.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's my tutti frutti time! Yay! I am very tutti frutti. Or stinky
I'm
sock.
bald.
Oh. Oh, it's the
I
pretty
can't do
pink
liver.
one.
No. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of liver.
Oh, it's that one. Oh, did I have a tutti frutti earlier then?
Are you still muted on your stream? Make sure
No.
you're muted. Okay. Someone said are you muted? That's all.
Fuck you.
What the?
Not you, them.
Oh.
I mean, I would, but like, you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's okay.
I don't know which one's the
So-
Tutti Frutti.
So Jai and Spoker have to choose tweets for us, and
Yeah.
Jai, you also need to choose a topic of an embarrassing story that I need to tell.
How does someone pick a topic for you?
Like anything, right? Like
Talk
any
in
just
it.
like a. I have many embarrassing stories. I've literally told you multiple times that I've been walked in on.
Yeah, that one hurts me.
Keep
I can't tell.
like sex, masturbation, school,
This
toilets.
is definitely
something
safe
like
for
that, you
charity
know?
work.
Well, anything. My bad. Okay. Okay. Keep it respectful.
PG?
Keep it
I don't
PG.
know. Then it's not embarrassing, is it? I
Keep
cannot
it
find this
M.
bean. I don't know. I don't know which bean. Oh, this one. I got it. It's like a white one with rainbow
And you also get to
sparkles.
pick a tweet. Yes. Jai and
I
Spoker
figured
have to
it.
pick a tweet.
You make me tweet whatever you want. You can tell everybody that I actually like pilk, even though I've never tried it. Okay. Oh, this is already gonna be bad. I accidentally squished it and I smelt it.
I'm scared for this one. This might be the first one that I
Alright.
might actually throw up.
3, 2, 1.
Oh no.
I've never eaten something so slowly.
How can it taste like chemicals but also taste exactly like how it's described?
Alright, I'm just gonna get through this as fast as I can so I don't puke. Oh! Oh, yeah, that get bad. Oh, yeah.
I'd say something safe for work and just
That was a
not
sock.
stupid.
That was for sure a sock.
There was a sock?
Look, as long as you're not threatening any minorities, you can. Wow.
Yeah, that was definitely liver and onion. Not great.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up, Spoker. That's fucked up. Oh, and no shouting at yourself. Don't be weird. I feel like you guys know that, but it has to be stated. It's happened too many times. I don't want no fucking twitch.tv, your username here. Go sub and like and kiss my ass and stuff. I don't want that. That's so sad. You
That's
know,
really
there's a reason I had to add it to some of the rules. It's, yeah. It's a prevalent issue.
Halsey, that's the first one that made me kind of gag. That was terrible.
Yeah.
Like, they're not, like, gut-wrenching, like, I'm gonna throw up. They're just, like,
I don't know
I'm
how
just
you're
sad
doing it
that I
with a
didn't
straight
get
face.
cappuccino. Like,
Am I just built weakly? Like, is that it?
yeah, I think so.
Alright,
so
can I put you
excited.
down there? Is that okay? You won't be on the screen. Oh, maybe you will be on the screen. It doesn't disappear. It just
Oh, now
pushes
my
you.
mouth
You
hurts.
might be off the screen. I don't know. You just get pushed.
Maybe.
Can't believe I have to donate all my Mountain Dew. This is fucked up. It's fucked up.
Are we just gonna do that? I'll just tweet the same thing. Just to...
Up to you, because I don't know if I hereby give all my Mountain Dew to Spoker. It's something you need to tweet.
My community's gonna be like, who the fuck is Spoker?
I'm gonna sub. My Mountain Dew! I was already up, B.
I was waiting for us to figure everything out. My bad.
You don't have to rush it either, Jai. If you wanna, take your time and then get back to me with what you want. Feel free to. I do not mind. I'm gonna DM you some updates. Hell yeah, because yeah, I saw your Slinger one. I saw it when you started it and you'd changed the eyes, and then I had left for a bit to do some chores before my inspection, and then I came back and you'd added like the hat and the goatee and the gun, and I was like, damn.
Every time I burp, it's agony.
I just taste it in the back of my throat. It's pretty bad. It's like on my teeth. It won't go away. Also, partner ended up naming that dog Scooby, and I went in there and I was like, you should have named it Scrappy because it's a metal dog.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna name my metal dog Scrappy.
Sparky. How?
I love that you rated me literally the moment I left to go take a shit. Literally the second. Insane. What have you made? Smoker is making a nightlight pack. And it's very cute. It's live currently, so if you're using Nightlight new, I assume it'd be under just Spoker's name. If you just search Spoker Man, it'll come up. It's very cute. When it's done, I'm going to be putting it on. It's the middle of winter. Yeah, unfortunately this is an American thing. But I wanted to look the part. I wanted to do a beach thing and then be like in the biggest puffer jacket ever because it'd be funny. But I was like, nah, I better not. Holy shit, they got advanced. Oh, the pinhead one's great. Damn, these ones are really good. The twins one? Stop, these ones are fantastic. These ones are definitely your best, I reckon. Maybe. I think Plague's still kind of peak. They're very good. You're cooking, you're cooking. Nicely, please, you can have to ask Spoker. Dwarf, hello, thank you for the raid, welcome in. How are you? I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, welcome. What were you playing? Howdy.
Howdy.
We're tropical? Yeah, we're doing some fundraising today. For the VTuber Summer Slam, so I thought maybe we'll put a bikini on. Even though, it's fucking freezing right now. Definitely not the best idea. Not this fucking add-on again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
He's near Killer Shack side. He's very quiet. Mood boosters, yeah, very nice, very nice. But yes, welcome in everybody. I'm Halsey. I'm a cat vampire VTuber. I play a lot of DBD. I use she, they pronouns, and I'm from Australia.
How are you doing
And I
this
am
for
joined
the
today
chance?
by B, who is she sharp.
Oh, wait, this is you.
Lover of Blahaj.
This is not you. Lover of Bahaj, yeah.
You-
Lover of Halsey.
Lover of Blahaj and Hellsies, I guess. And yeah, we're doing some fundraising for the VTuber Summer Slam. It is done by Gamers Outreach. It brings gaming to kids in hospitals. So we are raising funds to bring, they're called go-karts, and they're essentially like a console on wheels with like a TV. It's really cool, and they bring it into the rooms where kids are so that they can play some games while they're in there. I remember playing them when I was a kid. I don't know if anyone else remembers them. They were super rudimentary when I was there. They were very simple. I think it was more so they took the kids to a room with the gaming consoles in it than bringing it to you half the time. I remember that in the early days of hospital visits. When he was in hospital. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're funding for. So currently we have some incentives as well if anyone is interested in donating. $5. We have to do the dreaded Bean Boozle. I have been losing every single fucking roll. It sucks. It actually sucks. It makes me gag. It's the worst thing I've ever put in my mouth by far. They all just taste like stomach acid. I can't do it. $10 gets your name on my body wherever you want. As you can see, the people have picked. Like 4 of them tonight. Yeah, they're killing me. They're actually killing me. There's like a pit in the bottom of my stomach that just hurts. I'm actually gonna do a different gen than this one. And yeah, there's some other goodies for donating as well. Anything upwards of 100, that kind of thing. So if you want to help join the fundraising, go for it. We'd love to have it. Every dollar counts.
Someone do the
We're
command.
doing pretty good. What are we at now? We're at 135. And the goal is 500. So I think it's pretty fucking good for day one. I'm pretty proud of that. I'm beaming right now. I'm very happy. But believe me, I know times are tough. Times are tough for me too, buddy. I understand. But I'd love to do more fundraising in the future. Maybe more Australian-based fundraising. I wish that Twitch's fundraising, because you can do it through Twitch. It's all US-based. It sucks.
Yeah.
I want to do it through that because that seems like the easiest way to set it up, but Tiltify might be the go.
Tiltify's
And then do it in AUD. But I alt-tabbed. When everything's screwed for streaming, yeah, it's a bit funky. Because, like, if I do it AUD and then the USD people are fucked and it's...
Why was my
Nice,
flashy
that
not
was-
working?
Well, you were in the middle of an animation and 2 feet away from him.
It's okay. It's okay. It's alright.
It was nearly impossible, yeah. It's not, they don't really think about that. And the exchange rate being absolute dog. Oh. Oh, is he? Oh, okay. Bum,
Have
bum,
it,
bum,
hold
bum,
music.
bum, 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 bum.
I just want my flashy scene.
What is he doing? What are you doing?
Damn, we're at 1 gen already.
We're at 1 gen already?
Yeah. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Jai was like gas in the
How's
car.
that not my challenge? Dry carrying as usual.
Yeah.
That's fine, that's fine. Bum, 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 bum. Ah, I overextended.
So far. Who's playing? Main gen's off.
They want to donate, but I shan't fall for FOMO. FOMO? What?
Nobody's forcing you.
Yeah, you can donate if you want to. You don't have to, but
You just TV'd.
is it like you don't want to miss out on the top tier stuff? Is that it, or you listen along in chases? I play too much. That's honestly the answer I've got. I play this game way too much.
Main gen. Oh no, why me? Be alone. Never mind.
Oh, thank you, Joe. You can't crouch when doing this. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah. I hope you know you are my head mod, so when merch drops, you're getting merch regardless, Carp. Like, I don't know if you realize that. No! Oh, okay, I dropped it for a different beamer.
He's on me.
Mm-hmm.
Why
I
me?
didn't like you.
Just a little on me.
Alan is probably like, just fucking heal me. He doesn't see us. He doesn't see us. He sees us! He sees me!
Why? Get out of
He's
here.
not like you, dog. Eesh.
Yeesh.
Nice catch, Joe.
Oh god, I don't have adrenaline.
Yeah, if I make merch, the mods are getting care packages. Do not worry. Of course I want you repping my shit. You're in my stream for like 6 hours every day. And then what you do in the Discord. Like, how the fuck am I meant to repay you for the hours of time you spend in my community? The least I can do is a little merch package.
We're kind of in a bone zone here. We need a... LZ.
The fuck? What the fuck?
I gotta go for that save.
Gotta go fast. That's not a good idea. Oh, he's right there. Okay! Oh, fuck. It's closer than I thought. Hi, Meanie, how are you? I'm raiding around. Oh, good. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for raiding me. Oh, God. I don't know what the fuck just happened.
You have adrenaline, right? Oh no.
No, I don't. I just have resurgence, so it's easier to heal me.
Showtime.
No, my show.
I'm sorry.
Vedra, hello. Yeah, see? Easy. Oh, I'm gonna issue eye, sorry.
What
So
determines
goofy.
the percentage
I knew they
of-
were gonna do it that way. Oh, what's up?
What determines the percentage of how much it gives you? Because I know before it only
what?
gave you like 50.
Wait, in regards to what?
How much it gives you when you unhooked? Because
When I
before
what?
before it gave you 50, and then it's usually giving you 75.
I am missing half of what you
Like
said.
the heal, like how much of the heal? Yeah.
Oh, the heal. I think
Yeah.
it's 75.
But
yeah,
before
sorry,
you
I
got
was
unhooked
only
and it was 50.
like I only heard the percentage you were saying and
Oh.
nothing else. I was like,
It's
huh?
okay.
Yeah, Springtrap was behind me. He's really fucking loud.
Hi, Vedra. Nice.
That's fucking criminal.
Oh no, he's gonna grab you.
None of I can fucking help it. Okay, never mind. Well, it was a different kind of grab. Where was you? Where was you?
I was trying.
Where was you? That's
That's
cheap.
still counted.
That's
That still counted.
cheap.
It still counted. I'm so sorry.
That was cheap.
I'm sorry, Pookie.
That was just mean.
I was on the other side of the.
Do I need to turn B up a bit? I can turn B up a bit. I can turn B on a bit.
Oh, I don't think. Speak louder. Is this better?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I just turned you up.
Sorry, sorry.
Yeah, W, the EB. Just stop making unhinged noises. Because I'm
Save me,
ass.
Daddy.
A real Anshu. Bikini cat. I am banana cat. I am bikini cat. Meow, meow, meow,
I still
meow,
need this
meow, meow, meow,
story.
meow. Oh, the big girls are oppressively cute. I love them too.
Jai.
It's definitely my favorite part about it.
What about like first dates? I don't know. What are some other topics?
Yeah, your first date was pretty bad. Pick first date.
Which one? Wait, which is this?
Your most recent one was pretty bad.
Okay, well, that wasn't technically a date.
Yes, it was. Wasn't it? I thought it was.
It was more of a hangout between two friends that
Don't want to explore each other?
she had a boyfriend.
Ah. Man, don't worry, I have a boyfriend. I'll still let you do it.
It went somewhere. Is this the story that you wanted to use as your topic?
Don't let your boyfriend stop you from finding your true love, okay?
Oh my gosh. No? Oh my god, okay. Then what's the topic? Oh my lord.
Jerkin. Yeah, that's probably a good one. That'd be interesting. It's not online anime lady? Yeah.
What was your first kiss like? My first kiss.
My first kiss is so sloppy. He had too much drool.
Ew.
He kissed with way too much lip and it was way too wet.
I don't think I ever really kissed like someone up until my ex.
Come here, I'll kiss you. I'll make it a terrible experience.
What are these girls? Yeah, of course you can kiss me. You can be as sloppy as you want. The sloppier the better.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry. I mean, there's one time with this girl that I liked, and we were technically together for like, this was like a month, by the way. I kissed her on the cheek, through her hair.
Ooh,
Like she had
what
like,
the heck is?
she had her hair down, and I kissed her on the cheek, on like with the hair.
Your last game? Oh good, oh good.
That's okay. This is the same girlfriend that broke up with me because I said that I was starving myself and I was self-harming. And she
And they
didn't
broke
believe
up with
me.
you because of that?
Yeah, she didn't believe me.
Oh. You.
Yeah.
You don't want that in your life, believe me. There's so much better out there.
I really thought she was the one. And she had the same birthday as me. And we'd known each other since like 4th grade.
No, you don't want that. You don't want that. My brother did the same thing with this shit scene of a woman thinking she was the one, and I remember him crying on my shoulder. And then he found the actual one, and now they're having a child together.
That's cute.
I remember how much he loved that first one, and she fumbled it by cheating on him. That was his first love. The first ever time he'd finally opened up. And she shattered him for a good while. And he had never come to me for anything like that. And this one night he came in sniffling and he sat on the edge of my bed and he said, "Can you hug me?" And I was like, oh my god, she's ruined you. Thankfully, he bounced back pretty well. But it was pretty horrible to witness. Cheating is gross. Don't cheat.
Tell it to my ex.
Don't cheat. It's gross. Don't go back to cheaters. That's worse.
Don't stay with cheaters.
Please.
Especially if they're,
Just make a...
if you know that they're with a partner of 7 years for half your relationship.
Just don't. It's not worth it.
Don't stay with
Like,
them.
I don't know if I fully subscribe to the once a cheater, always a cheater, but
Oh, no.
I definitely subscribe to the once your trust is broken, it cannot be brought back.
I've been through some shit. My bad.
I mean,
I'm so
cheated
sorry.
on. I've been emotionally cheated on, like confiding in another woman about how awful I am, and I was like, well, why do you stay with me then? Just go fuck her at this point.
Like, be for real. If you're not happy in a relationship, just fucking say it.
Yep. It's so much better to rip the band-aid off earlier than later
Yeah.
as well. Don't let someone waste any more of their time with you if you're going to be despicable, essentially. Like, for the love of God, I would despise someone more for dragging it out longer than it should be, than wanting to leave me. Like, stringing me on, essentially.
Yeah.
I would hate someone way more
It's
for
just
wasting my time.
it's manipulation. You're just gonna manipulate it all the time.
Oh, I almost missed this.
Showtime. Bye.
My baby.
Oh lord, he's coming. He's on the stage.
He's on. He wasn't. He's
Yeah,
on
he was,
stage.
he was backstage.
I think he just hit a
Don't mind
TP.
me. Don't mind me.
Oh, I am minding you though.
You walked past me.
Oh, that's Ada. What? Where are you?
Hi there.
Whoop.
I got my toolbox now.
I got toolbox too. Let's go hit up a gen.
Yeah.
Oh, I already used it. I'm alive.
He's coming.
Incoming! Oh, is he going the other way? Oh no, he found me, it seemed. I'm surprised he didn't wait for that.
One of those animatronics on the stage doesn't belong.
Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, I took a back shot.
Oh my god. Guys. What the heck?
That doesn't stun? He's like 0.5 centimeters away!
Will this count if I do this?
What
Because
is...
this is not going to be a full.
What? What the fuck just happened?
I might have to do it one more time. What happened?
What the fuck just happened? I don't know what just happened.
You can get grabbed while you're on the camera, right?
I believe so.
I think I've seen people get grabbed while they're on camera. Yeah. Oh, my
What the fuck? Did
70,
you get it?
my 70% toolbox counted as a full toolbox apparently.
I've subdued him. He's my friend for now. Ah!
You were
I'm
saying?
sorry. No, it's funnier because I stepped into that one by accident. Someone ran past, I poked my head out, he threw it, and I collected it.
Oh my god.
That was on me. Yeah, never trust a man in a fursuit.
Women in a fursuit, however.
Yeah, have you seen them? Have you seen that one that's she's in the Navy? She has like a purple wolf outfit. Oh,
Maybe.
she's hot. Yeah.
I used to
She was
follow
on the
like
news.
every furry on Twitter. Like when I was in my furry phase.
B.
I'll admit I was in my furry phase. My bad.
B.
What?
Was a furry face?
Yes. I love furries. Did
You are
nobody
a
did nobody
furry.
notice when I was literally like saying this year that I wanted to go to
Con?
yeah, FurryCon on the Gold Coast.
Fest, or whatever they call it. No.
Yeah, it was in like April. I want to go next year.
Nazi? Oh, I thought you said Nazi. No. Navy. Close,
Navy.
close. V, not Z.
You know,
Ow.
furries are like, they're crazy. Like, most of the IT industry
Yep,
is made up of
and
furries.
Nursing.
Nursing, a lot of military, like a lot of the military.
Have you seen how expensive the suits are?
Yeah.
Like, you have to work something like that, or you're never gonna afford it. I think a body piece is a couple grand alone.
Mhm.
Fuck you.
I got a
Big
sewing
booty
machine
bitches.
for the sole reason of making him fursuit. Never did.
Oh, so you're insane for that, because it's a lot of work.
Yeah. There's a really really popular fursuit maker that lives near me. I could commission them eventually. That'd be cool. Hi.
You be nice to him.
This is that little
I
circle.
can't move.
The Tonga line. How's he?
Get him. Get him.
Oh god.
Get him. Get him. He can't outrun all of us. Get him.
This was like 20k. Yeah, they can range from anywhere from like 1,000 to
Let me in.
multiple, like
Oh, what? I missed him.
yeah, like 20,000.
I really miss him.
Just depends on
Oh.
the complexity and the fursuit maker that you go with. Because some of like the really popular like high quality like high sought after furry makers, fursuit makers, they're very expensive. The main reason
Come
I
grab me.
left the furry community is because it's just so controversial.
It is. They do some odd things sometimes.
Yeah. Hellsy
There.
Francis Wingjet.
Shut up. I would never. That is immoral. Who's
I'd bark for you.
on this gen?
Which one?
I don't know if it's next to me or when I'm
Oh,
looking
yeah.
at it.
Hi.
Wait, what?
The one right next to you. Oh, I couldn't see you, and then I saw the door, and you just filled them with the
Oh,
door.
yes, my turn.
Oh my.
I did it on purpose. Someone's gotta help them get this 15 grabs in one game. Well, not in one game,
What?
just total.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna get
Nice.
15 grabs.
I got
Yeah.
like so many grabs in the PTB. I got up to like 5 per game.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's just
PTBs
mainly-
easy 'cause everyone wanted to play with it.
Yeah, everybody doesn't really know what to do.
Everyone wants to touch it.
Ow.
Tink.
This version's not that tank. Ow.
I think there's limitations to what animal can be made, realistically.
Not really. You can really be anything. There's moths, butterflies, fucking
Yeah, yeah.
the
but
you know dogs and cats, obviously.
I don't know why we're here. You want to see something unhinged?
Yeah.
I'll get there, I'll get there, I'll get there, I'll get there. You need to come out from that angle. Oh, no, 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 I got it.
Oh, okay. Damn, okay,
Bitch,
okay.
I was in the middle of eating that. My beans!
Oh, they're having a picnic. Having a picnic.
I want him to come here. I wanna do the door thingy. Is he trying to open up the door? The door!
Open the door.
Open your door. He does not want to listen. I think he wants someone to stand there to get hit. Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
That was nice. That was really nice.
Carp, you're welcome to join VTubers anytime.
Honorary VTuber.
I got an achievement.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's heal survivors after like endgame clubs.
Hat squad. I just realized that the cowboy hat was for the hat squad.
Oh, we're about to die.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where the door
Don't
is.
listen to me.
Oh no, this door's not open.
You might be dead.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Don't
Where is it? Where is
listen
it?
to
Where is it?
me.
Lord, I'm about to die. No!
Okay, it spits you out and kills you. Good to know.
Yeah.
I was like, can I die in there? Magikarp PNG for when they join you. That's
I
a cute
bet.
idea, the Magikarp. I like that. That's a cool idea. Oh, we're getting the EP. Make a corn Magikarp. Eep time. Good night, Jai. Thank you so much for the games. I appreciated them. And thank you for all the donors. That was a lot. Very kind of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay.
I will have the audio thing redone tomorrow, hopefully. Hopefully, I can set it up. Oh, and if you figure out what you want me to tweet, feel free to DM me it, and I'll tweet it.
Me too, Jai.
Whenever. Good night, Jai.
Oh my lord. My back hurts.
I can break it.
I don't want it to be broken.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I did.
And I did me.
You know me so well.
I break it for you. You don't need that back. I gave you the EP. I think I'll end at 6 hours.
6 hours? Okay.
Yeah. I don't think anyone else will be doing the VTuber SummerSlam just yet. It might be. We're a bit early. We're a few days early.
Just a little bit.
We're just getting a head start, okay? Yeah, I'm sorry I won't be able to join on Friday, but my partner's going away to some convention tournament thingy for his Magic the Gathering. Over New South Wales, I think it was. So that means the house is mine, so my sisters are all coming over that day.
Oh yeah. That's okay.
We're gonna have a pizza party. Oh, I just burped. That was disgusting.
Oh no.
Oh, that was gross.
Oh, no.
What is the SummerSlam? So it's called the VTuber SummerSlam. It is hosted by Gamers Outreach, where they bring together a bunch of VTubers to help fundraise for gaming for kids in hospitals. That's what we're fundraising today.
Yes. This
That's what all the goofy sillies are. So yeah, they call it the VTuber SummerSlam, and it's my first year joining. I've seen it around. I think this is their 4th year doing it. So yeah, every summer, American summer that is, they do this. And I thought, what a really cool thing. So I'm hoping that I'll be invited to like next year's and stuff as well. And we might keep this up as a tradition.
That's a good idea.
Because that would be fun. And maybe a bigger team as well.
Yes.
More people on the team. How's he gonna do the B later? Oh yeah, I'm gonna slam that thing. Slam that clam! That's why we're Team Shelly. Let's go! Hi, Chubbs.
Damn, you are. That was. Damn. That was.
Sorry, bestie.
No, I'm flustered. My bad. Ooh.
Was he in a mood today? I'm tired. Did you not hear me yawn? Like 3 times.
I'm just impressed how like fast she came up with that.
Oh, quick as a whip, yeah. I don't think Shelly has won any year. I think the Sunny wins the most, and then Sandy.
Oh, is it
Because
good
there's teams to this. There's. Oh! No! Don't touch me. I'll pay you money to not let that thing touch me. Oh, he's got the speed add-on too. Oh my god, he wants to go for grabs. No thanks. Disgusting.
Oh no.
Disgusting. But yeah, there's teams to this. There's 3 different teams. It's just for fun rivalry. No, you fat ass can't fit. It's just a friendly rivalry kind of thing. And we're on Team Shelly. disgusting. Please, no, don't come in here. I hate glitch trap. Thank you for the luck. Welcome in.
I'm an oscillating fan of death. Oh.
That's a glitch trap. That's a glitch trap. That's a glitch trap. That's a glitch trap. He's just kind of hanging around the area currently. Goodbye, Remy. Ew, what? I can hear giggling in there. Yuck. Kids, yuck. Oh, he's just proxying. I'd love to know how close Fung is to jumping off the hook. Yeah, he's just proxying hard.
I'm gonna take him away.
I'm just gonna dive into it.
He's
Thank you for the follow.
He's coming back. You know Axe though. Okay.
Weird way to play.
What? Found.
Oh no, I got cucked by the hook. Kind of playing like a bitch. Yeah, he's proxying real hard, which is kind of odd when you have so much movement and mobility. Oh, he's using the door. Let's see if it's a bait. I was on a controller earlier and I was very proud of myself. Dude, I did a spin on a sprung trap and it was just like 80.
It was very much bait.
860 in a row, just non-stop. Yeah, this guy just proxies, which is so strange. What a weird way to play.
Yeah-oh. SpaghettiOs.
Keep going.
Oh no. Hi there.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine.
That's awkward.
It's okay.
Damn, I was trying to get him to whiff. Oh, good shot. And killer's maybe hack? Maybe. Actually, hack has like a shit ton of mobility, so that'd be weird. Hack is like a movement killer. Make pasta salad? Wait, I want pasta salad.
Bye-bye, Jai.
Pasta
No,
salad.
it's not Jai. Chubs. Maybe if you could receive.
Love you, Chubbs.
What am I saying? Good
We need to get in a
recipes.
VC so you can show me all the characters from the dating thing.
Yes.
I
I
wanna
want to
see
date
it.
the door. We can date the narrator.
You date the narrator? Well, that makes sense in the I date everything game.
Yeah. Do I take a hit for you?
No, I'm good.
I'm gonna throw myself at the killer to save you. Dating a door sounds a little unhinging.
Shut the fuck up. Like, ooh, that misses.
Something do you take? What are you? Chubs.
Chubbs.
What the heck? Yes, what? This is door. Oh, it's a door.
Yeah.
Open the door.
Oh,
The funk scared the shit out of me.
dude, this guy. You know what? I get it now. I get it now. I'm still in chase with him.
For real? Oh my god.
For real. At the same sort of tile as well. Look, he TP'd away. He TP'd away. He TP'd to the gen that just got done.
This is so funny to me. I'm sorry. Wait, what? What is it?
Gonna come to Killer Shack for me?
I'm coming.
We couldn't hold hands in basement.
Yes.
Actually, I will go down a basement
forgot I
and see
have
what they've got. How do you forget you have wicked? You fool. Maybe this guy's going for adept or something. Slap, slap. Screen toolbox if you want it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, front Dorian, back Dorian art.
What's Dorian?
Incredible stuff. The door.
Oh, yeah.
And there's front and back Dorian. My back Dorian is just where he faces away from me. Yeah, it's very funny.
Take the time. That time straight guy came to your channel, asked you to take it in the ass. Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Some people are so weird.
Straight people are so boring.
Like,
I'm
why
sorry.
is their first, like, thought is to ask me about, like, my genitals and my sex life? That's kind of...
Yeah, that's kind of perverted. My funniest thing is, yes, I do take it in the ass. Did you want some or something? Like, is that like, are you interested in getting into it? Like, my suggestion is use a condom. It's much cleaner. Like, I don't get it. Like, you trying to be funny? Because it ain't funny.
Like, you want some? I know you're like, my girl cock's on your mind 24/7. What, you want some?
Right, they're always obsessed. It's in your pants. No, my pride.
No! I thought he was
Why
gonna grab
did you
me.
drop so funny? Where is our Jen? Yeah, the griefing is pretty boring on this app. Even I've had some people do that kind of shit to me, and I'm like, what? What part of me gave you that idea? Please enlighten me. I'm curious.
The overwhelming sub energy.
I got a strap. Want a taste? I wouldn't.
Oh,
Bestie.
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, this is, my bad. A lot of femme DVD streamers.
I am going to get grabbed. I do not like.
Shay.
Wait, he left me?
Oh,
Wait, what?
Yeah. Shay gets a lot of, like,
He left me?
what? Is it not? Hey, is Wicked not this one?
I won.
I thought it was the other one. My bad.
Oh, the healing? No, that's Strength and Shadows, I think.
Yeah.
Shay, I get it mostly in my TikTok comments. Mostly. Especially about my laugh. They don't like my laugh. Although someone commented the cutest fucking thing today.
Oh.
That feels very on brand for this guy. Someone commented the cutest fucking thing today. They said that my laugh makes their... No, my laugh gives them... What is the happy chemical? Serotonin?
Yeah.
Yeah, that hearing my laughs gives them their daily dose of serotonin. I was like,
That's cute.
oh my god. I don't have a consistent laugh. Like, it's wheezing or cackling or snorting, and I was like, that's so nice. That's like the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me.
You do have a cute laugh.
Sometimes. Sometimes I sound like a hag.
No.
It's usually on
I'm
purpose.
the one that sounds like a hag.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Oh. Bugger off, you fucking...
Yeah, I've got a rabbit.
Oh, nearly got him. He has like really high DPI.
Just start, healing and I'll come get you.
Is the Dorian out?
I assume the
Yes.
totem's over near you. Bestie? Ah, Geralt's on it. Nice. Just keep healing. Look at all that value.
No, I get that, Vedra. But like, for real, why do they ask like it'd be a problem if they were gay? Like, you might be a little fruity, but you know, what's the problem
They
with
have
that?
no other fucking joke line, that's why.
It's like, bruh.
It makes me laugh. I probably
Gay,
should've said it on
gay
stream.
being a bad thing in the Big 25.
right? Like, bestie, your brother probably takes it. I'm sorry to tell you this. I'm sorry to be the one to inform you.
Your brother is actually your sister. She's trans.
Mm-hmm. Does that make me gay? It makes you something. You can be whatever you want to be, baby. You can be straight with extra steps if that appeals to you.
Oh no.
Out of here. Oh
Howdy,
god,
hey.
everybody's here. I wish I got a med kit.
I got a toolbox. Different tools, but they might work the same. We can try hard enough.
I need Fung to like step 2 steps forward to so like if I stun him, she doesn't get teleported to the other side.
Hey there, don't mind me. No, he's gonna see that killer and see. Yeah. We gotta remember that we have the doors open.
Mm-hmm. He's got no axe now. Might be best if you make a dive. Oh, Geralt took a dead heart, I think. Yeah, that's what. Nice. That works. That works. That works. That's a chance. That's a chance.
Oh, it's so dark I can't see anything. What the heck?
Yeah, it is very foggy suddenly. I was just thinking the same thing. He picks now, right? He picks. For sure.
Has to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Rosie.
Hi, Rosie.
Oh no. Guess what? We're dead.
Yeah. No wonder he was baiting it.
Fuck. It's fine. We're fine. It's okay. Everything's
This
fine.
makes sense, though.
I mean, if we.
I don't think the timer runs out that fast.
Hi there.
Meow 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 meow
Let's
meow
go.
meow 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 meow.
I'm still gonna be
meow,
here just in
meow.
case.
Just in case.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here.
I mean, where are you?
If we die, we die together.
Where did I get that?
So close. No. Oh my god.
Hmm?
Dorian awakens me. I think.
You should see the Yeti. You should see the fridge Yeti. I get it. I get it. I think his design is a little goofy, but I get it.
When did Carp get in it?
Oh. Hey, Cop.
What Carp?
It's a very beachy outfit. Yeah, that works.
That's cute.
Honorary VTuber is here. Damn! Sorry.
What?
I just saw the Dorian out.
Oh yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Like,
I feel like if you want to make this peak, give him some silver fox stripes.
oh my god.
Give him some silver in that beard and in the hair, and I'm gonna climb him like a fucking tree. I'm waiting for my partner to get his grey streaks in.
Oh
If I have to stress him the fuck out, I will. I want them gray streaks in right now. That salt and pepper look. Wait, what's a Bambino voice slang? To climb him like a tree? Yeah, that's an old saying. Being in the game too. I think that's what happened with when you started an interaction for me with somebody, but it said no. Isn't it that guy? I saw someone else doing it. Did you see Cup's message? The beach episode has to have a lifeguard. That's so cute.
Oh yeah, true.
That's so cute.
Not at the beach, it's the bathtub.
That's so fitting. The bathtub.
Oh my god.
Quaking. Funny because Bambino though. Not funny because Bambino though. Bambino's scary. Oh, I was meant to play some ads. No, snooze. Snooze. Oh, it's just pre-rolls off. I'm okay. It's right. This will be probably LG.
Okay.
Because I'm very EP. I get to sleep in tomorrow. I'm so excited.
Yippee.
After working all weekend, I know, huge shifts. 8:30 to 5:15. Crazy long-ass shifts, huh? I know. But like weekend work. Nobody likes weekend work. Nobody likes weekend work. It's draining. People are draining. The only thing that keeps me positive is lunch is sooner and closing is sooner. That's why I like weekend. Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh, and then I had to wake up early this morning for dentist. So I'm gonna sleep the fuck in tomorrow. I did everything I needed to today, and I'm so proud of myself.
You deserve
I got it all, because I was like, do I just do some of the content today and leave the rest for tomorrow? And I was like, no, I'm just gonna fucking do it. I'm just gonna do it all, because I had enough time to squeeze it in, and I did, and I'm fucking so happy. And then I figured out how to post everything on Instagram. Double happy. It's a good day. It's a good day. I like to be consistent with my posting schedule. I just don't post on the weekends.
He's slow walking at me. I don't like this. No.
Spring trap?
I don't like this.
Are they slow walking?
He was.
Oh, I'm joining. Where are you? Where are you, Breasty? Eee, where are you?
We're in the arcade. Maybe no.
Inside? Coming. Oh, they want that gen done. Oh, he's gonna become part of the team. Oh, we should bring the Bard perk if we're gonna play this one, and then go up there and do it.
I'm part of the band.
Do you think he's new to Springtrap?
No body of water is safe without a lifeguard.
Do it. Touch it. Yep, go.
He's
Get her.
coming.
Yep.
Oh my god, that's so cool. He might be new to DBD in general, unless he's just letting me go.
I can't tell.
Oh, that animation's cool.
Yeah, he gets pretty pissed. Come in. Come on. To me! To me! To me! Come on! Move. Out of the way. Come on! There we go. Come get me, buddy. Nah! There we go. I was like, is he not gonna come get me?
Oh my. It's so weird when he's invisible.
Yeah, it's just a pair of eyeballs. I think it is very funny. He's super cute. I like him. Want me to wiggle? There you go, now you got 2 out of the 15 grabs that you need. How nice is that, buddy? Because, yeah, that's gonna be a fun one. Where are we going? Where are we going? This guy's cute, I like him. I think he's just showing me around his crib.
Oh my god. So loud.
I'm not so good.
Oh.
Look, there's a Foxy plush in there.
Really?
How cute. Yeah, and that little arcade right next to us.
Oh, that's cute.
I'm gonna win that for you.
Yes, please.
If we meet up, we gotta go to an arcade.
Yes.
I'm gonna kick your ass at skee ball.
What? Oh.
Oh fuck yeah, I love skee ball.
Alright, I'll kick your ass at laser tag.
Yeah, that's fair. I can't run. I just
No.
corner camp.
Gotta put those Valorant skills to use.
That is the worst. That is the worst thing you've ever said.
I've said worst.
That one hurt to hear. That hurt. I want you to know that.
Yeah, I gave you.
Air hockey! Oh my god, I always lose a finger when I play air hockey. Me and my partner were doing it and we accidentally sent one flying off the board. For you.
Oh, thank you.
It's better.
Look at the bunny sticker. That's cute. And the pretty one.
There's a goofy Freddy one, yeah.
Are you trapped now?
Please no.
Oh my word.
Oh, my tummy is so upset from these beans. I'm following him.
You trapping us in the corner. She doesn't like it. She wants to trap me in the corner.
I bite you.
Yes.
Get him!
Oh no. I like how he looks at him, looks at them with like this. Oh my god. With like a blank stare. Ow. What is happening?
I don't really know. I don't really know at all. I just sort of accepted it.
What the fuck?
I'm eating his
You
toes.
can't do it. You can't. You can't.
It's like, get out of my fucking way!
What is happening?
I don't know, but he's cute and I like it.
You can't open the door. You can't. You can't. You can't. We gotta open the menu.
I think maybe he wants a slug race?
We can't slug if we can't open the door.
Wait, yeah, I don't.
Oh no.
It's cute. I don't mind. Fine, let me eat your ass. One sec.
69.
I think I'm quite right. I've never seen a killer look so disgusted. That's funny. What are you doing, big man? What are you doing? What are we doing? I don't mind because it's cute, but I don't know what we're doing here. It says, you open the door.
Someone please think of the children.
Yummy.
Please let me, 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 please let me. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, nice. I think he just likes observing.
Voyeurism. He really wants me.
Yeah, I don't really know what this is.
Maybe. What an interesting.
My
guy.
bestie. Yeah, what an interesting little guy. what a funny little bunny. Oh, he just had help wanted.
Interesting.
What an interesting little lad. Cute, cute. Alright, I'm gonna play a minute of ads while we find someone to raid.
Okay.
Just because my pre-rolls are off. Oh, my tummy. This is such a bad idea. I thought I could just tank these jelly beans like they were nothing. I was like, they can't be that bad. This is the most regretful purchase I've made of this year, I reckon. That has hurted. They're that bad. Are you gonna stay on for a bit longer, or are you raiding with me?
Yeah, no, I'll raid with you.
Who do you wanna raid? Who do you wanna raid?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. I'll find someone. And then tomorrow we should have both our models on screen, and that'd be way nicer.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
Hopefully.
Hi, Miranda. We're ending. You see.
Oh, Miwa, no! Welcome back. We're about to go EP time ourselves. Well, I am. My tummy hurts. Renzi's on Bioshock.
Bioshock? Maybe.
You know Renzi, right?
I've seen them around.
Yeah, I see them in Maze Chat a lot.
Yeah.
Do you want to go say hi to Renzi? They're very cool.
We can go say hi to Renzi.
I like Renzi.
Okay. Let me know when you start yours.
Let me load it. New model? I've not seen this Renzi model. And they have a La Boo Boo. Wency, yeah, we're gonna say hi to Wency because I really like Bioshock. Although I haven't played Infinite, so. Alrighty, I'm gonna initiate raid in 1 second. Rent. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna start raid. Are you ready?
Wait.
Do you know how to spell it?
Yes. Okay.
Cool. Ready, set, go.
Okay.
Alrighty. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for all of the donations today. I was not expecting to get even near 100 today, so
Oh, yeah,
this is an incredible progress. So thank you to everybody that did that. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. I love you all. I love you, B.
I love you too, and I love everybody.
Did you want to add anything to that?
Appreciate you all, and thank you, Halsey, for hanging out with me. We'll be back
Always.
tomorrow. Yes.
You're my one. You my girl.
Yes.
My duo. Yes, thank you for hanging out. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow for more chaos and beans and names on titties and whatever else. I love you all. I'm going to press the raid button in a few seconds, but raid messages are in the chat if you want to copy and paste them. Discord is around. Social links are around. I don't know what else. What else did I say? Good night. I love you all. You can donate at any time if you'd like. The link is in that panel that says the VTuber SummerSlam details. You can click on that and donate if you ever want to. Still counts even when we're offline. When we come back, we will continue on with wherever we left off, basically. Alrighty, I love you all. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Love you guys, bye.
Mwah.
Oh my